warm welcome to the iconic Darrell's Road here, the home of Wanderers Cricket Club. And we're back for day number 2 of the 5th series. This match featuring Wanderers versus Wildey. It's the game of the series. As you can see, the umpires starting to make their way into the middle. This is the situation we have here on our hands. Wanderers in reply to Wildey. 37 for 3 after 10 overs. Stumps on day number 1, and in falling day number 1 we had a couple of half centuries for Wildey players. Demetrius Richards leading the charge. And Craig St. Hill as well, the player coach. He did his part, standing in for a couple of experienced players who are missing in the Wildey side. Yours truly, Anmar Goodrich Boyce, alongside Philip Spooner for the opening half an hour of this, the second day. Good morning, or good afternoon I should say to you. 1 minute after 12 here in Barbados and across the Eastern Caribbean.
Thanks, Anmar, and welcome to everyone. You started this morning and now you finished your intro in the afternoon. So, yeah, a wonderful afternoon here in beautiful Barbados. There's a bit of the haze from the Sahara dust, but beautiful conditions for cricket. And you know what a wonderful occasion this is to be at this historic club. Wanderers 1877, believe it or not. That's tremendous history here in our game, and this game nicely set up. Wildey in the ascendancy. They will start the day believing that they have done. They have a lead, and now we're set for what is a wonderful occasion. Last week we saw some good batting really from Wildey, good solid, digging in when they were under some pressure. I was particularly impressed by Neymar Bolden. He looked so at ease. Should have gotten himself 100. He didn't. And now we'll come back today. Jonathan Drakes will lead the charge, so to speak, for the Wanderers. And we expect another grand occasion. Lots of cricket around the island, 55 matches, 1,200 cricketers turning out for their teams. And then we've also got racing at the Garrison Savannah, a spectacle that we all also enjoy. 292 Wildey, Wanderers 37 for 3. A good pitch. I went in the middle earlier. It's not the old-fashioned flat dead dog, but it's definitely good for batsmanship. Today the bowlers will have the work cut out. They'll have to work hard to get something out of the surface, and we expect a full day's play. There's no weather forecast to interrupt us. Full day's play, and we expect a wonderful occasion again.
Yeah, Rashad Gill to begin. Jonathan Drakes, as you rightfully mentioned, he'll be on strike. His partner Shem Watson. First ball of day number 2. Run straight away.
Solid start from Drakes, looking to get the adrenaline going, legs going, hands going. Tucked into the onside, comfortable really, no issue there. Drakes is such a good player to watch. He's the kind of player that you want to see do well, because it's so appetizing for the viewer to see good quality touch players. But nothing against dogged players. They have a role in the game, but the touch players, you even hear the sound on the ball on the bat as they clip it to the onside. They look so comfortable. It looked like he's been batting for the whole week.
So it's a left hand, right hand combination for Wanderers, and could be a bit of a struggle here for Gill. Have to adjust. It's a good ball. So as I was making the point, it's a left hand, right hand combination. So sure, Rashad Gill knows how to adapt to these combinations, and early wickets will be key for Wildey here to put some pressure on Wanderers, and Wanderers will know, trailing by 255. A solid start from these guys and they can get as close as possible to that target of 292. Crunched away. And that will be the opening boundary of day number 2. Lovely shot from Shane Williams. Watson.
Wide, Gil. As you said, the left-hand, right-hand combination requires certain kind of discipline from the bowler, and he was a bit too wide there, 5th, 6th stump, and Watson needed no invitation to climb into it, really. A little bit in the air at first, but no real danger there, and that sped away to the boundary. So good start for the batsmen. They look comfortable. Watson is going to take his, play the shots, and really, why not?
Might have hit the ground first.
That's worth seeing again. It's a good take at slip. It looks like, was it Dorn?
Dorn, yes.
Yeah, good take at slip with one hand. At least he made it into something, and then left it up to the umpire Mario Scott to make the decision. He felt it was not out, but good comeback from Gill.
What do you make of the field that Gill has set? His 2 slips, gully. It's a man at point.
Yeah, standard field for this situation. 3 on the leg side, 1 down at deep square for obviously if he serves up a short ball and the batsman. That's the only one that I'd rather see in a more attacking position. He's not a fast bowler, but standard field, and he's trying to work Watson over.
Final ball of the over.
Loose. Yeah.
Good start from Wanderers. 42 for 3.
Yeah, good over, as you said. Gill, first ball, 2 straight, clipped away from a quality player in Drakes, and then a bit wide on the off stump and spanked away by Watson. The batsmen, getting their feet going, everybody getting into it, and just the kind of cricket you would expect to see. Gill, I thought they might have started with spin from both ends actually, but they went for Gill, the left arm, trying to get the ball to shape, especially away from the left-hander, Watson. So that's a fair call. But now we're going to see some spin. It's Tariq O'Neill. He's caused problems already. He's got 2 for 9 in 3 overs. He's caused problems. Last week he got Mosley with a bit of guile, which was good to see. And so it's pace from the north end. I think that is the Stephen Farmer end, and now spin from the south, which is the Prof Edwards end. And Stephen Farmer and Prof Edwards, 2 outstanding servants of Wanderers Club and cricket in general. Barbados players, in case of Prof Edwards, West Indies Test cricketer, and Wanderers wisely naming the ends after these 2 stalwarts.
Cut away. And it's good feeling to prevent the boundary. This bit of a loose start from O'Neill.
Yeah, wide of off stump, really meat and drink for a good player. Cut away, good feeling down on the boundary. Moving to his left and covering a lot of ground. Outfield is dry and hard, so could be some discomfort.
Yeah, that's better. Much better there from O'Neill. He did mention caused a lot of problems a bit earlier before we came to stumps on day number 1. Picking up those crucial wickets and the important wicket of Mosley.
Yeah, he looked ready for it, is O'Neill.
Yeah, watchful from Drakes.
Yeah, you know, steady batting, coming forward, back bowler bringing him forward, so good contest developing.
Yeah, it seems like a player, Drates, who's made it his mind as the over comes to an end.
Yeah,
44 for 3. Yeah, just a look at the fall of the wickets. So far, Jaden Lee caught with 1, Tariq O'Neill with 2. Those have been the pick of the bowlers. There's Pius Emilian.
yeah, the man with the amazing name. I never quite heard it. I know there was one guy called Javan Etienne who played for Dominica and Windward Islands in the 80s and 90s. And that was always a name that created a lot of interest among people. I don't know why. It's just a very unusual name in Barbados, but Pius Emilian is even more amazing. Shot again. No, good shot.
Shot. That will run away to the fence for another boundary. Second of the morning.
Yeah, good batting again. Similar to the first over. Gill too wide, offering too much whiff opportunity to Watson to throw his hands at the ball, which he clearly loves to do. He loves that offside region behind point on the offside. And first over it was Fuller and he leaned into the front foot. Not quite like Lara, but, but he'd be proud of it. And now this over, loose and wide and a bit more like a Chris Gale on that occasion, leaning back and spanking it. So Watson is off to the races in good fashion.
Yeah, seems to be continuing to put the ball in those areas outside of the off stump. Probably looking to induce the edge of Watson.
Yeah, and as you say that, they're putting point down on the further closer to the boundary, which is a good move, and I think it's necessary. If he's going to bowl, if he's left arm over and he's going to bowl there to the left-handed batsman, it's not a bad move. It's not a catching position. It's not necessarily an attacking position, but it's a defense mechanism. What I would do then is I would sacrifice a deep square and move him into then the catching position, because now you're down to one slip. Keep the attacking option and bring the deep square over on the offside. Because if he gets straighter, too straight, he's hardly gonna be able to maneuver it behind square, right? It's not the pace there to create that kind of shot, and I doubt very much he's gonna want to bowl a short ball here. I don't see why he would if he's, and you can't attack two sides of the wicket. So I would bring deep square over to second slip and ask him to continue to bowl top of off, building that pressure, and hopefully get the nick or a loose shot from Watson. Not a good stroke though from Watson, leaning into it, looking the part, to be honest. Last week there was some pressure building, and they were a little bit timid, Watson, especially in the evening. But today, he's come out. He had all week to think about it. Visualize it all week. And now he's told himself, anything that I can lean into, I'm gonna give it a dash. Deep square is moving now squarer. So let's see what we have here.
Yeah, good single from Watson.
So he sort of got off the strike there, and he sort of messed up the game plan of Wildey, bringing Drates on strike. So the whole field now has to shift. And it's interesting that we see this, because for people, sometimes you're amazed when people that don't know a lot about cricket talk to you and they ask you, why are they moving over? They're not conscious of a lot of things. So.
Spoke about the left-hand, right-hand combination.
Exactly. People, why are they moving around so much? People ask. So this is why, because one is left and the other one is right. And,
always a problem too for the bowler as well.
Yeah, we can see here from Gill, the switch over is causing him a little bit of adjustment, missing his run and stuff like that. But they're a lot less attacking against the better player in Drake's, as you can clearly see here.
Dot to end. 43, 49 for 3. Yeah, a bit earlier. Wildey 222, 292 all out. And this is Wanderers in replay so far, 49 for 3. So they'll need another 243 runs. Conversation in the middle between Watson and Drakes. And they want to play this cricket, fill up in periods. Let's see how much runs we can get leading up to lunch. Then thinking about picking apart the trailing score, perhaps ball by ball.
Yeah, or I think at this stage you're looking to settle in and get in there. We're 15 minutes into the day and they both look comfortable. I guess you do it in, over by over, and then as you get in chunks of tens, let's add another 10, another 10, get up to 100, and when we get there, we another 10, and you tick it off. Individual milestones will always help your team. So things like that is how you rack it up.
O'Neill is back.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Watson looking to come forward there on the front foot.
Seem to be in two minds, whether to leave it or try to punch it into the off. So you're better off leaving it, because off spinner bowling around the wicket, chances are the ball will be leaving the left-hander. So you probably just watch for him. That's better. But the thing with Watson is that he's not going to leave a lot of balls, because you can see that he's the kind of player that wants to feed the ball on the back. He's not going to hang around there and leave too many for too long. He wants to hear the sound of that ball on that bat, and it's something that O'Neill could play on. There you go. Well,
Gone. Wildey strike. And you just talked about it, Spooner. And it's O'Neill again, and it's the big wicket of Shem Watson. He has no choice but to make his way back to the pavilion, and it's just what the doctor ordered, perhaps, for Wildey. It's an early wicket for them, and yeah, Watson devastated. He's gone for 12,
watch it.
49 for 4.
Yeah, just loose shot, really. As I said, Trent always having that relationship between bat and ball, wanting to feel the ball on his back. He was better off leaving that ball, to be honest. It probably pitched on, but it was never going to hit the stumps. Yeah, it might have been a scoring opportunity, but you got to assess the situation. And the little extra bunks that O'Neill got there really was his undoing. And as I said previously, O'Neill is something he could feed on. If the desperation almost of the batsman to feel the ball on the bat, he just not going to leave a lot of. But no Shiv Chandapal, for example, that's just going to camp out all day and let the ball go. No Craig Brathwaite that's just going to, wear the bowler down. He wants to score. He got two boundaries on the offside. This one presented from the spin in a similar scoring position, and latching on to it, but finding the hands of backward point. And O'Neill basically building a little bit of pressure, understanding the batsman's strength, but yet it became a weakness. And Watson paying the price for being loose. And if you're being honest, in necessity, it wasn't a good shot. It was a rather poor shot under the circumstances. I mean, he hasn't gone anywhere. He's only 13 runs. And Wanderers now find himself in a bit of a hole, because this is now open the middle of the middle. And after this, we don't know how much is left. But more pressure now on Drakes to deliver something big. And O'Neill enjoying this, if you want to say that. 3 for 11 now, 4.4. And this is pressure.
Gerard Lovell, new batsman at the crease, comes to the crease with his Wanderers team. Bit of a bother. Already lost their first wicket of the second day, and We want to get settled as soon as possible. As you rightfully mentioned, Philip, this is a bit of pressure on the home team.
Yeah, 4 on the leg side. I'm not 5 on the leg side. 1, 2, sorry, 4 on the leg side. Not too sure about that. I'd bring another man to the offside and force the batsman to do something. Well, ball. Yeah, they were saying. So that deep mid wicket for a new man in with the score at 49 for 4. I'm not sure about that. I would bring him in and build some more pressure on the new player. There you go, a little uncertainty.
Wicket maiden. 49 for 4.
Excellent from O'Neill. He understands his craft clearly. He's a bit, he's not a tall man, but he's got long limbs. If you look at his hands come pretty far down below his waist, and not quite as low as his knees as we used to see with people like Clyde Butts, but he has those long limbs and long fingers, so he's able to impart some spin on the ball, and he's deadly accurate because he doesn't move a lot off his stumps. He's wicket to wicket, so you have to play him most of the time, and he plays on that. And Watson loose, and then Lovell so far looking quite uncertain. One blocked on the off stump, the other one inside edge into the onside. So pressure on Wanderers, and Wildey's game plan seemed to be working.
Good captaincy from Jerome Jones, in your opinion?
Yeah, he's obviously come with a plan, and he's sticking to his plan, and his bowlers are bowling to the plan. Jilts is not fast, so he's going to be wicket to wicket. Deep cover on the boundary, I'm not so sure about that. Drakes is not going to be adventurous, so I'll bring in cover off the boundary. There's a deep square on the leg side. I would bring him in 20 yards as well, which could be an attacking position, but they're setting the ring field, and that's fine. Yeah, cause they've dried up the scoring now. There's not much, enterprise. Drakes has gone into a little bit of a shell. He would know what's left to come after if a wicket were to go down now. So he's probably thinking to himself, how much do I need to get, and who is left? And I would. So now we have deep squares coming, square now in front of square, but right on the fence. Fine leg came around 10 yards. So, interesting move.
Yeah, but that's a serious thing, huh?
Gill now has opted to go around the wicket to Drakes, the right-hander.
Still over.
Still over.
Still over, yeah. And again, I'm not
over
being
the
critical
wicket,
of the captaincy, but I like to see aggressive captaincy and people really getting in people's face. So the guy at the deep point on the boundary, wasting time up there, I'd bring him at normal point or even a second gully. Well, but this is good bowling. This is good bowling from Gill, drying up the run, doing what the captain wants. Maybe a wicket would help, but I don't think they're seeing Gill as a wicket taker. They see him as somebody that can keep building the pressure and forcing the batsman to, not loosening the grip, and they will attack with O'Neill at the other end. And as we speak, point comes in now, just as I thought they would. Comes in now into orthodox position more or less. So I think he tried to go for a glory ball there just now, Gill. He didn't really need to. Drakes is camping out on the arsenal. All he needs to do is be consistent. Malcolm Marshall always used to say, you bowl a good ball, what are you going to bowl next? And the bowler says a wicket. He said, no, bowl the same ball again. You bowl it, dot ball, what are you going to bowl next? Another dot ball. What are you going to bowl next? Another dot ball, and before you look around, dot, 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 wicket. So you build in that pressure and by being consistent. And they're being more aggressive now and attacking, which is very good. Second slip comes in, the point is in, and they're now 3 on the leg side. So this is good tactical setup.
Shot. Get a couple here. Level is off the mark. They come back for 2. So, yeah, pretty good way to finish the over. Wanderers 52 for 4. This broadcast is brought to you the kind compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association.
Yeah, thanks again to the BCA for the investment in the game. Letting the public out there, viewers, listeners all around the world, being able to see the quality of cricket that is being played at the club level in Barbados. And this is not, club cricket in Barbados is not, it's not new for newbies. This has been going on since 1870. That is a legacy of sporting excellence on the island, and it's good to see that the BCA has invested so heavily in the game.
Yeah, he spanked that one, but it's gone straight to the fielder. O'Neill will be licking his fingers here. If he can get another wicket pretty soon.
Just sorry, Anmar.
That looks close.
Wow, must be close. Just outside the off stump, perhaps, but good attacking bowling from Wildey, building pressure, and you got to see that. We got to see that replay because that could be close. Let's see.
Might be a slight inside edge.
I hope so. I hope there was an inside edge. Otherwise, we might have enjoyed a slice of luck there, young Drakes. But these things happen. Well bowled, good, clever adjustment of pace. I was much slower, teasing on the top of off stump. A la Henry Springer in the golden era. But that's well bowled.
Yeah, release of the pressure from Drakes. This is really good bowling from O'Neill.
If we could get that replay again, the LBW replay, we'd like to examine that a little bit more closely because Drake's on the front foot, but no real conviction as he reached forward. As I said, initially I was thinking outside the line, but he looked wicket to wicket, and as you said, maybe an inside edge saved it.
Yeah, another good over from O'Neill. Just the one off of it. 53 for 4.
Yeah, let's getting closely here. Yeah, close. All we can say is very close. It is turning a bit, so it could have even fractionally spun down the leg side, but a very, very close call on the umpire. There used to be this thing in cricket called the batsman gets the benefit of the doubt, and it looks like in that occasion, but that was very, very close, and could have gone either way. But good contest developing, bat against ball, and mainly surrounding the accuracy and the skill really of Tariq O'Neill, who has been exemplary in what he's served up so far today. And that has been matched somewhat by Drake's resolute batting skill around the wicket. And Anmar today, later today, West Indies taking on Sri Lanka at 2:30, Jamaica time 3:30, Barbados time, and Shea Hope. Barbados captain, West Indies captain, 150th ODI milestone, of which I'm sure he will be very proud.
Yeah, what a moment it will be in Jamaica for the Barbadian Shea Hope, who has been for some time carrying the West Indies one-day international team on his back, leading from the front.
I remember when Shea Hope first got picked 50 over cricket in Zimbabwe, tri-series. We played Sri Lanka, and at the time it was felt that Shane Dowrich might have been a better bet as a keeper. And Shea Hope then wasn't a bona fide out-and-out keeper in the true sense of the word. Oh, well, boy. Different, as we break the different attacking there from Gill, surprising bumper. And that was not, to me, not a convincing shot. Seemed to be a bit of top-edged, fine leg. Slightly out of position to take the catch, and the ball went away for 4, but a little bit of bumper in anger from Gill, and it nearly did the trick. So Drakes has to be mindful of how he goes about this, because Gill does have a bit of bumper in his armory, which that was a surprise. But back to Shea Hope, so back in 2016, we landed in Zimbabwe, and Courtney Brown, the then chairman, then selection convener, gave the job to Shea Hope, and in no time Shea Hope was averaging 75. And he hasn't looked back. I mean, Shea Hope's ODI career is phenomenal. He has the best average among any West Indian batsman who's made 6,000 runs. And you're talking about Lara, Richards, Gale, Haynes, Richards, Shea Hope's average is better than Richards.
Richard, legends.
Yeah. And aboard again. And 1900s, this guy has 1900s keeping wicket, right? I mean, Jeffrey Dujon used to be the standard. Dujon, used to be the holy grail for West Indies cricket. Then obviously in world cricket, you had Dhoni, Gilchrist, Sangakkara, and but Shea Hope is up there with the best West Indies batsmen of all time, and is by some distance one of the best wicket-keeper batsmen in 50 over cricket of all time. His numbers are absolutely phenomenal.
Ooh. That will run away for 4. Yeah, a bit unlucky from Gill. Yeah, he puts his head in the ground.
Yeah. I think, that what happened is the short balls were, even though, and when you think about it, the bowler was in the ascendancy in that over, and his over still goes for 8 runs, 4 boys, 4 runs. And it looks like, what happened. But that short ball clearly ruffled Drakes and put in his mind the fact that Gill has that up his armory, and now we produced this fantastic Yorker which almost castled the stump. So Gill not getting any reward, but certainly building a lot of pressure, keeping everybody honest, and is allowing O'Neill to operate from the Prof Edwards end with some confidence. So Wanderers in some big trouble here, 61 for 4. Wildey in the ascendancy and playing like champions and playing like a team that wants to defend their title, and making for an intriguing first session of cricket, and we look forward to what is to come.
Have the first commentary change. Philo Wallace and Philip Hackett will take you through the next half an hour.
So lovely conditions. Sun not too hot, and nice breeze blowing. Level of comfort for the players. Of course, not much comfort in the Wanderers camp at this stage. 61 for 4, the 18th over. And we're playing to 292. Lots of work to be done. Philo Wallace.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon to our viewers on this BCA stream. This Elite Division match between Wanderers and Wildey, playing at Dow's Road, the home of Wanderers Cricket Club. Philip is seeing here a challenge between bat and ball. The slow bowler, O'Neill, has bowled wonderfully well. I like the way in which he set up the previous wicket. You can see that there is some turn there and some concern for the batters.
Oh, and here's another one. Well executed bringing him into the drive. The outside edge found and straight to first slip. Didn't have to move at all. And that's the end of the Wanderers captain, who a player, that's a good wicket to get, because I saw him in one of the early matches score a century against Windward. And a pretty good player, Philo Wallace. So a good breakthrough at this point in time.
Yes, a very good ball from the off spinner O'Neill. Just tempting the captain there, Gerard Lovell to drive, and he drove at it. And a simple catch. It looks like Joshua Dornock slipped. First up, taking a very, very easy catch. But good bowling from the off spinner. He's operated from the southern end. And obviously that ball is drifting away on a good length, forcing Lovell to drive. And he did accept the drive, but it took the outside edge. So good bowling. Another wicket for Wanderers. They have lost their sixth wicket. And obviously a lot of pressure now on the Wanderers lower middle order. I don't like to say tail enders, Philip, lower middle order, but it's going to be this guy, Jonathan Drakes, who is going to have to show his class and his worth. He's going to be joined by Boyce. Last Sunday I was here to do the one-day game between ASFE Pickwick and Wanderers, and Boyce batted wonderfully well, played some wonderful shots along with Ray Matthews to actually win that game for Wanderers. And they have a secret weapon, Wanderers as well, in their batting armour. And I think that these two now will have to try and regroup. So I've lost 2 quick wickets this morning, just on the stroke of what is 12:35, 12:36 now. Would have pushed them back.
Secret weapon.
Yeah, the pitch is good.
Reveal the secret.
Not yet. But it's a good pitch, Philip. I was up there earlier today. I like to look at the pitch because it's the main ingredient in cricket. And it's very flat. It's better than last week, actually.
Better than Lord's?
Yeah. A lot of people don't know, but Lords have been regraded. They redeveloped that ground at Lords. Or last winter, they took everything off that outfield. So obviously, the pitches I don't believe have settled yet. But that is Lords, the headquarters of cricket. So they play on that surface. And I'm amazed because county cricket was played there as well earlier this summer. So that's unfortunate.
But I think listening to the analysts and so on, the experts out there, the former Test cricketers and those who engage with, do media duties, I'm getting the impression that it has been a concern for a while. And they recognize that some work needs to be done. But in terms of the cost, and then probably even more importantly, the ground being out of use at a very critical time, I think those are some of the issues. But they're definitely not happy with, some of us from a distance, like to make excuses and pretend that we know more than we do. But in actual fact, those guys are out there. They have played at Lords more than even yourself, fellow, who played at the highest level.
I've played at Lords too, Philip.
Yeah, I said more than. So I'm saying these are guys who are in the English system.
The thing is about Lords, Philip, is that when you go to Lords to play cricket, everything is perfect. Everything is perfect. Yeah. So to have a perfect outfield, perfect dressing rooms, and an imperfect pitch, that is the concern for the commentators, because that is not expected at Lords. The standards at Lords is of the highest caliber when it comes to cricket, and it's just something that they will have to discuss with the groundsman. Maybe the surface needs a bit more play, and I believe it'll get better as the summer goes on. Yeah.
But I made a comment because I think many people, including yourself, recognize that all is not well with the pitch. But then there are a couple of people who, are saying, well, that's how it should be, and the batsmen are inadequate and all sorts of nonsense.
But if you look at how Jacob Bethel got over the second innings, a ball way up on his face and he flinch it off. Then the next ball just down below his ankle. That can't be a good pitch, Philip.
And if you look at him, you talk about ball rain up, at his face shortly before. But that very ball that bowled him, he was actually on the way up because he obviously expected the ball to make some height.
Yes, agreed.
So he was actually off the ground when that ball bowled him. I'm not saying that's why it bowled him. That would have bowled him no matter where he was.
Agreed.
But, it clearly is not, and to suggest that batsmen who we know and who we've seen over the years are brilliant at what they do, to suggest that they're inadequate, I think is really shameful.
No, you see, Rashad Gill, I like this left-hand bowler. Philip, can we rate him as fast?
Well, it depends. Based on, I think last week may have been the first time that I can recall seeing him, because sometimes you see a cricketer in a game somewhere, you may not be working that game, and you may not be paying full attention, or you may not have done anything that leaves a memory with you. I can't remember seeing him before last week, and based on what I've seen so far, I would have to rate him maybe as lively, maybe sometimes fast. I think I would need to say a bit more, but I don't think you would rate him as fast either.
We don't have a speed gun, so let's say
Well, let's say
bowler.
our rating is going to be obviously it's not the speed gun type of rating, but before the speed gun was as popular as it is now, we had our opinions. I don't think you did the speed gun to determine how fast
No, he's
Gilchrist was, for
he's
example.
a quick bowler, but what I like about him is that his previous over, he bowled a short ball to Jonathan Drakes, and Jonathan Drakes did not handle it well, although he top edged it for 4.
Right.
And after that, we saw Jonathan Drakes look very uncomfortable. I know he's done the same thing to boys, bowling 3 short balls and a slower ball on length, and he just pushed his bat out, obviously in front of his body. And luckily for him, there was no one at mid-on.
Well, not even so much mid-on. That mid-on one had to be very straight. It reminds me of secondary school and maybe even primary school, man overhead. I think he would have needed a fielder over the bowler's head, or very, very straight mid-on may have had the time to run around. Because there's a mid-on, but he's a bit
whitish. But it's good bowling from Gil. A placid pitch, and he's putting in the effort, making the batters think, and that is what you want to see. Now we're going to see Jonathan Drakes. He's going to come in to face Gil, who's had him in some trouble in the previous over. So this is going to be an interesting over to Jonathan Drakes, or a couple of balls.
But it's interesting. Is this the coach coming down to?
No, that is the captain, Jerome Jones.
Jones, yes. Well, the same point really that I was going to make. Even more so, because there's a switch of positions. Not only did he come over to the onside, but then decided to come to mid-on, and the man at mid-on went to mid-wicket. So I'm suggesting here, I was thinking that he wants to get closer to the bowler.
He's left-handed.
Yeah.
And he wants the ball. The ball merely will come to his stronger hand. He's smart, I'm impressed with his leadership.
Well, they didn't win the championship by accident.
I know the captain is the coach is on the field, and he looks like he's marshalling things, but Jerome Jones controls the cricket, and that's what I like about him.
Well, I don't doubt that the coach being on the field would have a great input.
You think?
But the captain really and truly, this is not primary school cricket or even secondary school cricket.
No, it's elite.
This is not even combined school.
Some people start to feel very comfortable when they're doing certain things. So it's important that the coach recognizes and understands that Jerome Jones is the captain and allow him to captain.
I would think so. Yeah.
You don't want too many voices out there. I like the way how Jones captains.
In fact, I think the coach should go through the captain. In other words, quite in order for the coach to have a suggestion. But I would like to think. I mean, this is not to say that if there's a fielder who needs just moving to left or right and he's closer to the coach that he couldn't deal with that. But the captain should definitely be in charge as far as I'm concerned.
I agree with you, Philip. I got myself in a tangle cord.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't expect you to disagree being a former Barbados captain. I don't think you would take it kindly to anyone on the field telling you what to do, not to follow what is saying.
No, they can make suggestions. As you said, go through the captain, make your suggestions, and then let's see if the captain will implement your suggestions. Because at the end of the day, there must be a bowling plan, which the captain has to be the head of. So everything looks to be going smoothly. They've picked up 2 wickets, that is Wildey, and they look to be on top of Wanderers.
Yep. The thing is, though, that I think we do have to recognize, even if we don't want to accept it, though, that in modern day cricket, the coach definitely plays a much bigger role than, well, there were times when teams didn't have coaches and then coaches crept into the system. And I think right now the coaches carry a much bigger profile and more responsibility than they did initially.
It's a very good delivery from the off spinner. Just floated wide and enticing Drakes for that drive, which is against the grain, Philip. You will always hear from the coach, don't drive at the ball that is turning into you from outside the off stump. Jonathan Drakes guilty of that. The ball bunks in and going through between him and the keeper, and obviously for a bite. And this is a good challenge for Jonathan Drakes. Obviously the Barbados pride middle order batter. He now has to try and draw on his experiences of first class cricket to try to shepherd Wanderers to safety.
Maybe trying to be cross-batted a bit too early there, giving himself, well, in the end, too much room.
Yeah, but I like the way he's bowling, Oni. He's holding that ball in the air and allowing it to come out of the service. The service is hard. So once he inspires spin is going to bounce, which he's getting.
More control this time on the part of Boyce, and he gets a reward, if you will, a single rotation in the strike. That's important as well, especially when you've got bowlers who are bowling as well as these two.
Yeah,
rotation of the strike is almost as important as a bunker, isn't it?
It's key because
Yeah.
you don't want the bowler to be bowling too many balls at one batter, and you realize that he's bowling with an extra cover and a short extra cover, deep extra cover on the boundary. He's bowling with no point and a mid-off. Those are 3 men in the offside.
A bit of a change of plan too, depending on who's on strike. If you look at the change in field, but the over coming to an end, and well bowled by Tariq O'Neill, and who is has been around for a little while now, and as young as he is, reasonably experienced at this level, and completing a good over. He is now picked up 4 for 15.
Yeah, 4 for 15 from 8 overs, and obviously he'll be looking to pick up a fifer, just like Ollie Robinson, who's just brought back into the England setup. He's picked up 5 wickets, and to my surprise this morning, I saw the keeper standing up to the stumps. But yet they said it was a great comeback by Ollie Robinson, but he took 5 wickets. And
How fast was Robinson bowling at the time?
78 miles an hour.
78.
The highest he went to is about 80, 81.
And the keeper was under the stumps.
And Smith was on the stumps and Smith bowled 78 miles an hour.
Okay. You were a bit of a keeper yourself. Would you stand
A
up
bit.
to a bowler bowling 79, 80 miles an hour? Were you comfortable doing that, or have you ever done
in
that?
my days, we didn't know how fast he was bowling.
Okay. So who would be the fastest bowler that you would have stood up to, that you can think of?
I never really stood up to medium paces, to fast bowlers actually.
Okay.
Just to the regular spinner, that was the normal drill.
Yeah.
You know, you had guys who weren't that quick, but you still give them the opportunity to bowl and attack the stumps.
Yeah.
Sometimes when keepers come up for the medium paces, it takes away
from them.
from them.
affects
You know,
them,
some
yeah.
people say it pushes the batter into the crease, but there's some batters that are happy to see the keeper standing up because then the bowler is on a tight rope.
Yeah. I remember way back, maybe, I'm not even sure if you were wrong then. I was just a teenager myself. And I saw, was it Finley standing up to Grayson Shillingford? I don't know if you ever seen Grayson Shillingford bowl.
But
He
that's
was
before
medium
my
fast.
time.
Yeah, medium fast.
I don't know what is medium fast.
Well, okay, let's see if I can compare him. Remember, this would be purely from my observation.
And then the 1970s,
I can't talk about the gun as in relation to him or anybody in that era. But let's see, in the current crop of bowlers, let's see, maybe what a Kemar Roach is now. Not Kemar Roach when he was
Yes,
really quick, but the
understand.
Kemar Roach of today. He probably would have been around that pace.
I know I wouldn't keep him to that pace. But obviously Finley was a class act.
Oh
a very
yes, he
good
was.
keeper.
He was. Yeah.
So I like what Gill's doing here. I like what Rashad Gill is doing. Sorry, he's pushing the batters back onto the stumps and then looking to come full. So he has a good bowling plan at the moment.
That's the other thing, you know. I watched the speed gun yesterday when a number of various bowlers were bowling. And
That's in England? Test
yeah,
match?
in test match in England.
Yeah.
And I think you would agree that the bowlers on both sides, for the most part, are pretty good at that level. Pretty good test bowlers on both sides. There, both teams have.
Yeah, Nathan Smith from New Zealand.
He's probably the most recent and probably
Yeah,
the least experienced.
And he's aggressive too.
Yeah.
He's taken over from the Neil Wagner.
Yeah.
He's that aggressive type of medium pacer.
I'm trying to remember which ball it was that bowled a batsman a full-length delivery, and it was recorded at 123, somewhere around there.
But those are good numbers.
Well, 123 kilometers. So I mean, that was not. You're talking about 130 plus when you're talking about really,
But
really
we look
quick.
at Nathan Smith, not so?
I don't remember.
Or Carl Jameson.
I don't remember which bowls it was, to be honest. But the point I'm making is that it made me watch the gun even more. And I wouldn't say what it taught me, because I would have picked up that long ago, but it provided some evidence if I decided at that point to record those numbers and against what we were seeing, the quality of the bowling. The point I'm making is that there's a belief in the region by some people that you've got to bowl really, really fast to be effective. And people like Curtly Ambrose have made the point that you don't. You don't necessarily have to be a terrier fast bowler to be effective. And we continually complain about, maybe if you use Roach as the example, the biggest criticism I've heard of people believing that Roach's pass is best is because he's not as quick as he was before. You know, so what I'm saying is that we tend to equate pace and effectiveness.
Yeah, Roach is effective. He's an effective fast bowler. And when you look at Ollie Robertson in this test match, he's an effective fast bowler. He's not express pace, but he's effective to pick up 5 wickets at Lords in your first test match in 4 years. It just showed, although the surface is a little, give and take, but his consistency looks good.
Now, if you're talking about 79, 80, 81, around there, from memory, using the gun, that's like where Pedro Collins would have been. You look surprised.
Yeah, I am surprised.
I've seen him up there. I mean, maybe you've played with him.
Yeah, I played with him.
And you don't think he was up there very often, or you think he was faster than
I
that?
thought he was faster than that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to argue with that. I thought you were suggesting that it was giving him too much credit.
No. I
Yeah.
it's Saturday night. I think.
Yeah.
I
No,
think
you're right.
Collins
There are
can
times when he would have gone
Yeah.
beyond that. You're
Yeah.
quite right.
Yeah.
But
But as
what?
you grow up, Philip, you slow down.
Yeah, but right. So what I'm saying is that people would think that you need to be a Michael Holden, a Andy Roberts, Malcolm Marshall, hitting hard for 90 and that sort of thing. And that's the evidence is there that that's not necessarily so.
Once you have good control, once you know which line and lamps to bowl, you can be effective. The wind is howling here.
My apologies to Pedro. Actually, he was one of my favorite bowlers of his era.
It's blown my Surrey hat over here because today is the 75th birthday of my friend David Brooks, who's passed away. He's a Surrey member like myself. So I decided to honor him by wearing a Surrey cap. And the wind
And
is
allowed
struck to my
it
right.
to blow it, Philip?
Yeah, but it won't move. Surrey's on solid ground.
I see. Okay. If you say so.
Yeah,
I'll accept that.
Yeah, only continues from the southern end. Spotted to Drake's. And Drake's
Ooh.
is just officially, and the fielder there at mid wicket, he went to ground before the ball got to him.
Wow. Should have had a run out there, I believe, but the umpire is obviously not convinced
I don't think he had the ball in
that
his hand.
the fielder had the ball in his hand. He's
Yes,
trying to
he's trying to
convince the
tell him,
umpire
yeah.
now, but
Yeah.
I've hardly ever seen that work, Philo. Once an umpire or referee make a
But he's
decision.
going over to the square leg umpire to ask a question, Mr. Codgington,
Well,
and I think
Let's-
they should go a little closer to have that discussion
I
rather
would
than
think
having
so.
it at that distance.
and he's from what he's indicating, he's clearly in doubt about if the ball was cleanly taken by the bowler.
Winning this down.
He's still convinced that from this distance, which and we are further away than both umpires. From this distance, it looked as though he messed it up.
Yeah, it looks so as well.
we would need
Don't
to
know if we can
see.
get a replay
I
on
don't know
that.
if we will have a replay on that.
But
But,
Drake's was contented with a single. Obviously, boys pushed him for that second one, and then the boys going to the danger and almost lost his wicket by the run-out route.
Well, I think I have to give the umpires credit for that, though, because, I mean, if you're not sure, you know what you're supposed to do
Yeah, benefit goes to the batter.
to the batsman.
Understand it.
And yes, and if you watch the replay, is that the replay? Let's
Yes,
see.
this
Yes,
is the
coming
replay
back.
now. You see,
Yes, that's tricky. That's
Yeah.
tricky.
the ball is not in his hand.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think he
hit
tried to
parry
he
it
parry onto the stumps, but
and it didn't work.
the umpire probably felt
Yeah,
the stump was
good
wicked.
decision
Yeah,
by-
you
by
couldn't give
Codgington.
that out, really. I mean, watching it on the replay, we can't even be 100% sure that all was well. So the umpire having one look at it, I don't think you can blame the umpires there.
Clearly, he's falling.
Even if subsequent evidence showed they got it wrong, you can't blame them. You
No.
can't blame them there. You can't give that out on that evidence.
But I like the control of Tariq O'Neill from the southern end. I like the guile that he possesses. Obviously, getting the ball to drift, getting the ball to off break from the side of the off stump, causing a lot of doubt. That ball was just pushed nicely into the offside by Drakes. Again, he's not bowling with a backward point, so there's loads of space, and he just eased it into the offside and pick up a single. So Drakes have to be the one to build this partnership, and he has to be the main focus of scoring. Boys can bat, there's no doubt about that, but Drakes will be the one you're looking to the experience to really push on and try to get wonders into the safety zone. At 71 for 5, trailing by 221 runs, there's still a lot of batting that Wonders have to do.
I've always been impressed with Tariq O'Neill. I think he's suffering from the fact, if you want to call it suffering, of the strength of the Wildey attack and the spin strength as well.
But
Doesn't always get a lot of bowling.
But what I like about Jerome Jones, as I keep saying, he's a left arm spinner, Jerome Jones.
Uh-huh.
But he doesn't bowl a lot. He's given the ball to the junior bowlers, and he's given Tariq O'Neill the opportunity to lead this obviously he started from the southern end, but give him the confidence to bowl. Now we're going to see Desmond Currency coming in from the northern end to replace Jill. So you can see that he's trying to get his junior bowlers to get into the habit of bowling. He doesn't want to come and hog the bowling, as you were saying, Barbados. So he's giving the younger guys the opportunity to bowl. And this is going to be a good change, a good challenge as well. Desmond Currency, a very good left arm orthodox spinner, similar to Jerome Jones, that he'll be operating from the northern end. And Jonathan Drakes will be facing, and he's moved up quite nicely. He's 22 from 48 balls, but still a mountain to climb for Wanderers.
Phil, I realize that you seem pretty impressed with Jerome Jones, and I can understand that. There's a program that comes on VOB called Living Sport. It normally comes on this Saturday when the new series starts, so 1:15. We'll get back to that after this delivery. And for one of the earlier programs in the season, it will rarely be the first one, I chatted with Jerome Jones, and we talked about the championship winning performance last year, and I was quite impressed with this whole thought process, how he goes about thinking the game.
You gotta remember he was a left arm seamer.
Of course.
And then
I remember him from school days.
He's downgraded himself to a left arm orthodox spinner. But his leadership skills stands out. You can see he's the leader. You can see he gets the Wildey players to execute as he insists.
The thing about it is that he's not necessarily given up on his own individual progress, if you will. Not that is something foremost in his mind and he goes out there every day looking to impress someone, but he recognizes that, well, there's life, there's hope. And so recognizing that and still being unselfish enough to develop the younger players around him, I think that's admirable.
Yeah, it is admirable. You know, he's put the team first rather than individuals. And once the team does well, he looks good as a leader.
I basically think that's a big part of what leadership is about.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think unfortunately in this part of the world, maybe other parts as well, we tend to often look at the leader or look for the leader among the best player. You know, but to my mind, the ability to be a top batsman or a top bowler, totally different skills to being a top leader. Yeah. And there are times when your top batsman will be your top leader, or your top bowler will be your top leader. But I don't think that we go about, I think, sometimes too often looking at or expecting that your top player will be your captain, and that's not my personal understanding of leadership. Meanwhile, let me just remind our viewers that this stream is being brought to you compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association.
Yeah, we want to thank the Barbados Cricket Association for this initiative, this 2026 Elite Division season. I think this Elite Division is paramount to the progress and development of Barbados cricket, and to get it out there for the eyes to see, I think is important. The noise you're hearing in our mics is that they're trimming a tree at Paho to our left. It sounds like motorcycles, but it's just a tree being cut to our left, so you get that constant buzzing noise, like these motorcycles they have on the roads now for that.
Well, yes.
And it looks like mahogany, so maybe they'll be taking it to a good woodworker to develop some good cheers or something. Oh, very badly missed. Full length delivery and driven by boys down to Jerome Jones. We were just speaking about him as a leader, and that ball just went straight through him and down to
That's a good thing we weren't big enough as a fielder.
As a leader. So welcome boundary for Wanderers. Boyce again showing his intent to score. Once the ball is offline, he's looking to put back on ball. So welcome boundary. And a good challenge too as well. Because now he's going to tell Tariq, you need to be on point, because if you're offline, Boyce is going to look to punish you.
I'm going to pick on your experience as a captain, Philo, after this delivery from Mr. O'Neill, who's in the midst of a very good spell here. And almost identical stroke. Well, he gets a chance to redeem himself. How often does that happen? Not very often that you get a chance to redeem yourself very next delivery. But obviously when a fielder is falling short of expectations, not unusual to get maybe a stare from the captain. And if I know Philo Wallace, I believe you would have dished out a couple of those in your day.
Play it. Beautiful shot. Short delivery. And Boyce just going on to the back foot, giving some room with say legs to it. Just hit it in front of point.
Gil did well to get
Gil
around
ran it
to
from extra cover.
send a decent
You
return.
know, it's
on the
really,
bounce.
it's really difficult with his field placings. Philip, when you played international cricket and then you come down to first class cricket, and then when you see players misfield, and it boggles your mind, because when you get to the first class level, misfielding is a no-no, because all the games are played on the international venues, and there are no bumps or rocks on international venues. So to misfield at an international venue is
It's rare.
it's very rare.
Yeah.
If you look at this outfield at Dallas Road, the only green areas around is around the pitches. So that's where water is. All the other parts is a green patch of grass just behind just behind backward square here. But all the other areas are brown. So you would expect balls to bubble on this and fielders to misfield.
And what I really was going to ask you though, when you messed up as captain in the field,
You look at yourself twice. Yeah, you look at yourself, because the captain sets the standards. So I can remember we had a game in Barbados. I can't remember who we were playing, but Sulman Ben was at mid-off. He misfielded about 3 balls at Kensington Oval, and he had me mind boggled, because I want to know why he's misfielding the ball. So I told him going to gully. So he said I misfield at mid-off and you're putting me at gully. I said, yeah, because if you don't watch the ball at gully, you will get killed. And he turned out to be a good gully fielder.
okay, so that was it. That's the
But obviously, you know, that's the way how the cookie crumbles as Desmond Currency continues from the northern end. Boys starting now to get a move on. He's moved up to 10 from 19 balls. That score is 77. Not all the woods yet, still trail by 215. But you're seeing a bit more intent in scoring from the Wanderers spear.
I'm glad you told me that story though, Philo, because I recognize Sulman Ben as a pretty good gully fielder. I didn't know you were responsible for it.
No, he's responsible, you know, because if he didn't catch the ball there, but then they would not have been the Sulman Ben. So everything that he has achieved is down to him.
Okay. You just give him the opportunity.
Yeah, beautiful flowing drive, but again, man, just extra cover outside the 30-yard circle there, which is Craig Sighill, the coach. No run resulting. So Drake's looking to break free. Don't want to be bogged down too much by Desmond Currency.
Well, these two spinners are in the midst of Currency has just come in, but already they're in the midst of a good spell. Tariq O'Neill has been going quite well for a while now, and Wonder is looking to counter. And by counter, I don't mean counter attack. I mean looking to find a way to survive, to get through it.
There's a challenge here. Obviously, the spinners have come in and stemmed the flow of runs. Drakes has been hitting the ball quite nicely in this over so far from Currency, but has not scored. And that would be the back of his mind. Played some crispy drives, but no runs resulting. So this is good control bowling and good cricket. Now, they've been asking the question if they bring the man from the mid-wicket over to the offside to strengthen it, because he's bowling to a slip, backward point, extra cover, short extra cover, and a long off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket, and a back pad on the leg side. So good field placing, good control bowling from Desmond Currency. He's not allowing Jonathan Drakes to score.
So just one delivery left in the over. And after this over, we're going to have a change in commentators and more Goodridge Boyce and Philip Spooner.
Yes, Desmond Currency continues to bowl very well. Good control. Obviously, it's a spin attack now. Desmond Currency from the north and O'Neill from the south has put a bit of brakes on the Wanderers batting. Obviously, stopped them from scoring as they try to rustle their way out of this precarious position that they find themselves at 77 for 5.
Thank you so much, Philip and Philo. Yeah, Wanderers spot a bowler, 77 for 5. Tariq O'Neill has been a menace to this Wanderers team. 4 for 24. Into his 11th over now.
Cat among the pigeons. scoring. They're not scoring freely, and the pressure is building from both ends. There's nothing in the something column, and they're going slowly. And that's building pressure. O'Neal continues to operate. Accuracy is his main focus. He obviously can get it to spin, but he believes in starting wicket to wicket, forcing batsmen to play.
Yeah, this has been a very good over from him, as well as we've seen some very good deliveries. Ian Boyce on strike, scored 10 so far, having faced 24. Final ball of the over. Ends with a dot. So it's a maiden. And yeah, claps all around in the field because yeah, Wildey are pumped up. Yeah, 26 overs gone. And this the Wanderers batting innings.
Yeah, going at under 3 and over is on a good pitch where there are no terrors. Is slow. In the first innings, for example, Wildey galloped along at 5 and over at one stage, and there was some enterprise. There was some aggression, and batting is a pursuit of runs, even if you have time. So if you're gonna just bat and bat and bat, but you're not scoring, you're building pressure on yourself. I mean, Drake's is a good player. 23 off 61 is slow going, but you can understand why to a certain degree, because he's the linchpin, he's the pillar, and he wants to bat deep. So the others around him have to find ways of getting off strike. But the bowling has been very accurate, and it's building a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Currency's back into his 6th over. Just conceded the 4 runs. Wicketless so far, but has been able to keep the runs at bay.
What it's done is allowed Wildey to set very attacking fields and sort of squeeze the Wanderers batters, and everywhere they look for scoring opportunity, there's none because there's a feeder hunting. And you can get the set. They're chirping now, they're talking, so it's gone from let's look and see what's happening to let's build the pressure, and now the pressure is on. Let's start yapping, making them feel our presence. There you go.
And you just wonder, Philip, at what stage in the game, well, Drake's has been out there since the day's play started this morning, but you often wonder if the scoreboard, and we talk about scoreboard pressure all the time, would it be enough to ask him to change his approach? Has been a bit conservative so far.
Well, he's not doing anything wrong, right? He's building, he's trying to dig them out of the hole that they're in. So you have to earn the right to play his shots. But this is good bowling. There's no doubt. That's a maiden over in a minute, right? From Currency, who is good value, and he's operating in tandem with O'Neal, who is, who's building so much pressure. And 77 for 5 off 27, chasing 290 plus is the pressure is on. But it's good accurate bowling, good field placing. There is pressure on. The fielders are buzzing. They understand what's happening here. They understand the assignment, and time at the wicket will give you more confidence. Boyce looks like he understands what's happening here. He knows what he has to do, and Drake is digging in for the long haul. He wants to bat. He wants, when 5 o'clock comes this evening, that he's still there, and that should mean 100. Catch it.
Catches a cry. Oh yes! O'Neal strikes again, and that's 5 of the best. Celebration all around for Wildey. It's the wicket of Ian Boyce. He goes for 10. 77 for 6.
My God, that's brilliant. You have to admire that and give them Wildey a lot of praise. Look at this. flighted delivery, prodding forward, inside edge, still had some work, and water catch. Diving full stretch, coming up with a handful of ball. That is super impressive. And O'Neal has every right to be running around the field in jubilation, because that is just brilliant. That should be replayed over and over again in terms of commitment and to the cause.
And talk about athleticism. This is absolutely magnificent.
It was hanging there. He could see it. He could smell it. He could taste it. And he got it. He got it in his hands, and he just exploded with exuberance. And O'Neal, 5 wickets. He hasn't conceded any large amount of runs, and good accurate bowling, builds the pressure and forces the error, and backed up again by some outstanding fielding. And this is a champion team. There's no doubt about it. If you came here today and somebody told you these guys are the defending champion, you can see why. They're hunting in packs. It's all out aggression. Spin bowling can be aggressive too, and they're really sucking the blood out of Wanderers. So game very well set up for Wildey, and they're feeding off each other. So excellent stuff.
Take a bit of a break and look back at some of the highlights from previous matches as we have a water break here at Wanderers. So we take you over to another live match going on at the moment. It's Gladiola versus Pickwick.
They're also at a break. We're not seeing any live action, but the competition is really building up nicely. We just heard that Spartan won. Spartan beat YMPC by 10 wickets on by 1 o'clock on day 2. So that's really a match that lasts a day and an hour. And now the Parkites, back up from lower divisions last year, are now leading in the elite. And Spartan, another one of these historic teams. The Wanderers are 1877, Spartan 1893, founded in 1893. So the history of the game lives. But Spartan taking care of business, winning by 10 wickets in Queen's Park. One of the hallowed turfs in our cricket. And now it's a lower division game. Oh, this is the girls. Iris Walker pioneers the future of women's cricket in the region. 64 for 9 in 36.3 overs. I guess Jamal Carter will proudly say he has 5 for 21. Abby Ann Burrows and Chantel Moore. 2 players I've not heard of yet, but as I said, the Irish Walker pioneers are the future of women's cricket in the Caribbean. This is where Haley Matthews and Deandra Doughton, Shakira Selman and Aliyah Aline started. So
all West Indies players.
World Cup winners.
Matthews a star for sure.
World
Speaking
Cup
of West Indies women winning the Tri-Nation Series. Ireland.
Yeah. Matthews again dominating, showing her immense quality, and the others chipping in. Henry looking like she's ready for takeoff. And I get the impression Henry is, in the loading bay with this World Cup coming up next week, ready for takeoff and to become a true international star, which she's very capable of. I think her game is well set up for T20 cricket, that dynamic power hitting that she does, and that very effective seam bowling up front. And in the English conditions at this time of the year, I think she could be a star of this tournament. But lots of cricket to look forward to.
BST, Philip, British Summertime.
Yeah. Viv Richards, 1984, 189 not out at Manchester. Brian Lara, today in history, 501 not out for Durham. Sorry, for Warwickshire against Durham. On this day in 1994, Brian Lara went where no man has gone before. What a player. Brian Charles Lara.
Joshua Corbin, the new batsman for Wanderers. He comes to the middle with his team in big trouble, 77 for 6. Tariq O'Neill to continue.
Wow, you saw that. That went the other way. And the batsman adjusted the shot. I think O'Neill is going to eat these. Sorry to say it, but this looks quite uncertain here.
Play and a miss.
Yeah, this guy Corbin has not, as they used to say, he has not suggested permanence. Looks like he's going to have a dash. There's a mid-wicket on the boundary out there waiting if he gets it wrong in the cow corner region. So let's see. There's a cat on a hot tin roof. this guy Corbin.
This could be fun.
Yeah. This is the entertainment we came for. I don't know how long it will last, but if it's a matinee, let it be worth it.
Well, he's faced 3 balls, Joshua Corbin, and
Each one eventful.
yeah.
Oh my God. It's fair to say that Corbin has not seen anything like this before. He doesn't know which way the ball is turning, and his shot selection is at best iffy.
Corbin survives.
Just
Another wicket maiden for O'Neill, 77 for 6.
yeah, O'Neill continues to run rings around the Wanderers batsmen. I mean, they don't seem to know what he's doing, even though he's not. I don't want to say he's not doing a lot, but he's more consistent than he is a big spin of the ball, and he prides himself on his accuracy and his variations, the change of pace, and the way he builds the pressure. And you say you bat in partnerships, but you also bowl in partnerships. And earlier there was good seam bowling from left armer Gill rather, and since then Currency has backed it up. Currency's good value for money. None for 4 or 6.
I like the play on words there, Currency.
Yeah, I had that in my bag all week.
You had it right down,
Yeah.
Philip?
Yeah, I had that written down all week, hoping that he didn't. So this Currency Barnett that with NPC, they got devalued today by Sparta, and there's also a young lady called Currency in the Iris Walker Pioneers. So there's Currency here, there, and everywhere of varying value.
Lots of money going around.
Yeah, cricket is a game of glorious money. Yeah, Drates is really digging in here, but he's not going anywhere. 23 now, and he scored 2 runs in the last 22 balls he's faced. So I think he's in trying to build an innings. He's found himself in a hole, but the other problem is that he's not getting any support at the other end, and they're just coming and going. They're coming and going like tourists. And every time he thinks he can get a single, there's somebody fielding there. So imagine you found yourself in a lion cage, and the lion is there eyeing you up. There's no respite. Again, I mean, and Wildey, to their credit, fielded well and bowled well, but there's still a mid-wicket on the boundary and it's long off on the boundary who, if you think about it, don't have any work. If they came in tighter and build more pressure, or tuck into the onside no run, and drive to mid-off, he wouldn't get a run. So there's still a lot more pressure that they can build. There you go. You see what I mean? If mid-off was in a normal position, that's a dot ball again. And I would have had my mid-off up saving one. So that's releasing a bit of pressure there under the circumstances, and Drake's finally gets the run.
78 for 6. Want to remind our viewers and listeners that this broadcast is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association. Yeah, doing its part, and a very fantastic part in ensuring that the Barbados cricket can be seen and viewed throughout the world. So thanks to our friends at the BCA, Stephen Leslie and Sherry Ross, doing a fantastic job in the marketing department. O'Neill is back. It's a boundary from Drakes. Clever. And welcome runs for Wanderers.
Yeah, finally some enterprise from Drake's, getting down low and sweeping far away from deep square, and it sped into the boundary, really, into the wall at the Stephen Farmer end. So he's sort of giving himself a little freedom.
That is a good shot. Back-to-back boundaries for Drakes.
He's made up his mind that he has to do something here. He just can't bat balls and bat all day and don't score. The wickets will fall at the other end the way the Wildey bowlers are going, and Drake's a good enough player to, to play with this kind of freedom and express himself. Two very good shots. One on the leg side, as I said, go down low and paddle, and the other one expansive drive over the extra cover region, and that was always going to be one result, 4 runs. 2 good shots.
Yeah, better there from O'Neill. Haven't seen the first 2 balls of his over going for boundaries.
Back to the block party. Besides, he's had 2 boundaries, and that's enough enterprise, and he's going to just continue to build. And good experience batting from a good quality player. Drake's, member of the senior Barbados team, played for West Indies on the 19 team. He's been around for a long time. Close, catchable.
Seems like we have a third commentator, Philip.
Oh yeah, youngster. It's good. We should get him on and let him tell us his thoughts on this situation.
Yeah, over comes to an end. 87 for 6. One of the better overs for Wanderers.
These figures make interesting reading. So we've got O'Neill 13 overs, all from 1 and all chiming, just chiming it out. And he's 5 for 33 off 13, and then the other currency going at under or running over, and just building pressure. And I was looking at who's to come for Wanderers, and I don't think it's over yet, because we got Ray Matthews, who I believe is next in, and last week he made a swashbuckling partnership in the 50 over game, and nearly won it for Wanderers. So indeed won it for Wanderers. So there's still some batting left. So Wildey still have some work to do, but they're clearly in the ascendancy, there's no doubt. But with Drake's digging in and really looking to go deep and go big, and the player, the quality of Matthews still to come, there's a lot of life left.
Still trailing by 205 runs, Wanderers.
can't take any chances with currency. You can't miss. He's dead-eye dick here. You miss, you're out. Clearly. You don't want to be going back because you miss one of these, you're dead. He's none for 5 off 7.3.
Yeah, that one a bit wider.
Yeah. He tried to Winston Reed there. Tried to take you fuller and wider, but Drake's not tempted. And cover comes in off the boundary, so Captain Jones reading the player. Mid-off comes in off the boundary as well, and I like this. I think this is the move. They're not scoring. They're not thinking of scoring. Squeeze them. And Jones leading in front. Yep. No, straight to the field. That was a single 2 balls ago.
Yep.
But you see the pressure being built, and he's going to have to try to find another scoring avenue. That could spell danger.
Made an over. Wanderers under immense pressure. 87 for 6.
This is why cricket is such a unique sport. They call it, cricket and golf, 2 sports that have this kind of ebb and flow and this kind of intensity. Now, nothing is really happening for an innocent observer, but so much is happening because it's the intrigue of the battle, and left arm spinner now going 4 consecutive maiden overs, building so much pressure, and the question being asked every ball of the batsman: are you brave enough to step out and try to hit me over the top? Are you good enough to attempt something like that? And this is where the pressure builds and the intrigue of the game becomes so wonderful to watch.
Ooh.
Can't describe that. And nobody can imagine what happened. Something has been said in the middle that's got the feelers in stitches.
Yeah, O'Neill continues to toil away.
Oh no.
And Corbin is off the mark.
Oh, this is what cricket. You don't give up that single under no circumstances. He's under so much pressure. O'Neill wheeling away, and all the emotional energies being expended into this one moment, and he literally jukes it into the offside and scampers a single. It looked like he just hit. In his eyes, he hit the winning run in the World Cup finally. He was off to the other end like a hare.
Yeah, fine leg coming around.
Brilliant work. Brilliant work. Strong arm. Wow, he caught that back in the flash. Yeah, Drake's realizing against O'Neill you have to mix it up, and the sweep shot. The sweep shot is a get out of jail. His get out of jail stroke. Well, Corbin, it's a juke into the offside and run for all you've got. But this is the intrigue of the game. How do you combat an opponent that's all over you? But Corbin needs to just bat balls, just stay at the wicket with Drake. It's going to be tough, it's hard, but you've got to find that inner element and just hang in there for as long as you can until you feel confident and comfortable enough to express yourself. But for the moment, just hang around, stay in the game. This is more of a mental than a physical battle. There's nothing wrong with making ugly runs as long as you're there to make runs. You don't make runs in the pavilion. So you play a cold swipe when you get out. Then what do you tell your mates?
Over comes to an end, just the 2 off of it. 89 for 6. 32 overs gone. This is the Wanderers batting innings.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Corbin, he doesn't look, like a stroke maker in the class of Drake's, but he doesn't need to be. He just needs to, dig in and be there. Be there when the bell is called at tea, and knowing that You know, that he's got another hour to go, and he has to be thinking that way. Can I survive here for an hour with Drake? Can I support him? It's 89 now. The next milestone, okay, can we get to 100 without losing another wicket? Get to 125, and then we bat for tea. So we fight back, and that's the way you got to think.
And the spinners continue to reduce the run scoring. Yeah, there you see a bit of hesitation, and they're so anxious and eager to add every single run to the scoreboard, this Wanderers team. That was never a run.
Never. I could only have one way out.
So did good, but it's going straight to the fielder.
We just got some news. Jason Holder appointed captain of LA Knight Riders. Major League Cricket, we all know Jason Holder is a Wanderers man. Groomed here from the age group cricket under Ricky Clark. Reached the top of world cricket as #1 all-rounder in Test cricket. West Indies captain in all 3 formats. World Cup winner. Jason Holder done it all. And now appointed captain of LA Knight Riders from Major League Cricket in the good old USA in the coming weeks. So congrats again to Jason, and the question is, what hasn't he achieved in recent times? I'm sure he's somewhere on a golf course right now enjoying his relaxation.
Yeah, it's another over. Another maiden. 89 for 6.
Yeah.
Jonathan Drakes continues to be the man. Wanderers, 34 from 91. Mosley, 21. Shem Watson, 13. Nobody else really has come to the party.
Yes, it's anything but a party, this one. There's no jamming until the break of dawn here. 89 for 6, not good reading, but Drake stands. He's standing up, and he's there for the fight. He hasn't looked troubled at all. That's the thing about it. Is as much as there's pressure and he's not scoring as freely as he would like, he's never looked in trouble. He looks quite comfortable.
Will land safe. We'll come back for 2 as well. Somebody says 3. That's not going to happen.
When you say land safe, and as you say that Virgin Atlantic is heading in, looking to land safely at Grantley Adams International, but that's another how should I describe it? Unconvincing wahoo from Corbin. He needs to settle down here a bit. There's no need to go anywhere here, right? Yeah, he's under pressure. I think he's trying to lash his way out of the pressure situation, but I'm sure Drakes is telling him, come on, just hang in there with me, just stay with me. Oh, dear.
As in the air again. That 2 is safe, and they run 2 again, so it is working for Corbin.
Only just. That just eluded the scampering fielders running back from slip and an extra cover, and the deep cover galloping around to his left. But this tactic is fraught with danger, unfortunately, for Corbin. There's only so much he's going to get away with. O'Neill is accurate, and if he gets one to deviate, certainly it will be the inside edge and knock the stumps over. And if he keeps hitting it in the air, it's bound to find a fielder sooner or later.
Yeah, under 200 runs now required.
Oh my.
That's gone all the way.
I was so wrong. I was so wrong that
Corbin to entertain.
yeah, Corbin deciding that attack was the best form of defense, like the New York Knicks. And he threw the kitchen sink at that one. It was in the air for a long time. And the question was, where would it come down? And it came down. It came down at the foot of the side screen at the Prof Edwards end. So Corbin lives. Too close.
Better strokes now from Corbin as well. The confidence is growing with every run.
Yeah, O'Neal might be tiring a bit as well. He has been going for a while now. He's from the start of play, we're now 90 minutes into the day. So he could be tiring, he's human. And that brought up the 100 for Wanderers. 6 down, 33.4 overs, so slow going, but they're still going. And Corbin has found something in it. Oh, this is better. Oh, this is class.
Glorious shot from Drakes to end the over. And 104 for 6 no Wanderers. And this is where we take another commentary change.
Yeah, so clearly Drake's feeding off Corbin's energy. And Corbin coming and thumping a few, including a big 6, towering 6, into the pavilion at this Richard Prof Edwards end, and then Drake's rather another sumptuous extra cover drive that sped away into the boundary. So Wanderers fighting back, 104 for 6, and it's not all one-sided traffic. O'Neal going and going, 5 for 50 or 15. Maybe it's time for a break for him. And I hand you over to Philip Hackett and Philo Alfonso Wallace.
Counter-attack by Joshua Corbin. Jonathan Drake still hanging in there for the Wanderers side, and this is where the experience of Jonathan Drake, a Barbados player, is so important to the situation here. Wanderers find themselves in at 104 for 6, replying to 292 as currency continues. Trailed by 188. The follow-on target here will be 150. And another 4 wickets to fall, so that could be touch and go, Philo.
Yes, Philip. Good afternoon to you. And he's out. Corbin looking to essay a cut. Then on to the back foot. Typical wicketkeeper. Looking to cut the ball very close to him, taking the bottom edge, and a good catch that slipped there by Josh Shadorn. And Wanderers has lost his 7th wicket at 104. But we saw in the previous over some good shots from Jonathan Drake. Obviously, he has to lead the batting. Philip, if they're going to save the follow-on, Jonathan Drake will have to be the one to do most of the scoring. Because there isn't a lot of batting left. Where Matthews had a good knock last weekend. He got 82, I think it is, against Wildey, yes.
Against Pickwick.
Pickwick, yes.
In the 50 over. Your secret weapon?
I was seeing last week. He batted well, actually. I'm very impressed with the way he batted. He had a good match, actually. Although he get 3 wickets for a lot of runs, but he came out and he batted really well. So this is going to be another challenge for him. He has the presence of Joshua Drake.
If you see the replay.
Typical keeper, ball too close.
Yeah.
Too close to him. Well, he could have gone forward, allowed the ball to spin away and go through to the keeper, but he looked to cut. And in drawing himself away from the ball, obviously the ball took the bottom edge of the bat. And Josh Adorn has a very easy catch, actually.
He must be saying slip is the easiest place in the world to field.
In this match. I think he prefers the field that slip than to be on the outfield, actually.
Yeah, well, especially if they're going to come that easy.
Yeah, so Matthews is going to obviously join Drake. Drake is batting well. He's not out on 38, yes, from 92 balls, and some 5 fours. seems to be, to be getting into a nice rhythm. But losing wickets around a batter that is in always poses problems.
Well, especially when you lose them that way. Not maybe recognizing the various rules and what is required by the team at any given time.
We keep using this word rules. I think a batter is supposed to bat.
Well, the rule changes according to the situation of the game. What it was suggesting, and feel free to disagree, but what it was suggesting was that Drakes is the batsman, well entrenched, and one might argue the better player. And there's some who believe that maybe he's the one who should take the initiative. Of course, the other school of thought is that Drakes maybe should drop anchor and let Corbin, if he so desires, to be the one to take any chances. And I suspect that may very well be the nature of the partnership between Ray Matthews and Drakes, because whenever I've seen Ray Matthews bat, he bats as though he wants to score very quickly. Let's put it that way.
Driven first ball, driven down to long off. He picked up his first run, Ray Matthews.
In fact, the field that's set for him would suggest that
Yes,
the Wildey camp, that's also their experience with him. And they should know because he's actually played for them already.
Yeah, obviously
So,
he likes to flex his muscles. I don't know.
That's
I don't know
another
if he has a lot
good
of
way of
muscles to
putting it.
flex. Courtesy to Drakes, Drakes come forward.
And it's interesting that the field came in significantly for the batsman who has been there longer. So clearly, the plan recognizes that Matthews is a guy who likes to get up and go.
At 105 for 7, he still wants to get up and go.
Well, as I said, based on my previous experience seeing him, that's how he bats. I'm not suggesting that it has been with a great degree of success, but that's his approach based on what I've seen.
Yes.
Now, if he will adopt a different role today, we'll have to wait and see.
I think we will see. The thing about Desmond Currency, Philip, he's into his 10th over. He's only gone for 6 runs, and he's picked up that 1 wicket. He's been very mingy, as one would say, from the northern end. Not giving anything away, but a good foil from the bowler from the top end as well. So this is what you want. This is what you call bowling partnerships. Where one bowler tends to seal off an end, and you get the other bowler from the other end, obviously doing all the work, looking to get the wickets. It is not being selfish, it's just what the team requires. And Desmond Currency has come in and he's filled that role quite nicely.
That word roll again.
Now, if you're talking about roles, a lot of roles have been going around. People even been rolling.
Do you ever see yourself as a batter, as a batsman? I changed that very quickly from batter because you would not have known about the term batter in your day.
But all is bad.
Yeah.
They just had to put term what was a man.
Well, fair enough. So, have you ever seen or found yourself in a role other than what came natural to you?
Well, when I played
cricket, we all know what that is. Anyone who knows for what it is.
When I played cricket, it was about batting. You had to work out the situation. Obviously, there's sometimes you play as an opening batter, you send the team in, you bowl them out, and then so you have an hour to bat. Obviously, you can't go after the bowler, you have to bat for survival. Yes, sometimes you try to be aggressive in those short periods of play, just to push the bowlers away from you. But you still have to be cognizant that you have to save them. You've got to survive to come back the next day. And then there's some situations where you can go on a pitch and you find it placid and you can go and express yourself, in a quick time. So it is understanding. I think that the modern day players, to me, don't understand pitches. And they don't understand match situation. They will see it in front of them, but they don't understand how to approach it.
How it impacts them.
And they don't know how good a pitch is, and they don't know how to bat accordingly. Now this is a good batting pitch. But the wonders batters that have gotten out to some injudicious shots. Jonathan Drakes has applied himself well. But if you settle down on this surface here, this pitch at Wonders, you can score runs. Yes, you're going to get a lot of slow stuff. But once you have the ability to bat, you can score.
So to what extent, when you played, did the team, the coach, whether it was the coach, or did the team come together, or the senior members, to issue instructions? For example, you give a situation where you may bowl out a team, and there's an hour left. Would someone normally, I'm not talking when you were captain necessarily, because if you're a captain, then you're captain. But when you were not captain, were there times when the captain or the manager or some senior person would come to you and say, well, look, Philo, you know, it's only 45 minutes left, so don't try anything too ambitious? Or did you have
That
a team
was-
meeting to decide well, how we're going to approach
There
it?
was no team meeting to approach 45 minutes of batting. It came
Well,
down
not
to-
necessarily 45
it
minutes
came
batting,
down-
but I'm
it
talking
came
about a
down-
situation.
no, it came down to common sense, you know.
Uh,
And you as a player, you have to work out how you're going to approach it out there. And if it is 45 minutes to bat, you know you have to bat for survival, to come
Okay.
back the next day, to
Right.
put your team in a better position. Because we always were told when we were playing, as particularly as openers, that you have to lay a foundation for your teammates to come and build on.
Uh-huh.
So if 45 minutes is where you have to dig, you have to dig for 45 minutes to come back the next day, then to put whatever other mortar or whatever it is you're going to put on top of that. But you have to look at the situation.
Uh-huh.
And to me, today, Wanderers batters have come to this ground. They know that they're in a deficit,
Uh-huh.
but the application is not there. And that is where I am seeing the void in the ability of the younger players and those who have played yesteryear. That's the void, the ability to work out game situations and bat for team. And I find that the younger players don't bat for team, they bat for self. So if I want to hit a six, I hit a six. But if you hit a six and get out, the team is in trouble. But I hit a six, that kind of attitude. What Jonathan Drakes is doing there, 38 from 95, but he realizes the importance of spending time at the crease. Yes, he has to try and build a partnership, but you have to try to eke yourself out of that, out to a score where you don't want to be asked to bat again.
I suppose another factor going through the mind of Drex as well is that there's also the time element, so that even if you don't get yourself out of trouble by having a strong response, if you can eat some time as well, then that may be critical tomorrow if you're trying to save the game.
I don't know eating time. I know you eat food, but your bat time. Just need to bat and bat and bat and bat. And I just said you're already seeing it. If Wanderers can finish the day's play, this hypothetical. Right.
I suspect it's going to be very hypothetical
Yes,
what you're about to say.
All the letters are 8. Right? And 180.
Oh.
They can come back tomorrow and bat again. 180 for 8 maybe. You never know with this cricket. But you come back tomorrow and bat again. But if you get ball out here this evening, you give Wildey the opportunity to dictate what they're going to do.
Especially before tea.
Yeah, you give Wildey the opportunity to dictate what they want to do. Wildey can bat for an hour and a half, look to get some runs, and then put you in and try to do what they've done with you last week. You lose some quick wickets and put pressure going into the final day. So Drake is obviously thinking about occupation and scoring, while you have Ray Matthews at the other end. As you said, the field is spread, so the invitation to hit is there. Will he take it the challenge, or will he look up, see what Drake is doing and try to work the game, his batting around what the team requires?
Pick up some singles down to long on and long off until he settles at least. Late decision there, he thought.
But an important single.
Yeah.
It is, you don't want the bowler to bowl an entire over at you unless they're good deliveries. That one was just slightly flighty. He got the inside edge. He hit it through the offside, but hit the inner portion of the bat and came down to mid-on, who was on his heels, and he called for a single. Rotation, the strike, as you said. Those singles are important. And as you said before, the field is spread far
So
away.
you've got the long
For
off,
real,
long
real,
on, deep straight mid-wicket, deep forward mid-wicket, deep extra cover. In fact, almost everyone is deep.
And you would never believe that Desmond Curtis has bowled 8 overs for 10 runs. 8 overs, 11 overs for 7 runs, sorry. You would never believe that with the field spread far and wide. 11 overs for 7 runs. You have a long off, a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep back wrist square. A man on a point boundary. You would never believe that. So it just goes to show that when you're looking at it, it's a little difficult. This is Super Blend Gladiola. They played against ASC Pickwick. You know, number 36 is Tino Best.
Well, I didn't need to see the
Rashawn
middle stump knock
Ramsey.
out of the
and
ground.
he's going to go up mid-wicket and he's going to say, look at what I've done.
Well, there are two things there. You said number 36 on his back.
It's
That was not significant for me.
It's Tino Best.
The approach, seeing a fast bowler running with that purpose and intensity, that would tell you that's a Tino Best. And
That's
then
why 36 is
the
Tino
middle
Best.
stump knocked out of the ground, and if bowler bring that to the attention of those who may have missed it,
No.
you know that's Tino Best.
That's Tino Best, number 36. And he's still, obviously, he's playing his straight at ESF with Pickwick, leading the attack, actually. And he's picked up what? He's picked up 2 wickets for 5 runs, and he's in his 3rd over. So he's enjoying it over there at Rice's.
And that's the thing I find amazing about Tino Best. At 44, 45, and he's still enjoying his cricket.
He's fit for that.
Yes.
That's the key. Fitness is the key. Yeah. Once you're fit, you can enjoy a lot of things that you want to do.
But I'll leave you to elaborate on that.
I'm not elaborating. I'm putting the punctuation
Okay,
with the first stop. You see, Captain Jones picks up the ball from the southern end. Belatedly, I think that I thought that one ended up going maybe 2 overs too many. So Jones has decided it's his turn now. So you have the spin duo, left arm spin Jones, tall, well-built captain bowling from that southern end. And that ball is short and cut, but straight to the man at point.
But that's the thing about this Wildey side. There's no let up when it comes to the bowling. You could almost say the same thing with the batting, but there's no let up when it comes to the bowling, because we've had an extended spell of excellent bowling from Tariq O'Neill. Excellent work by Currency. O'Neill has obviously had enough now and he's out of the attack. And he's being replaced by Jerome Jones, who is also a very strong performer at this level.
Yes, and they're missing Akeem Jordan and McCaskey, but they're still applying pressure here. The bowlers have bowled wonderfully well in the absence of Jordan. And we know Jones is talented. Will you say he's experienced at this level?
Jerome Jones?
Yes.
Of course, yes. He can be considered a veteran at this level now. Not only in terms of the amount of time he's played, but a veteran performer. He's done pretty well at this level.
And they turn yourself from a left-hand seamer to a left-hand spinner. And he's well built, huh?
Yeah.
And you would think that if he continue, I don't know if it's through injury or just a change of mind, but he's well built to be a left-arm.
But that was something that he'd actually addressed during the interview I told you about earlier.
Yeah, but you
So
never told me about it.
Yeah, well, I mentioned it earlier when I told you that
Yeah,
he
you
was
told
on
me about
Living
the
Sport.
interview.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mention that
what
point.
The ingredients of the
Not that
interview
particular ingredient,
Right.
but I can send you to the place where you can find the ingredients. You'll be able to find that on YouTube.
There's so many things on YouTube.
Well, yeah, but if you go to the Anything Cricket YouTube channel, sometime tomorrow, you'll find it.
But what am I looking for? Anything cricket. I need definitive.
Well, look for the Living Sport interview with Jerome Jones.
That's better. If you tell me to go on YouTube and go to anything cricket, that means I can watch anything. But you
That's
want me
true.
to watch something specific.
You might even see the podcast where the former England captain Nasser Hussain was lambasting the pitch at Lords.
I just think he was describing the pitch.
And we wouldn't want you to go to that again when you're already looking for Jerome Jones.
Who's looking for a draw here? Here?
For Jerome Jones, they said.
Oh, Jerome Jones. Yeah, I look for it. I have a look, not tonight, so I'll look for it tomorrow.
It'd be
morning.
better to look tomorrow.
Yeah, about 3 o'clock in the morning when my eyes are open.
That could work.
And give the reason. You don't want to give me the reason why, so I have to
Why I'm
listen
sending
to
you?
it.
No,
why
because-
you stop bowling fast.
Oh, well, it's more complex than I can explain in a few sentences.
Okay,
And then if I tell you, you wouldn't have any need to go.
okay.
And when you go, I'm sure you discover other things about Jerome Jones.
That's where you want me to go. I like the way that's.
No, I honestly thought that he did a very good interview and he spoke very well. I was quite impressed with his, as I said, his thought process when it comes to captaincy and to his cricket and so on. I think he picked that one up a bit late, the deep extra cover. But lots of distance for him to cover. And the batsmen are able to pick up 3 runs.
Yes, flighted delivery from Currency. Wide outside the outside of left-handed batter, Ray Matthews. You just open the bat face, looking for that big hit, or open the bat face and going to backward point. There's no fielder there at all. The fielder is feeling that extra cover. So Rashad had a long run to his right, and the batters were able to come back for 3.
How hard is it to start all over again, or to, let's put it this way. Ray Matthews played brilliantly last Sunday. White ball. So I would imagine that there's a degree of confidence.
Yes.
Because it's still a cricket ball.
Yes.
And one would think that it could be the temptation to feel, well, I'm seeing it well, I'm stroking it well, I've got a big score. And that could very well cause you to maybe be a bit too casual or maybe overconfident. So what I'm saying to you is, how difficult did you find it, or how easy did you find it to put the last innings behind you and recognize, look, this is a new day, new effort, and start all over again with humility.
I like the way Currency is more than Drake's defense. The thing is about batting is, and the batting, and having confidence as a batter is runs. The beauty about Ray Matthews last week is that he scored 82 runs in a play white ball cricket on the same surface. Mind you, different opposition.
Right.
But he's come to the crease with a level-headed batter in Jonathan Drakes. His team is in a precarious position, obviously 112 for 7. So he has to now draw on what Jonathan Drakes is asking him to do. There isn't a run chase here. Obviously, they're batting to survive and obviously try to avoid being asked to bat a second time. So he has to use his confidence of scoring runs and join it now with the patience of Jonathan Drakes to actually prolong the Wanderers' first innings. So there's good in it in that he got runs. 2, he's on the same surface, but the third important ingredient is that Jonathan Drakes is there with him. And he can forge a partnership with Jonathan Drakes to help Wanderers, because clearly you can see from the field placing of Wildey that they push the field back looking for Ray Matthews to play a big shot. Now, if he doesn't play those big shots, then he's going to put pressure on Wildey, because then they'll have to make the adjustment to bring in the field and stop the singles, and then maybe he can express himself. So Ray is in a good position at the moment, but it's how well he uses it in his thought process.
In a sense, he's holding the cards. In a sense, the team is in trouble, but right now he's holding the cards in that the fielding side is actually being manipulated in a sense, because you've got a new batsman in.
Yes.
And yet they're so intimidated by what they know he has done before that they've got a very defensive field wrapped on the pad. Loud factor. Yes, loud shout he's given. He is given, and he turns and walks away. For a moment I thought that it come from the pad into the stump, but got the impression that there were 2 things there. Maybe it came from the pad onto the bat, who knows, but the important thing is he's been given leg before wicket, and a big breakthrough here for the Wildey side in removing the obdurate Jonathan Drakes.
Yes, again, Jerome Jones, that arm ball, he's a very strong man. Drake's going on to the back foot, umpire Codgerton raising the index finger. Drake stays signal that the ball had clipped the bat, but we will never know. We'll have another look here at the replay. But the ball clearly was an arm ball heading into the stumps, and the only thing that can save him is his bat. It's difficult to tell there.
Yes, they're obstructed by the keeper.
Yeah, but it's very, very difficult to tell. So Wanderers have lost a very important wicket of Jonathan Drakes for a resolute 40 it is he got for them.
39.
39.
Let's see. Let's double check. Let's update that. 42 is actually.
Yes.
42.
Resolute 42. Obviously trying to bat his team to safety and unfortunately losing his wicket. So Ray Matthews now, he's there on 10. He's joined by Kieran King, the fast bowler. And how much longer will the Wanderers continue to bat at 112 for 8? So clearly, Wildey in control of this Wanderers first innings. Jerome Jones didn't take long to get his first wicket. He's into his third over. He's picked up 1 for 6. So as you rightly said, pressure all the time, not giving the Wanderers batters any opportunities to score.
Well, they need Wanderers another 31 runs to avoid the fall of 1. And from what we've seen so far, that with Drake's gone, that looks a long, long way off.
It's like 1,031. Yeah. It's just unfortunate, but this is good cricket by Wildey, the defending champions as well. They won the Elite Division, the BCA Elite Division 2025, and obviously they'll be looking to make a strong defense of that in 2026. They won the first game of the season against
Spartan.
Fusion Boutique Spartan at Wildey, their home ground. They bowled out Spartan the second. The Spartan got up 300 and something. They got 400. Jordan and Desmond Currency got hundreds. Then they bowled out Spartan for less than 100 in the second innings. And that was Fusion Boutique Spartan's first game after being demoted in 2024 to bounce back in 2025. But a lovely shot there from King, who's a left-hander, who just strokes it nicely up to 2 extra cover and picked up 2 runs. King is very languish in his approach to cricket. His shirt tails, they keep playing with his shirt tails now. Once upon a time, you would be frightened that your bat will hook, your handle will hook up in your shirt. But it seems to be a modern day trend now where no cricketer, well, not a lot of cricketers push their shirts in.
I think it's a type of shirt as well, where they may feel that it can be worn outside. It's not, they're not normally like the old time shirts.
I
you know,
saw
with a
something
tail,
the
so
other
to
day
speak.
in Jamaica where I saw one of a West Indies player doing an interview with no shoes on. And I thought that was despicable.
Yes, fortunately or unfortunately, I didn't see the interview myself, but I heard about it, and I know that didn't go down very well at all with many people. And
I think he's Barbadian.
yes, all the more reason why that didn't go down well with many people, because I suppose the standards that one has grown accustomed to, especially players like yourself of the, not only players, but people of the old school, if you will.
No,
What we
people,
may
there's no
describe as
school
old
here.
No
He's
school.
been to one of the older secondary schools, but when you look at doing an interview on international television, you want to look good.
Well, unless you're a swimmer.
Pardon me?
Unless you're a swimmer. Then, of course, you wouldn't have shoes on.
No, but he's a cricketer. But just dress appropriate. I know, see that cricket lessons don't have a sponsor for this series.
Yeah.
But at least dress appropriate, to do the interview. It's going to a lot of people.
But in the modern age with media personnel around the team and so on, I mean, one would think that something like that would be taken care of and that players would be briefed and would have a better idea of how to approach things like that.
But Philip, they're all adults. Everyone in West Indies cricket team are over 18, which makes them an adult.
Well, apart from Andrews, who may very well still be. But I get your point.
Everyone in West Indies
I'm just
cricket
being
team is an
naughty.
adult.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do an interview, you dress appropriately. You have to respect cricket West Indies and West Indies cricket. You have to respect the people of the Caribbean. When people see West Indian cricketers going like that onto a field to do an interview, what are they going to think about this? We're fighting that it is to bring people into the games. We're fighting for sponsors. So what are you doing? You're not adding.
But fellow, well, I think most people would agree with what you're saying as in terms of what should happen. I don't know if you're aware that thinking is not necessarily widespread in this day and age.
That's why we're saying what we're saying today. As Desmond Currency is going to continue from the northern end, he's going to roll into the king. Currency has come on, and I think he's done a fantastic job. He's into his 13th over. He's only going for 11 runs. So he's obviously dried up runs for this northern end and picked up one wicket, but he's done the job.
What could Drakes have done differently with that delivery?
Go forward. But you see, Jerome Jones is such a cunning bowler, and don't forget, he was a fast bowler. So that instinct is still in him. And once he comes down with that arm ball, it's going to be it'll be faster, but you've got to be able to counter-attack and come onto the front foot. Because you don't want to play him off the pitch because he has the ability to skin the ball, Jerome Jones. Very, very cunning, very efficient, and he's a wicket taker. That is the key to him.
Good work out in the extra cover region.
Captain Jerome Jones leading by that example.
I'm making up for that early error.
Yeah, he's going to his right, which is his weaker side.
Yes.
But he's made up for the error, yes. I know he's stretching. He's enjoying it. He is enjoying it. He's enjoying leadership, and he's enjoying playing for Wildey, which is good. And he's been on a couple of Barbados 18 tours as well. I think he went to Bermuda a couple of years ago. So his name is still on the lips of the Barbados selectors. King is executing some lovely drives, not beating the infield, but again getting the ball away rather than just playing the ball. He's just he ran a bat on the ball, so he's just playing it into the offside, which is good, pushing the ball off him. A solid defensive shot. Again, the ball just rolls in front of him. A good over. Again, another one from Currency. Not giving anything away and keeping Wanderers within that tight range. Will they get up to the score that will help them to avoid the follow-on, or will they be bowled out? It's left to be seen, but they're 115 for 8. There's only some 41 overs have been bowled thus far. Desmond Currency has bowled 13 overs for 11 runs and picked up 1 wicket. Wanderers straight by 177 runs.
And Anmar Goodrich Boyce is here. and he'll be joined by Philip Spooner to take you through till tea. I think you have a guess, Anmar. Ricky Clark, the coach of the Wanderers team. Mr. Wonders himself.
Philip and Philo. And as Philip rightfully mentioned, have a very special guest joining me in the commentary box. Say good afternoon to Ricky Clark, Mr. Wanderers. Ricky, so good to have you in my presence. What do you make of this game going on so far?
Well, as the coach, I would say that we are behind the 8 ball somewhat here. I think Wildey has taken all the opportunities that were given to them on the first day and capitalized on it. And they're putting in a pretty stirring bowling performance here this afternoon.
Yeah, you mentioned the opportunities on the first day. Let's go back to your bowling innings. 292. You started really well. Perhaps allowed the Wildey team to get away a bit.
Perhaps. I think that's an understatement. Having this team is one of our better club sides, and to have them at 140 odd for 6, and they're recovering for 220, 290, does indicate that we allowed them to get away somewhat, you know. But it's all part of cricket, and as we go on, we would work with this team. Our team is somewhat handicapped this year. We've had a number of young players, and we've also had some of our experienced players have not been able to be available to us as much as we would like to be able to keep guiding these youngsters through the various challenges from day to day. On top of that, we have a new captain, and he is finding his feet as well. And these challenges, we will work with them as we go on, you know.
You mentioned about some of the more experienced players, and immediately when we speak of Wanderers and think of Wanderers, rather the likes of Jason Holder, the likes of Craig Braffett come to mind. How important are these players, as you mentioned, being able to, help to nurture the young players coming through? How important is it to have that experience, not only on the pitch but out there in the dressing room as well? How big of a difference is it to have the likes of those players who are superstars?
Yeah, that's the latter part of what you mentioned. Having them around in the dressing room is to me one of the hardest challenges that I've had to work with. Purely because as the coach, I've been with the players and with this club for a little while. And this year and last year has been probably my 2 hardest years. Having to work over the last 6-7 seasons and develop a core youngsters that can continue to make Barbados cricket bright. We've been able to establish a Division 1 team on top of having a Division 1 team. We still have to maintain our presence at the elite level. And in so doing, it is quite a challenge in nurturing at least about 30 players throughout the season. Yes, missing or established players is a given fact. And you don't necessarily want to have them all the time in the middle, because you want to be able to recognize that they have done their bit, and it is time for some of the other younger charges to pick up the mantle and work with it. And as we go on, the challenges in having them to pick up the mantle is where it's at.
Yeah, you just saw a very good shot there from Ray Matthews going over the top, 6 runs, added to the score for Wanderers. And I like what you said about having the mixture between the experienced players and the younger players. You also mentioned another word that I like, development. And give us a bit of an insight into what the development of the cricket here at Wanderers entails.
Well, one of the very first underlying ethos and mantras that we pride ourselves on is a sense of discipline. We try to instill a sense of discipline in our players, making sure that their level of decorum as young players representing the club is at a standard where we can continue to keep the flag of Wanderers going. That discipline transcends itself now onto the field, where we try to have a well-coordinated practice session every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Because we are working with a situation where 70% of our players are workers, it makes it very difficult for them to structure themselves to be at practice Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So they themselves have disciplined themselves to mainly be in attendance for Tuesdays and Thursdays. And the odd guy that wants to come away and do his own thing, probably do some drills or some target bowling or whatever on his own, or do a little bit of feeling, he can come on the Wednesdays and join some of our juniors who use the Wednesday evenings as well to come and get into their practice in the middle.
Tell us a little bit about the youth arm of the club. I saw some younger players coming around. They had a talk, and they're raising funds for, I think, is a trip perhaps coming up, helping to develop. And the youth is really the future of cricket, not only at the club level, the regional level, and the international as well. Tell us about the youth arm of Wanderers Club and some of the things perhaps that you have going on or coming up.
Our junior program is steadily growing. It is moving in the right direction. Obviously, finances is always a challenge to be able to make sure that, one, you can have adequate amount of assistants and coaches to be able to assist you. Obviously, at the club, we're now probably about 75, 76 strong in terms of juniors between the ages of under 18 all the way down to 7 and 8 years old. Mainly on Saturday mornings, our juniors are there with our coaches, and you can probably find maybe about between 25 to 35 youngsters here every Saturday morning. The challenge that we have is they are all at varying challenges in various skill levels, and when you have kids at all different skill levels, we still have to pay the same attention to the kid that doesn't know really how to pick the bat up as against the kid who knows how to run in a bowl fast. That challenge is one of our biggest problems, because then you have to have coaches separately dedicating themselves to not necessarily go into one-on-ones, but they have to be in a position to give the attention that's necessary for these kids and their development. The main thing for us is for them to be able to enjoy it, to have fun. Once that is part and parcel of the coaching sessions, I'm happy with it. I don't personally do a lot of coaching with the juniors. I spend more of my time probably on the Wednesday evenings with some of them that are at the advanced level. But in terms of our program, it is going in the right direction. We had, as you mentioned, we're currently in the process of trying to raise funds for our tour to the UK. 2027, presents itself to be a wonderful year for Wanderers. The club will be celebrating 150 years, and we think it would be synonymous that we take the game up to the take our junior program up to the UK, and that's what we want to do. We did it in 2025, and the benefits that come out of that that tour in 2025 manifested itself this year because our kids won the BCS on the 13th. And the thing about that
That's a good shot.
victory,
That will run away for 4. So welcome runs for Kyron King as we were making the point.
yeah, as you could see, we having won the on the 13th. None of our players were best batsman, best bowler, most outstanding fielder, most outstanding wicket keeper, but it was the team effort. They all, at some point, one of the youngsters put their hands up and say, yes, this is my game, and they did what they had to do. So we've seen benefits out of taking them to the UK where they were able to gel together, come together as a group of youngsters. And when they returned, they all wanted to know what the others were doing, and they got themselves in a positive environment and positive thinking towards this sport. So we think that is something to worthwhile to venture out again and take them up to celebrate that 150th anniversary. So at this point, we think that we're doing something pretty good here in terms of being able to get our youngsters in the right direction. And with so many things happening with our youngsters, you can't find a better environment than the cricket environment for kids to be involved with at this point in time.
And how old do you have to be to join the junior program here at Wanderers? I have a son, he's 5 months, and perhaps he may be a bit too young, but is there a general age that you start? I just bought him a mini cricket bat.
We like to bring the kids into an environment when they're around the age of 7, 8 years old. Even 7 is young, but we know of 7-year-olds that are very, very excited about the game, and once they have that fever and love to be part of the cricket, we will create the environment for them to be able to love it.
Yeah, so I'm 6 or 7 years early.
Yeah, well,
I'll take your number off here, and
that's okay. But as I said to you, we try to accommodate any kid that is keen on the game. For us, it's all about being able to promote the game of cricket, make sure that the kids of today can find a good avenue that they can explore their skill levels and prosper their game and up to wherever they want to take it.
Yeah, you did mention a bit, getting back to this game, you have a new captain, young captain. How has it been going for him in terms of the new role, leading the guys out there? Tell us about that, and being able to empower him.
Well, Jared is still finding his feet, and from match to match, we've been able to assist him wherever possible. We've been lucky over the last couple of matches to have a couple of our senior players to join us, and they have assisted him wherever possible, from bit by bit, and just offer the advice and allow him to, remain as the head honcho, but in terms of being able to try to take it away from him in the middle of the game or in the middle of the field. Now we allow him to make his mistakes and try to see where possible he can develop as a young growing captain.
Yeah, just about 10-11 minutes before the break coming up, so you'll perhaps be having an opportunity to chat with the players. Still 1-3-1 for 8. Still chasing What would be your message to them as they come in for lunch?
Well, when you've lost 8 of your top batsmen, that leaves now 9-10 chap to be able to do the job that the first 8 couldn't do. So for me, whatever we can get from the current batch of players that are there, we are prepared to accept and take. I wouldn't want to try to leave the place the bar too high for them. But it is all about being able to be thankful in terms of what they can offer. Now, if it is a situation where they can put on another 50, 60 runs amongst themselves, that would really put us not necessarily back into the game, but that would take us out of what I would describe as the danger zone in terms of the game. I'm not hearing you.
In your favor.
I'm not hearing you.
So I said perhaps, still trailing 160. Would it get the score down to under 100 runs or just about 100 runs? Perhaps would be a bit better for your team.
Yeah, well, I'm not really hearing you as much as I would like to. But as I said, if we can get, we're playing this cricket for points.
Yeah.
So if you can get another 50, 60 runs, at least we've got another 2 points onto our belt, But we would take whatever we can get at this point in time.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Ricky. I know you're a busy man. When I went down, you were so poised and so locked in, so focused into the game. So thank you so much for giving me some of your time. And of course, I'm wishing your team Wanderers all the best and perhaps a recovery from this position.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to the coach of Wanderers, Ricky Clark. So Jerome Jones, the Wildey captain, continues to toil away. He's bowled into his 6th over now. Just want to remind our listeners and viewers, this broadcast is brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association. King continues try to get as much runs as possible here. As I'm joined by Philo Wallace for the first time today.
Anmar, how are you?
I'm all right. Good to see you.
Our proceedings. Hello? You can hear me? As we continue here. This ball has just run off the outside edge. One would say he opened the face of the bat onto that ball. That is King. And he moves up to 10. Wonders continues to show some fight here. King obviously is there with Ray Matthews, the hero of last Sunday's Super 50 game. Ray Matthews is on 22, 132 for 8. Wonders and looking to get up to 150 to avoid a follow-on. Some 46 overs have been bowled. And it's good to see the off-spinner O'Neill Amar given the opportunity to bowl from the northern end. I know he's bowled most of his overs from the southern end, and it's going to be interesting to see how much control he has coming from this northern end.
Here's O'Neill. Yeah, Wanderers still trailing by 159 runs.
This ball is pushed into the leg side. And the easy single there for King. He was showing some ability with the bat, and it's good to see that the bowlers, particularly the faster bowlers, are showing the inclination to bat and score runs and spend time at the crease is important, particularly in Wanderers in this position. They trail by 158 runs.
And I just spoke with Coach Vicky Clark, and that is exactly what he just said. No, it's not prepared to put any pressure on the remaining batters. It's a case of getting as much as you can. It's a case of playing for points. So a big swing there from Matthews.
Well, he was going for victory, and that ball just came down just inside the middle step from the off spinner, Tariq O'Neill, and the ball just spun away and missing the outside edge and missing the off stump as well and through to keeper Richards. But a good delivery from the off spinner O'Neill. I like him. I think he has a lot of guile, he has control, and he's bowling with intelligence. That ball is drilled to long off by Ray Matthews, obviously uppishly, but long off is in place just in front of us here. Upstairs is the pavilion and an easy single. But Wanderers obviously, Mara has, one would say, have been put in check by this Wildey bowling attack.
And this man currently bowling has been the main destroyer. He's got a 5-er to Tariq O'Neill and really couldn't contain him. Had a couple of maidens as well, so apart from taking wickets, hasn't been much runs scored off of him. See here, 53. So dot to end. Wanderers 153 for 8. Yeah, Wildey 292 all out, 52.2 overs. Their first innings, 82 by Neymar Bolden. He was the star of the first innings. And this is the current situation here. Wanderers still needing 157. Yeah, Saturday tradition here in Barbados. Pudding and sauce. I wonder what he's having to eat. It's great.
You're putting a sauce, man.
Looks delicious from my vantage point.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not big on pudding and sauce. You know, you have some when you feel like, but I'm not big on it. 135 for 8. Wonders where Matthews continues. And these pigeons, they were here last week, all weekend. I was told just now I went to the bar just to get some water and a plus. That on evenings, they even more bowlers just punch into the deep extra cover for an easy single. And this is a passive player I don't like, where you could just give batters easy singles. You have Wonders on the ropes, 136 to 8. You should bring the feeling and squeeze the batters, force them to obviously chance their hand to go over the top, rather than just allowing them easy singles to give them, confidence, one would say, and obviously bring the scoring, get the score up closer to that 150. But Jerome Jones, he's the captain of Wildey. He knows what he's doing. He's operating from the sun and then takes his shirt and wipes his brow. It's rather hot today. It's a nice cooling breeze, but it's still hot as he's bowling to King. He's got a slip. Man on this fine leg, just short fine leg for the sweep. Mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, a long one, just halfway to the boundary, a mid-off, a cover and a backward point, and he's bringing that man into a second slip. King goes back, and that ball is defended quite nicely. Not a lot of body in Jerome Jones' action. He's quite big, he's fit, strong, you can see he's enjoying it. He was a fast bowler, as we're selling Philip Hackett. So to me, you always have that tendency to go back into that fast bowling mode. but closing in on T. And the Wanderers batters will be looking to obviously go to T, have a reassessment. Coach Ricky Clark obviously would have his input as well on how they should approach the session after T.
Given. Finger goes up. And Jones has a wicket.
And
His
something
second.
to say about it too.
And King is making his way back to the pavilion. And it's another wicket that falls for Wanderers. And he's gone 136 for 9.
Yes, King looking to essay a sweep. Jerome Jones, a tall left-arm spinner, operating from the southern end, bowling over the wicket. So King sweep, ball missed the bat, hit the pad, and umpire Cotterton raised a dreaded index finger. And you could have heard Jones on more effective mic saying, "I know I was going to get your LBW." So he plays with that aggression, not to take it personally, just being on the field of play, as you see on the replay. Looking to sweep, ball rather straight, and hitting that front pad on the outside of the front pad. So one would think that he would have struck in front of the wicket. So a good decision by umpire Cotterton, and Wanderers have lost their 9th wicket. I see McAllister going to bat. I don't know when last I saw someone was sponging their pads in the knee rolls. We used to do that when I was playing because the pad in the knee roll was not as thick. And when you get hit there with a genuine quick ball, it always hurts your knee. Jerry McAllister, I have a lot of time for him. I really enjoyed him bowling last week. I think he was a bit unlucky as well, to miss the cut for the West Indies fast bowling camp in Antigua that's being conducted by our very own Otis Gibson. And I hope that sooner rather than later that opportunity will come again for him. And Otis obviously may be the person involved to help him to hone his skills and have better understanding of fast bowling. But I was really impressed last week how he bowled with good pace, good control as well. He looked the part, seemed to be enjoying it, and I hope that he can continue to mature and enjoy his game and give him the opportunity in the near distant future.
Yeah, McAllister, the last batter for Wanderers this innings, and don't imagine we have much longer left till the tea break. Just 2 more balls in the Jerome Jones
He's not know if it's batting.
over.
He's not known for his batting, Jair McAllister. But you can see Jerome Jones have so many fielders around his body. There's 2 slips, a silly mid on a backward square, deep forward square. He's bringing the man from backward square to forward square in the mid-wicket area, pushing the long on in. It's a mid-off. Short extra cover and a point. So he's asking McAllister to show some technique. It goes back and not taken by the keeper. When you look around, the talented keepers around the country, it gives you something to smile about. All we need to work on now is getting the pitches and the fast bowlers to understand you have a complete package, a quicker delivery to end that over, that successful over from Jerome Jones. And McAllister equal to the task, just digging it out. And good conversation, good foreplay between these 2 teams. Obviously, Wildey looking to lead Wanderers, Wildey the defending champions. Obviously looking to take full advantage of Wanderers in this game.
Yeah, 48 overs bowled this innings.
Tariq O'Neill's bowled 18 out of 48.
Has really toiled away, and we have seen the fruits of his labor.
Yeah, he's picked up 5 wickets for 53 runs, but he was starting to tire from the southern end, obviously, and Jerome Jones, the captain of Wildey, have pulled him out expectedly, and now they've brought him back. And he'll be looking to maybe pick up another wicket to give him 6 in the innings. But this has been a very good bowling spell by the young man. And you hope that he can just continue and grow and go from strength to strength. Where Matthews clearly be looking out to flex his muscles, seeing that this is the last spear.
Catches the cry, and it's taken. So that will be that. It's the end of the Wanderers innings, and Tariq O'Neill has left the field with 6. 6 for 53 as Wanderers are all out for 136, and they will trail by 156. And Ray Matthews, last batsman to go here, and
yes,
what
a
a
flight
performance.
Yes, a
this has
flighty
been.
delivery there from O'Neill. Ray Matthews not using his feet, just using his arms, not getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting it high. And the coach, long on, Greg Singham, just taking a few steps in and holding on to a very good catch here. And the applause from his teammates and the supporters of Wildey Cricket Club for the bowling performance of young O'Neill. Congratulations to him. He's picked up a 6 for 53 from 18.1 overs. Well bowled to him. Well done to Wildey as well for bowling out Wanderers for 136.
So confirmation, Wanderers 136 all out, still behind by 156. But you have to say the advantage is in favour of the defending champions, Wildey.
Yes,
292 in their first innings, and being able to restrict the mighty Wanderers to 136. Philo, your make of the
Well, you have
2
to
sessions, 2 innings rather, that we've had.
Well, clearly Wildey will be in the driver's seat. They're the ones now who would dictate how this game will go. They lead by 156 runs, which is a very handy lead. Wanderers will have to do really well to get back into this game. Wildey can decide to enforce the follow-on, or they can up to bat and bat maybe for an hour and a half. Today look to get another 130-run lead, give them 260, 270 to win, going into tomorrow's the final day. So Wildey clearly will be the team to dictate how they're going to set the pace to set up a win here against Wanderers at Darrell's Road.
So lovely analysis from Philo, and that is the current situation here as we take a break for tea, and we'll leave you with highlights of previous games. When we return, Wildey will be batting for a second time.
That one to the cover region. Lovely straight drive down the ground back. And he drives that one all the way. And Curlo just head on the Hurdle brings out creativity. First taking the edge. And the reefer. Raymond reefer. And Hurdle hits that one over the top. And Hurdle starts him off immediately with a big 6. Corrected. Reefer just bowling the short delivery. Williams rocks back onto the back foot and so much with the back. A big slog sweep. Down the currently walking back and bowlers running a big sweep down on one knee again. All the way for Springer. Springer just hitting that one back over the bowler's head. Springer, oh my word, an unconventional spot shot for Springer, falling down to his knee.
Driven powerfully back past the bowler. A delivery over pitch by
big shot over the leg side.
Comes now to bowl to Hayden hard and hard is driving over the top of the wall. And the reefer is getting some width outside. He's throwing himself on the attack and bringing the off spinner in.
Lovely shot down the leg side. Morris driving this one straight back down the ground, and guess what Morris has done so well this innings is that he's presented the full back face and he goes again all the way over the boundary into the road for 6 runs. But Reefer just pulling that one down.
I've seen this from the under 15.
Which of the Reefers is he family to? Is he by any chance family to Floyd Reefer?
All the
Williams into Reefer, and it Watson takes him down the ground. Yes, definitely. He gets back on the back foot, pulls that one down to the mid wicket area, and
there you go. Just watch the Kofi Hurdle and it's gone through it.
Lovely shot all the way over cover for 6 runs. Flowing drive to the offside from Reefer, and he just away those deliveries. Reefer just showing aggression, and he hits that one long and away over the boundary. As you mentioned something, he gets to the half century with a lovely sweep down the leg side. Drops that one shorter, and Boyce gets back and capitalizes. Full delivery driven beautifully by Boyce through the covers, and number 7. Short delivery, pulled down, and it goes all the way. Comes in now to Boyce, bangs that one into the wicket, and Boyce just swivels that one down to fine leg. Lavo just easing on the back foot. Cutting, oh, and it goes over the head of Roston Chase, and he has a lot to smile about as we see young Dre Springer.
Fighting. Just needs some adjustment here. Swings this one or swats it.
That's a rapid delivery on that one. Comes back Fuller. Oh, and there's a misfield by the wicketkeeper, and it goes.
50 for victory. Thing is in. Delivery just short. Slap over the left.
Clear and deep mid wicket going out onto the boundary. There's also a deep point in place. So let's see what he does now.
Into Stoke. Stoke backs away. Looks to cut it down here.
Going with the flow. Well, Empire continue to attack.
Melvin short delivery. Hit through mid wicket for 4. Short ball. Odd not out. He's a short delivery. Banged away and put down by Hart. Catch gone on nonetheless.
Yes, it's Stoke again. Short delivery, and it's ballooned off the wicket over everyone. There's 4 runs required. And he hits it all the way over the boundary for 6 runs. That one to the cover region. Lovely straight drive down the ground back. And he drives that one all the way. And Turtle just head of this shaking my voice. Goes that one down, goes on. So I'm sure that he has gone to get to that best. Whoa, Turtle brings out creativity.
First taking the edge. And a refill. Raymond refill.
And oh, Hurdle hits that one over the top. And Hurdle starts him off immediately with a big 6. Corrected, refer, just bowling the short delivery. Williams rocks back onto the back foot and so much with the back. Oh, a big slog sweep down baseman Taylor. Currently walking back and bowlers running. A big sweep down on one knee again, all the way for Springer. Springer just getting that one back over the bowler's head. Springer, oh my word, an unconventional shot for Springer, falling down to his knee.
Driven powerfully back past the bowler,
A delivery over pitch by big shot over the leg side. Oh,
Comes now to ball to Hayden Hart, and Hart is driving over the top of the wall. And the referee is getting some width outside it, withdrawing himself on the attack and bringing the off spinner in.
lovely shot down the leg side. Morris driving this one straight back down the ground, and guess what Morris has done so well this innings is that he's presented the full back face, and he goes again all the way over the boundary into the road for 6 runs. But Reefer just pulling that one down.
I've seen this from the under 15.
Which of the Reefers is he farming to? Is he by any chance farming to Floyd Reefer?
All the
Williams into Reefer, and it Watson takes him down the ground. Yes, definitely. He gets back on the back foot, pulls that one down to the mid wicket area, and
just one shot of Kofi hurdle and it's gone through it.
lovely shot all the way over cover for 6 runs. Flowing drive to the offside from Reefer, and he just away bulldoze delivery. Reefer just showing aggression, and he hits that one long and away over the boundary. As you mentioned something, he gets to the half century with a lovely sweep down the leg side. Drops that one shorter, and Boyce gets back and capitalizes. Full delivery driven beautifully by Boyce through the covers, and number 7. Short delivery, pulled down, and it goes all the way. Comes in now to Boyce, bangs that one into the wicket, and Boyce just swivels that one down to fine leg. Lavo just easing on the back foot. Cutting, oh, and it goes over the head of Roston Chase, and he has a lot to smell about as we see young Dre Springer.
Fighting. Just needs some adjustment here. Swings this one or swats it.
That's a rapid delivery on that one. Comes back Fuller. Oh, and there's a misfield by the wicketkeeper, and it goes.
50 for victory. Thing is in. Delivers a short. Slap over the left.
Clear and deep mid wicket going out onto the boundary. There's also a deep point in place. So let's see what he does now.
Into Stoke. Stoke backs away. Looks to cut it down here.
Going with the flow. Well, Empire continue to attack.
Gavin short delivery hit through mid wicket for 4. Short ball. Odd's not out. He's a short delivery, banged away and put down by Hart. Catch one on nonetheless.
Yes, it's Stout again. Short delivery, and it's ballooned off the wicket over everyone. There's 4 runs required. And he hits it all the way over the boundary for 6 runs.
Oh, you have funny door board? Huh? Catch ball, funny board? You don't create the cut? I don't know.
Here.
Okay, quick.
Now we want to do? Wait. I see anything? What you want to do? We want to do that. What does he say?
Yeah, man. Welcome back to Darrell's Road, the home of the Wanderers, where they're way behind in this encounter against Wildey. And we'll be having the resumption of play after tea. I'm Philip Spooner, with me Philo Wallace, the former Barbados captain of West Indies, opening batsman. Wanderers bundled over for 136 in the first innings, giving Tariq O'Neill, champion bowler, 6 for 53 off 18.1. Wanderers trailing by 156, and Wildey will not enforce a follow-on. They will have this second innings, and the openers are already out in the middle, ready for the continuation of this battle. 156 runs in the lead, so I'm sure they'll be putting their foot on the pedal, Philo, and coming back looking for some runs.
Yes, congratulations to Wildey for battling out Wanderers for 136 and 48.1 overs. O'Neill taking 6 of 53 from 18.1 overs. Started from the south and then obviously ended at the north, and bowled well, good control. To me, he showed good skills in turning the ball, and his lines and his lengths were very well constructed. So congratulations to the man. 136 all out Wanderers. Disappointing on a very placid pitch here at Darrell's Road. And now we're going to see Wildey in their second turn at the bat. They're 158 if I'm lost. So it's a big lead, and they can dictate how this game goes or how quickly they want it to go as well. So the ascendancy clearly is for Wildey. We're going to see King, who's going to start the proceedings for Wanderers. He's going to start from the southern end. But
And in your opinion, Philo, did Wanderers go into a shell when they could have, been a little bit more enterprising? Not to say they were going to make 300 under the circumstances, the way they batted, but did they shoot themselves in the foot? But the slow nature of the pedestrian nature of the play.
One to say that obviously with losing those 3 wickets last week would have pushed them back. A lot would have depended on Jonathan Drakes, who obviously felt that he got a bad decision. He refused to talk to anyone, but he has to realize that in cricket you get bad decisions and you have to shake them off. But you can say that Wanderers maybe because of those 3 wickets they lost last week, when they came here, their mindset was not as free as it should be in order to score runs.
King starts around the wicket to bowl to Taylor around the corner. Off the mark immediately. Down to long leg. Matthews literally just throws it away. And so that's one without loss. Shinaldo Taylor off the mark, and with him Demetrius Richards, who blossomed brilliantly in the first innings with a half century.
Yeah, and then he followed up last week Sunday with 100, so he's in some rich vein of form. And clearly from that first ball, we saw Taylor tucking to the leg side. He just pushed through quite quickly for that first run. So that could be a clear indication of how Wildey are looking to set about their second innings.
Yeah, and the rate of scoring between the two teams is stark contrast. Wildey last week, they went at 5 and over. Today Wanderers went at less than 3 and over. And if you've been honest, the way the game is played nowadays, scoring at under 3 over, even if it's
tiddlywinks,
cricket, it's slow.
It's too slow.
King again. Enterprising look. Umpire Codrington found himself at point. He He's now going to go over. He's going to go over to square leg.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to do it? You can do it.
Okay.
What time is it?
So that's- Solid again. Richards. Comfortable at the crease. Looking relaxed, really. Looking unbothered. Number 84 on his back. Fellow, any famous 84s in the history of sport? You know, number 9 in football and 10. 23 is Michael Jordan.
Standout numbers. I don't know any 84 shot.
Top shot, 1 bounce, over cover, 4 runs.
I was told that this young man hits a lot of balls in the nets. Demetrius Richards. I have a lot of time for him. Last week I interviewed him and he said he loves to open batting. You're going to miss my voice and you're going to be joined by a guy with a more decent voice, the player coach for Wildey, Craig St. Hill. Obviously, he's been called into duties because of the absence of two of their leading players. So Philip Spooner, have the pleasure of interviewing him. But when you look at Demetrius Richards as a keeper, to want to open batting, he said he doesn't like to watch people bat. It tells you a lot about the young man.
King around the wicket. Oh, wow. Loose, but you get some runs. Down to fine leg, a bit obscured just now. Matthews throwing in with his left hand, even though
he bowls right.
Yeah. Bats left, so ambidextrous Matthews. But 2 more to Richard. He had a good lash at that last one. Inside edge, eluding the keeper.
Yeah, short ball outside the off stump, which is not really using his feet, just using his hands and hitting it hard into the turf and bouncing over the keeper's head.
Okay. Over the top, could it be caught? No. And Moody in circles. Get a single.
Yeah, length delivery,
No
Richards. No ball.
And I was almost half looking for the umpire to signal free hit.
Not at this level.
I had to remind myself that this is
a 3-day game.
3-day game with the red ball.
Yes. Although ICC are now looking to bring in the pink ball when player looks threatened by weather. But Richard's clearly looking to use the long handle. Anything wide outside the off stump, he's going to throw the kitchen sink at.
He might throw the chicken sink too.
A ball. Lying on target. I think that King needs to have fire under him. You can't have such good mechanics and don't really put in the effort and pull your body through the ball on delivery. I think there's a lot more to him as a fast bowler, but he just needs a bit more fire.
So we've seen 1 over, 9 without loss. So that's good galloping. King 1 no ball and 8 legitimate runs. Taylor 1, and Richards 7. And we're going to see McAllister down from the north end, the Stephen Farmer end. And he didn't bowl a new ball in the first innings. And he's going to start. In the first innings, McAllister was impressive. He was quite sharp, got the ball to lift and bounce and carry. And then when he went full and straight, he was a handful. So we'll wait to see if he can reproduce that kind of energy and that kind of impact in this innings.
Yeah, I thought he was unlucky not to go to the camp in Antigua, the rest of this fast bowling camp, but he has to put that behind him and just continue from where he left off last week. I was really impressed with him, but he did get to bowl a new ball, although it was the second new ball in that innings because the ball got knocked away after 10 overs, and the replacement ball was a new ball. So he didn't open the bowling, but he did get to bowl that new ball, and he bowled it well. Now he's given the opportunity now to bowl the second over of a new ball, and he'll be operating from the northern end. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to bring young Craig St. Hill in, who's turned from player to coach, and now he's player coach for today's match.
Good start, McAllister. Awkward lift to Richards, who showed some concern patching the pitch, that he's looking at the patch. patching the pitch. We welcome Craig. I keep getting them mixed up. At least I didn't say Clinton, who is the dad of Clinton St. Hill. Legend of Pickwick cricket, played a bit for Barbados. See him every now and again around cricket. Welcome, Craig.
Yeah, thanks. Feels really good to be here. Appreciate you guys having me on.
You're most welcome. McAllister, loose. 4 runs, top shot. Square of the wicket. And Richards continues to impress. Offered some whiff there and dispatching it really with ease. He looks comfortable, he looks relaxed, he looks in the zone, like he really, after the half century in the first innings, the 100 last week, he looked to put some more runs on the things. As you can see on the replay, yeah, just essaying a lovely square drive off the back foot. Punch more than a drive really, and that sped away to the boundary. 13 for none. Lead of 169 now, so Wildey continuing to build on impressive start to the season and impressive in this match. Well bowled McAllister. So Craig, how are you enjoying your dual role as coach first and then player second, or is it the other way around?
No, certainly coach first. It's been relatively well this season. We only really had one unfavorable result there against Gladiola. We lost that contest there by 11 runs, but outside of that, it's been pretty good. As I said, it's my first full season at the helm, and it's been going pretty well.
Has it met expectations, or is it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Wildey is not a side that has grown accustomed to losing many games, so obviously losing to Gladiola there in the second contest of the elite season, it was a bit of a stinger, but the guys regrouped. We came back very well, and we're still relatively in the hunt for first place honors in the elite
What a
division.
shot. And you come into the commentary and you're greeted with another fantastic shot from Richards. He's a bit of a pocket rocket.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Demetrius is in a very rich vein of form. He's been really working hard through the course of the week. I've seen all the the good things that he focuses on in terms of the X and O's of the game. He focuses on expanding his repertoire of shots as well. So I'm not surprised in terms of his execution thus far, especially the start of the innings.
He looks so comfortable at the crease. He looks confident, but very relaxed. He surveys the field, and I think he waits. Right. Some aggression from McAllister, some anger after being spanked, squared the wicket, and then smashed down the ground. You expect a response, and that's a genuine fast bowler's response. There's a call from a spectator as a void, but umpire
Sherwin Codrington.
Yeah. And in company with Scott at square leg saying no, none of that. Legitimate delivery, and McAllister at the top of his mark charges in once more. Whiff on offer, but inside that's to mid on. So it's 17 for none off 2 overs, which is 15 off 10, and Taylor at the other end 1 off 2. Reminder that Wildey made 292 in the first innings, 52 overs, a rate of near to 6, and Wanderers following on. Bowled out on the follow-on position, but Wildey choosing not to follow on, and Wildey now 17 without loss, 173. Craig, you were telling us a little bit about the dual role. I mean, it's not a common thing. I don't think there's anybody else right now playing who does both. You're still a very young man, obviously, but you're obviously well qualified in the coaching realm. So,
yeah,
is it a conscious decision that you've made that you just segue into coaching?
Yeah, it was. Especially in the last few years, my role has slightly been diminished at the club. I did start off as an opener for Pickwick for many years. And when I transitioned from Pickwick to Wildey in 2018, I actually opened the batting for 4 or 5 years, and then as a few younger players came to the club, like Neymar Bolden, Jaden Roberts, Tariq O'Neill, Jane Leacock, I actually shifted down the order to about 5 or 6, and I just did some introspection and reflection in terms of where I wanted my career to go. And as I said, it was a conscious decision just to shift into coaching. But I'm actually only included in this 11 for this particular contest too, because Zachary McCaskey is overseas. So is Akeem Jordan. So obviously for my leadership, I decided to still be part of the team for this contest.
Inside edge, it looks like. Umpire says 4 runs. Umpire Scott signals the boundary. Taylor shaping to play a straighter inside edge past the keeper and 4 runs. So Wildey continue to progress, going at nearly 10 and over. And now Wanderers finding no real answers to the present situation. So Clint, you said you had a chat with yourself. There's no better person to speak to.
Yeah.
And you worked out that let's take this to different ways. So you did all the necessary paperwork and qualifications, and now you have a team, a good team at this level, doing good things.
Yeah, absolutely. Just even speaking to the management at the club, just in terms of the leadership that obviously I wanted to bring to the club. I said the conscious decision was made, for me to transition into the full-time coach here at Wildey. So I said, all is well that ends well. We're very much
going well.
Yeah, going well. We're still very much in a title hunt. So yeah, things are going relatively smoothly.
King in. Ooh. Blatant full-on aggression from Taylor, no contact, and true to the keeper. So what's your week like? I mean, it's obviously it's club cricket. It's not professional in the true sense of the word, even though the players are committed. What's a week like for a coach at this level of the game?
Yeah, well, for me, I'm actually a principal at a private school.
Okay.
So I still ensure that I do all I can to get to practice on time, just to ensure that the tone has been set from me. Shot on the ground.
Yeah, continue.
2 runs. Yeah, no, just saying, in terms of at least my responsibilities outside of coaching. I'm a principal at a private school, so so I have those responsibilities to uphold, and I still ensure that I get to practice at a very reasonable time. Ensure that the guys go through their paces. We still have a very huge fitness component to what we do. I practice on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. We focus a lot on the X and O's, not necessarily just batting and hitting balls aimlessly. We definitely try to do a lot of the strategic thinking in between. So yeah, things have been going relatively well, as I said, and for sure when it comes to Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, we do as much as we can to make sure we're prepared for Saturdays and Sundays.
Excellent. And Taylor really need a bit of a no ball from King, but Taylor could do the talking to. I mean, yeah, it's a pursuit of runs here, but still need to keep his shape and bat balls. And if it's a good one, you get off strike. You don't need to go and throw your wicket away.
Yeah.
And so, are you happy with the look and feel of your club? I mean, most of your players are on the 30, and they look like they're a good investment of time well spent.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a very young core that we rely heavily on, especially with Neymar Bolden there. That's often asked to shepherd the middle order. He actually scored over 500 runs last year in addition to Joshua Dorn. Joshua Dorn would have played a handful of games for us as well. He actually notched 100 as well within his second game for the club. So again, we do have steady contributors there in the middle order, especially when it comes to guys you said that are well under the age of 30. And those are the guys that we definitely foresee will take the club forward for the next 10 to 15 years.
Okay. A bit of Dorn after this ball from King. Ball by King. Another no ball. So he's struggling here, King. You mentioned Joshua Dorn. So here's a young man that captained Barbados to age group titles, a standout talent. Captain the Western is at a World Cup. He's not set the world on fire this season. How is he going, and what is your advice to him?
Yeah, he's just going through a bit of a rough patch, as any other cricketer is well accustomed to going through. Yeah, we do have a lot of one-on-one conversations before practice, during practice, and after practice as well. It's very important for a young player not to get too high or even get too low as well. So He's a guy that has an extremely good work ethic. So I'm not too particularly perturbed about the results right now. I do think time will obviously tell, and he's a guy, as I said, that when he does score, he will score big. So I'm not overly perturbed. I do think a big score is around the corner for Josh Adarn. It's just a matter of obviously getting a good healthy start, and obviously going through the gears and the paces of his innings. And I know something is bigger around the corner for him.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. So it's 25 without loss in 3 overs. Wildey, they lead by 181, having secured the first innings lead and the points that go with it. And they got the bowling points. And O'Neill with 6 wickets, sorry. He was the leading bowler. And as I said, we have with us Craig St. Hill, the player coach of Wildey, who are well in the ascendancy. They're 25 without loss in the second innings and overall lead of 181. And McAllister will resume from the Stephen Foreman end at the north to Richards, who is looking good. Well played. So let's talk about the game now. I mean, it's set up nicely for you all. As you said, your season has been going quite well. You're the defending champions. You had one blemish at Gladiola where you went down by a narrow margin. This game now, you set a tempo, 300 nearly. You bowled them out, O'Neill, top of the tree, and now you decide not to make them follow on and go at it again. How are you seeing this playing out?
Yeah, without giving away too much, it's not really a secret. Our intention is certainly to bat as rapidly and as effectively as possible, obviously to run up the total. We have assessed that the surface is a relatively easy pace. I wouldn't describe it as flat, but easy paced and conducive still to run scoring. So we definitely want to still be able to set up the game by scoring as many runs as possible in our second innings to obviously set them a target that is unattainable or unachievable from our perspective.
We've got 4 more to add to that. A bit of big inside edge from Richards, who is seen as big now as the football at the World Cup that's coming up. So he's off to the races. Ironically, there's races at the Garrison next door. So Richards is setting the tone of getting first in his half century, and now on top of his game looks a man that is a good player, good young player, and a man that is very confident in his execution of change in the field. Gully comes out to mid-wicket, and there's a man to put back on the mid-wicket boundary. McAllister changes his line of attack. He's coming around the wicket to the left hand. Steady. So you said you want to give them something that they can't make, but do you want to tease them with a score that's attainable?
No, that's certainly not our intentions. As I said, from this particular position, we're definitely in the driver's seat. So it is our intention to certainly back Wanderers out to the game. And with Demetrius, who's also fresh off of 100 in the last Super Cup game there, we definitely want to put him in the position to be the one to take the score as high as possible.
Okay. He's looking good. Bit of a wild swing. Keeper doesn't collect. They get a bite. Now Taylor is known as a dasher as well, and he's not at the moment playing in the same vein as Richards. He doesn't seem to have the same level of confidence or form, but he's someone you can rely on.
Yeah, certainly. Even though Taylor's in his, I guess what players describe themselves as being in twilight of his career, he has been a steady contributor for the club in the last decade or so. So Taylor does have a different role to Richards, obviously, in our side. He doesn't have such an expansive game as Demetrius, but I'd say he's a guy that we certainly have relied upon to forge large partnerships at the top of the innings.
Another no ball. Wanderers not disciplined at all. Not a bad delivery, but another no ball. So that's the 4th of the innings, and we're now only in the 4th over. McAllister overstepping the search for pace, trying to dislodge Taylor. He oversteps, and it's been a generally indisciplined bowling effort since they've come out, if you're being honest. They're bowling both sides of the wicket. making scoring easy. And as you said, Clint and Craig St. Hill has said they plan to back them out of the game, and Wanderers, to be honest, are helping. It's a better delivery. So, take us back to day one. You came in under some pressure. You and Bolden stitched together 100 partnership that built. You eventually scored and gave you bonus points as well as first in his league.
Yeah.
What was your thinking when you marched out last week?
Yeah, unfortunately, my capacity don't get to bat much in the nets, and obviously being thrusted into 11, basically at the last minute. I know obviously I've played a lot of cricket in my life, and it just essentially relied on doing the basics and the fundamentals for as long as possible. So yeah, I just figured obviously at the start of my innings there, building a precarious position, just to try to stay with Bolden, for build the blocks, forge a partnership, 20, 30, 40, 50 runs. And we did that relatively well, and obviously we got to a point where we actually applied the pressure back onto the Wanderers attack. So yeah, I've always found Bolden to be a very good partner. He's a guy that communicates well in between the wickets. He always stays positive too in terms of his stroke play, and he's a guy that he is able to transition the basically put the pressure back onto attack. So I found Bolden a very good partner to bat with there, and as you said, yeah, we were able to forge a very good partnership and put us in a very good position in the first innings.
And now you got up to 292. You bowled them up for 136, and now you're 31 with a loss. You're not missing any players. King continues around the wicket, and he'll be bowling to inform Richards. Some cover. And then last evening you managed to rip out 3. Some good bowling by O'Neill. Especially like the aggression as a spinner to Mosley. Mosley being the key batsman, you get him out, well and truly into their skin. How is he going? How is young O'Neill going?
He's doing well. Over the years, Tariq, he's been working on his flight and guile. He's had very good success in white ball cricket for us in the last 4 years, and he's been really working hard on his red ball skill set. So I'm not surprised that he would have gotten very good returns this game. He usually prides himself on bowling that strictly ball, especially to the left-handers. So things went relatively well for him last week too. Obviously, he was able to praise with the big help of Shane Mosley there last week, and he ended obviously today with 6 wickets. So again, he's a guy that works very hard. He's a student in the game, and it's really good to see him get especially good returns on a relatively easy pace surface like this.
And Currency was good value for money. He was super tight. Ball. Currency.
Yeah, and I actually had a conversation there with Desmond and informed him that he was actually a big part of the reason why Tariq was able to bowl as many wicket-taking deliveries too, because he kept it very miserly and tight from his end too. So I know there's a passage of play there that he would have bowled probably 2 or 3 back-to-back maidens, and again in cricket, whether you're a batter at the highest level or not, that will obviously play in your mind too. So Desmond's partnership there with Tariq was extremely important.
And that set the tone for what is a huge lead here at the moment. Some of you might be interested in West Indies are playing Sri Lanka. I say some of you, I hope all of you are interested in West Indies versus Sri Lanka. There's been a rain delay, and the toss will now be taken soon, and the match is scheduled to start at 3 o'clock. And now obviously Jamaica time, so that's 4 o'clock our time, so there's half an hour delay in that match. And today is the 150th ODI for Shea Hope, someone you would have played with at Pickwick. So Shea Hope is going to set a milestone today. Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenwich, Malcolm Marshall would be agents and play those sort of matches with Shea Hope. Exemplary international batsman, and he's set for a milestone today. And the end of that over, we'll get Craig to tell us a little bit about what he taught Sheerhope at Pickwick. It's Wildey 292, Wanderers 136, and now Wildey in the second innings 31 for none of 5 overs.
Yeah, I actually went to secondary school with Shea.
At QC?
Yeah, Queen's College. We grew up together. We would have played for Barbados at 19 together. Played for Pickwick together for several years as well. Shea is the one that
I keep thinking you were Clint.
No.
I know
that's
because
my older brother. Yeah.
Right, I know, but I know
Yeah.
I'm thinking that he was the one. So Clint was with Shea's other brother.
Well, Clint is 2 years older. He's 34.
Right. So Clint
I
and
think Kyle is
right.
37.
And
actually.
you and
yeah.
Shea, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I'm getting it right now.
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's why. Yeah, so Shea was in my year. I said I played age group cricket with him. We played for Barbados at 19 together, and obviously at Pickwick as well. And as I said, he's a guy that he takes tremendous pride in his work ethic, and he focuses on the X and O's in between the games. So I'm not surprised that a student at the game like him is actually getting the returns he's seeing right now in a white ball format, especially.
Seeing a bit of poor fielding there at backward point. The ball speeds away into the boundary. This is Taylor now getting 4 behind point and continues to keep the momentum going. Emulian, I think, the man with this very unique name. If you think Emulian was a unique surname, his first name is Pius. So he errs on the outfield, and we see this flock of birds circling the ground. At least 100 birds all gathered together. It's quite a sight here at Wanderers. But we have with us, as I said, Craig St. Hill, the brother of Clint St. Hill. And Craig went to school at QC with Sheerhope, and Kyle Hope also went to school with Clint St. Hill. So how about that? Shot hit with authority. Well stopped by Matthews at mid-off, but you can see Taylor taking his cue from Richards and stepping on the gas. And I'm sure, Craig, you're enjoying what you're seeing, the level of confidence from your two players. Taylor now looks like he's ready to take over the lead act from Richards.
Yeah, certainly the message at the interval there was for the openers to express themselves. I said it's a case where we definitely wanted to be effective, but also clinical in terms of what we do for this particular second innings.
Oh, you couldn't have said it better. Clinical, authoritative, and direct. And Taylor smoked that. He literally got all of that. That hit the middle of the middle, dead center, and got to long off boundary in no time. And McAllister is suffering here. 2 boundaries in this over. That one was hit. It was hit like a bullet. And it was good to see it coming directly in our direction, right in Taylor's wheelhouse, and he said thank you very much, 4 more. And I guess that puts Wildey closer to the point where they'll be smiling now and putting the game beyond Wanderers. More of the same.
Yeah, Taylor's a guy, he's never going to shy away from it or back down from a challenge. So I know McAllister obviously has a lot of pace about him, but as I said, Taylor's the type of guy that he's the perfect foil for Demetrius. So he certainly is going to relish a challenge. And the cricket that McAllister bowls, I feel is that the more intensity and urgency Taylor would actually play with as well.
Yeah, he's built like a stocky bantamweight or light heavyweight boxer. No artistry about his batsmanship, just proper power.
Yeah.
Hey, nasty lifting delivery from nowhere, and Taylor gloves it down. The SC is a bit of balloon bounce, spongy thing, but a little bit more about him. He's not someone that has set the world on fire, but I just said he's a good club man and someone that you rely on.
Yeah, certainly. That's as recently as a few years ago. He actually scored in most runs in the Elite Division. So he's a guy that he trains as often as he can, and he always backs himself 100%, no matter who the bowler is at the other end. So Taylor, he's been a steady contributor and a really good servant here at the club.
Wasted delivery. Batsman lets it go. Almost could predict that. You could almost predict he was gonna go in the mud. McAllis is showing the end of the over. One to store tab, but obviously it's not. There was a no ball earlier, which umpire Quadrington signaled. And 39 for none. 5.5 overall lead. 191. So Wanderers need to change. Either a change of luck or a change of personnel with the ball, but whatever they've served up so far is not working. And these two left-handed openers are enjoying themselves. Wide, full miss. So Craig, I mean, you've been with us for a while now. You've done your stint, the time allotted. You've done well. You've informed us tremendously about the state of play and your dressing room presence and what your ethos is at Wildey. Tell us a little bit now about behind the scenes, those guys, the personnel that you work with, because you are the intermediary, so to speak, between the players and the leadership. I mean, I see John Bailey, I see Preston, I know there's Dale, Mar Eswick is still in your camp. You know, these are the guys that behind the scenes make it all happen. And you won 2 cups last year, and I remember seeing them all celebrating on the field, and it was a good thing to see. It was a throwback to what MPC and Banks used to look like years ago.
Yeah.
You know, what's the culture of your club, and how do you manage to keep getting young players to want to play there?
Yeah, I describe our culture as one of a transformative nature. I certainly think that having a president like Mark Eswick, who has the full support of the players and also the other management members at the club, is a huge bonus. We have our manager, Dale Callender. He's been with us for well over a decade as well. Again, yeah.
Back in YMPC time.
Yeah,
It might when I stopped playing a long time.
Yeah, so having a manager and a president that it certainly makes the runnings of the club a lot easier. And as I said, those guys have helped to also usher in a lot of younger players too, especially the triplet that we have right now, as I said, in Jaden Leacock, Tariq O'Neill, and Imar Bolden. So Mark certainly has been instrumental in terms of providing support, not just for those guys, but for all the other guys in the elite and intermediate division as well at the club.
Close, no hit, no joy. So, and you speak of, Mark, especially Eswick. He was a outstanding wicketkeeper and the YMPC time and a leader of men.
Yeah.
That was back when Wildey was YMPC, and then Banks, Sherwin Campbell.
Yeah.
Was a standout. Anderson Cummins played in that era, and some other, Winston Reed. How could we forget Winston Reed?
Yeah. Good old Reedy.
Yeah. King. Well, bold. King has looked like a good, handy bowler that can trouble batsmen on more helpful conditions. This pitch is not going to help him, and the score at the moment is not something that he'd be happy with. He's bowling second, with a target of nearly 200. So he's bending his back, he's giving it his all, but he's on a hide into nothing. And he's just gonna be pie chucking, really. No run. But as we let you go, Craig, any parting thoughts in terms of where you are in the season and where you want to get? I mean, the 3-day elite finishes in the middle of August, and then we get into white ball proper. A triple, perhaps. Last year you did a double. The triple, is that asking too much?
We definitely have those ambitions. Obviously, we play in a division with a lot of other reputable clubs that have some other fantastic players too. So we understand that cricket players on the day and any number can play, but at least in terms of our goals, we certainly head into every single contest looking to win it. So that has been the standard of the club, certainly over the last 4 or 5 years, and we have been trying to continue in the same vein. So I definitely think that we're on course, especially in the Super Cup competition. We're unbeaten here in the 3 games that we would have played, and we obviously top in our zone. And obviously in terms of Elite Division, I know we're in a bit of a dogfight there in the middle toward the top of the table, but I think with a favorable result here at Wanderers, we should be relatively close to the top.
Okay. In the gap, should be 4. Drake chases, but pulls up just inside the rope, and they will run 3 good, athletic, running, fit young players. 3 runs, score up to 46 now in 7 overs. Lead of 202, so the lead goes into the 200s now. Wildey 292, Wanderers 136, Wildey now 46 for none. And we're gonna let Craig go now. Craig St. Hill, the player coach for Wildey. Very articulate young man who has a vision for greater things, not only on a personal level, but for the Wildey club. And Craig, as the game is now, I'm going to put you on the spot for one last thought. What is the score that you're going to give them, and when are you going to pack it in here?
Oh, Mr. Spooner, I can't give you the exact total. I'm not going to divulge all those details, but as I said at the start of my stint here, our intention is to set a total that is already reach of Wanderers, or what we perceive as already reached. So once we've got that total, we'll be satisfied, and then obviously we'll insert them in for the final innings of the game. So once we've gotten that total, that benchmark, we'll be satisfied, and obviously we'll love to bowl them out or well under the total that we're able to set them.
And if you have to bowl, will you have problems? If you're asked to bowl, will you in trouble?
If I'm personally asked to bowl, certainly. The team is in dire straits if I'm asked to bowl.
Well, thanks very much for your time. We really appreciate it. I know you said you're batting down the order now, so no need to go and pad up. But we really thank you for your time and your insight and your really good information, not only on this game but on the overall season. So go well, continue to go well, and as a Spartan man, I wish you some of the luck.
Just some. I appreciate that, Mr. Spooner. Thanks for having me on.
Spartan need all the luck we can get. But thanks again very much.
I appreciate it, man. Take care.
So that's Craig St. Hill, the player coach at Wildey, and who are in the driver's seat. We look over now Gladiola, superb line Gladiola on the screen, 1-2-5 for 8. Ron J. Baptiste 3 for 34 up against Pickwick at Rice's. And I will take my leave, and I will allow for Anmar Goodrich Boyce and Philo Wallace, the former Barbados captain of West Indies batsman, to come in. And I'll leave you with the news that West Indies have won the toss, elected to bat. Amir Jangu has come in place of Matthew Ford. Ford is out with a thigh injury. Sri Lanka made one change. Ishan Malenga replaces Asith Fernando. And West Indies will bat first at Sabina Park. Sheer hope. Congratulations to him in his 150th ODI. So Anmar comes in, and some good news from Sabina.
I want to ask you a question for your
shortly.
life. How much cricket has Matthew Ford played in the last 4 months?
Well, not a lot. This is his first match back, his first series back, and he says he has a thigh injury, and he was on workload management, and that's a matter for the powers that be. But I guess tough luck on Matthew. He sits out today's game, and let's hope West Indies can win tonight and be fighting fit in the 3rd ODI in a few
Monday.
days. Yeah, we need points. We need to get to that World Cup.
Automatic qualifications, they say.
We don't want to reach desperation point. So Anmar, over to you. Philo,
Thank you, Philip.
Well.
It's nice having you. Obviously, Craig St. Hill with the insights to Wildey. And this is hammered through extra cover by Taylor. Ray Matthews, not as quick as McAllister, just looping that ball up. And Taylor said, thank you very much, and threw the whole kitchen sink behind it, down to the extra cover boundary for 4. Good afternoon, Anmar.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Philo. What a shot.
You know, years ago they were saying no grass will grow there. But clearly, Wildey looking to put their foot in the accelerator, push the Wanderers bowling attack and fielders. The lead is now move up to 208. 52 without loss. Taylor's on 26 after that, hitting that wonderful 4. Richards is on 20 from 23 balls. So a good opening start.
Gone. So the plan works for Matthews. Straight into the field of hand. Corbin. Taylor has to go. Just talked about such a good start from the Wildey openers. They've lost their first one. Taylor's gone for 26. It's 52 for 1.
Yes, after hitting a wonderful extra cover drive. Next delivery, looking to hit the ball over the top, not getting any middle at all, not middle in that ball. And just spooning a catch, a simple catch to mid-on. You have to walk back. Taylor back twisting his hand. And a good comfortable catch at mid-on. He has to walk back for 26 it is. But he's given the team a start, which is always important. Now we see, looks like Joshua Dorn, who's going to join Demetrius Richards. And still we're looking to see how much further they can push the Wildey innings. But a good aggressive knock from Taylor. He would be disappointed the way he was out. But one would say that he's done his job and given them a start, obviously 50-run opening stand.
Yeah, what has been so impressive from this Wildey opening pair? I know they've just lost Taylor for 26, but it's almost like a T20 start. 52 runs off the first 8 overs. I mean, we're not finished the 8 overs yet. But this has been a lightning start.
Yeah, one was expecting this because of a lead of 156. You would expect that Wildey would be looking to obviously bat maybe for about an hour and a half, if so long, and try to get Wanderers in today to get Wanderers to start their second innings run chase and try to pick up wickets going into the back end of the game tomorrow. So the flyer was obviously on the cards, but Wanderers have held their nerve. They have not really allowed Wildey to run away with it, although there's just the 8th over and there's some 52 runs. But there's still some kind of control. And wickets, as you know, Amar, always slows the run flow and gives the fielding team confidence.
Here Matthews. Brother of Eddie Matthews, the West Indies superstar. 2 balls left in the over.
Yeah, I saw this week, I'm in a chat group, and her father, Michael Matthews, who was there last Sunday to watch Ray, he posted a picture of Haley and another female cricketer. They're painting images of her on the wall at Surrey Oval, the Kia Oval. That'll be her homegrown for the hundreds as well. So it's nice to see that not only in the Caribbean she's being recognized, but also in England. She's a worldwide star, we know. But to have your picture on the wall at the Kia Oval, I think is a tremendous achievement. So congratulations to her.
Yeah, brilliant milestone it is. Just short of a million. Over comes to an end. 52 for 1.
Joshua Dorn, another young talent. It's going to be a challenge for him. Graduating from the junior cricket into, I call it big man cricket. It's been stop-start season for him. We look to obviously get some runs in this innings. We know his talent. He had the privilege of captain of West Indies on the 19 squad to the World Cup. And obviously he'd be looking to press home his name, put his name in the selectors' minds. A lot of talk was he should have gone up to Jamaica this year with the franchise team, but that did not happen. But he's here playing for Wildey, and this is the opportunity that he has to grab with both hands and make his presence known and continue his good work. But I think within him there is that cricketer, that batter that can score runs consistently.
We have a bit of a smile on the face of Ray Matthews. He's just in front of those faithful fans.
They're about 12. I'm married. They're not many. 4, 6, 8, yeah, 12, and one is a 12 man from Wildey. So yeah, about 12 people. Don't let the courage fool you. I would put it down to 20.
Yeah, coming out and enjoying the cricket. Here's Ian Boyce. That is innovation. No need to chase behind that. That's a boundary.
Yes, that's a cute shot. Richards, the left-handed batter, switched around to the right-hander and swept the ball behind square for 4, obviously surprising everyone on the field. So clearly you can see that Wildey is saying to Wanderers that we're going to try to score at least 7-8 runs and over for the next couple of minutes and maybe give you an opportunity to bat in the second innings this evening. But that is a good shot, a very good shot indeed.
Yeah, just scooped it over the head of the fielder there. Crunched away. That is another shot of brilliance. Back-to-back boundaries.
Well, he turned around and hit the first one as a right-hander. The second one he stayed as a left-hander and he swept it in front of square. And the beauty of that shot is how low he stayed in his stance while striking the ball. And the ball just spread along the outfield down to the mid-wicket boundary for another 4.
And again, it's a hat trick of boundaries, and Richards is putting on a clinic here at Wanderers.
Well, I swept my house last night. Demetrius Richards explains he's just sweeping. The 3 shots he has played, 3 scoring shots, 3 fours, are all sweep shots. Reverse sweep, conventional in front of square, and then the next one behind square. So clearly he's a sweeping man. But 3 good shots, 3 productive shots, and now making the adjustment on the leg side there where Matthews coming to his left.
Is that gone all the way?
Yes, it's buys, it's 4 buys. Obviously this time looking to reverse sweep, but the ball bounced. Missed the outside edge, missed the keeper's left glove. Jonathan Drates had slipped, didn't even bother to turn and run for it. Shane Mosley at leg slip, chased it all the way down to long leg, but eventually the ball struck that wall. So that is 4 fours and 4 deliveries. So a little pressure here for the spinner, Ian Boyce, who was a success full bowler last week. So he's under some pressure here now.
Oh, he's shipping again, this time in the air. Last safely, come back for 2. Yeah, good running. Yeah, very good running for Richards and Dorn. Yeah, this has been smart batting by Demetrius Richards. It's a single to N. 19 runs off the over, 70 for 1.
And the last delivery of that over from Boyce was an authentic drive up to mid-off. He played with 5 previous deliveries, he played 5 sweet shots. I thought I was at home again. Well, it's good. It makes good cricket to see the innovation, obviously from the T20, as well as innovation to stroke play, field placing, bowling. You know, certainly fielding has improved as well. I know batters are more confident to play the T20 shots in the longer formats. So it brings element of risk but excitement.
So Matthews will continue.
His first over cost 6 runs. He picked up the important wicket of the opening batter, Taylor. Wildey has marched on to 71 for 1, sorry. And that lead is pushing up to 227.
Here's Matthews. Yeah, Wanderers will be thinking how they can restrict this Wildey team from scoring. Wickets will be key. Wouldn't want this lead to get up into 300. Already 227 Wildey. They'll be having their eyes on, 300, 320 perhaps. Interesting couple of hours left in today's play.
Yeah, it's important that Wanderers try to control the game, although they're behind it. They don't want Wildey to go on a run feast and score runs too quickly and then obviously put them under pressure when they go a second time to bat. Wanderers still want to have some control of the game and dictate to Wildey, how long they'll have to bat, even if they decided to stretch it into tomorrow. But clearly from what we're seeing here, Wildey looking to get as many runs as possible and maybe do a surprise declaration this evening. That is the kind of thinking I think that is going through the head of Captain Jerome Jones. They're not at a fete, they're just seeing a lot of music coming from somewhere. A ball. The fateful delivery of a fast bowler, Amari, which is the Yorker.
Yeah, very well bowled from Matthews. Yeah, Richards forced to take out that one. Halfway through this over with Matthews. Where will he go next? Yeah, continue to have brilliant conditions for cricket here at Darrell's Road. A couple of clouds in the sky and a bit overcast. Nice conditions on this, the second day of this match. So a bit of a gentle breeze as well coming from left to right, just hitting us here in the commentary box.
Yes.
Philo has not complained about being hot at all.
No, just my eyes are running because don't forget we have the Sahara dust around. Well, you like me who wear glasses and I stare at the computer every day and suffering from dry eyes. So I'm feeling the effects, but the wind is quite high as you can hear on our microphone. And then there's a loud motorcycle passing as well. I'm really thrilled by these loud motorcycles. You might think I'm a motorcycle freak, but I'm very thrilled to hear them and how they ride them. I tend not to drive as much as I used to because of the motorcyclists.
Final ball of the over. Well bowled, well played.
Yes, a good over there from Ray Matthews, his second. Keeping the batter, Demetrius, which is quiet. Good control he's shown. He's continuing his good form from last weekend. He had a good one-day game, and also in the first day of this game last week, he picked up some wickets. So clearly he's come in and he's done the job that his captain has asked him to do, just to be tight and stem the flow of runs. And this kind of bowling would obviously delay any thought or invitation of Wildey looking to declare, because they need to put themselves in a position where they can have enough time to bowl Wanderers and also give the bowlers enough time to rest, because the conditions are harsh, we must admit. So the bowlers still need a little downtime so they can really regroup, get their muscles back into zones and to come out and look to press on. But Wildey clearly be looking to get maximum points here against Wanderers.
You mentioned the bowlers. Yeah, fast bowlers have struggled today for sure. Hasn't been really much in the surface for the quicks.
It's a lot flatter than last week. I thought that King didn't put in the effort though. That they just really going through the motions. McAllister again just putting in the effort but not getting the rewards. Dorn is on the face to Boyce. Dorn very tall, fit, enjoying his cricket at Wildey after moving from the Barbados youth. So this is a good transition period for him.
Off the mark now, Joshua Dorn.
The rally finished last weekend. That is not a rally car. It was just a vehicle with a loud muffler. That's a good ball short of a lineman. Dorn growing tall. Going onto his back foot and punching into the offside and getting a relatively easy single to get off the mark. It's always good to get off the mark. My former opening partner, Desney, has always said it's good to get off the mark. You feel different. You feel lighter when you get off the mark. So he's off and running. He's on 1. They move up to 72, brings Demetrius Richards into strike. He's on 35 and 35 balls, so he's not been a slouch at all.
Yeah, scoring out a run of ball. Richards.
It is amazing, Ray Matthews. He's a backward square for the left-hander. Demetrius Richards just sweep that ball. Ray bowls right-handed, bats left, and he throws the ball with his left hand right over the stumps of the keeper. You know, so he's ambidextrous and he has both sides well balanced. As we've seen 2 visitors obviously walking on the southern side of the ground. Played by Doran Soft, hands into the offside. I don't know if you know about cricket in England, Amari. When I played cricket in England, club cricket, the players will always walk around the field when it's a sunny day. I do not know why, but playing for Sunderland in Durham Senior League, it was never warm. and they will walk in short pants and t-shirts, and they would say it's a beautiful day, and I couldn't see where it was that was beautiful. So you always find visitors, particularly the English visitors, will come to a cricket ground and they will walk around the field. That is part of their
Culture.
Yeah.
It's what they're used to.
Yeah. I don't know why they do it, but they do it. You're not missing any cricket. Demetrius Richards has asked for another bat. He has no stickers on them. So clearly looking for a bat sponsor. Hopefully he'll get one soon. But he is a talent, Demetrius Richards. I hope that he can push harder for a Barbados franchise, permanent spot. But nothing in life is permanent. You have to work for what you want, and when you get it, you have to enjoy it.
Looks close, and it's given. Boy strikes, and it's a big wicket of Richards. It's gone for 36, a run of ball 36. And Wildey have lost their second. And it's 74 for 2.
But he's played the sweep one too many shots. That ball was full length. Looking to employ the sweep after changing his bat. A very full length delivery from Boyce. Good thinking from Boyce as well to get the ball full. And when Richards looking to sweep and missing that ball, the umpire obviously ruling in the affirmative that he was out. LBW walks back. Obviously a little dejected, but you would have said that he's done his job by giving them a platform on which to build on. Wildey. As you see from the replay, very, very full delivery. He'd be better off hitting that ball down to mid-on rather than employing the sweep. But he sweep at every delivery, he made contact, and the one that he missed, he's been giving out LBW.
Yeah, there was no hesitation as well from the umpire straight away as the appeal went up. Finger went up as well. And it means this. Neymar Bolden comes to the crease. And yeah, a position that Wanderers would want themselves to be in. 2 new batters at the crease at this stage of the contest. So 2 batsmen who are not particularly settled. Dorn has been there facing 6 deliveries, scored 2 runs, and Bolden the new batsman, so chance for Wanderers to assert their dominance.
Yeah, if they sneak a couple more wickets, it would delay Wildey's decision to declare. Then we'll have to obviously do a reassessment of where they want to be, maybe at 5 o'clock. But taking wickets is always going to be in favor of Wanderers, and it will also slow down Wildey as well.
Just want to remind our viewers that this broadcast is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association. Matthews continues. That is a glorious shot. Don't matter how fast Corbin runs, he gets to the boundary.
It's elegant. Just a half volley. Joshua Dorn just getting A good stride in with his front foot, and then the hands come through. Very well executed extra cover drive. And it sped across this brung out field down to the boundary for 4. So good start for Wildey. A very good shot from Joshua Dorn.
Yeah, good recovery from Matthews.
It always happens, you know, Amari. When the fast bowler gives a boundary away with a half volley, the next delivery is always back of a length. And he would have told himself, why didn't he bowl that ball the first ball? But he's corrected it quite nicely and forced Dorn into defense, who looks good in defense as well. Very compact.
Yeah, that's good as well.
Yeah, Matthews bending his back a bit more, ball bouncing, but Dorn very tall, strong looking, fit looking young man, and just punching it to the offside. It's 2 good deliveries from Ray Matthews. You give away a boundary the first ball by being full, but then you drag your length back and produce 2 dot balls.
Experience. That's what it does.
True. You can't buy it in the supermarket. Well, the batter's hitting the ball quite hard, though. You can hear that sound of lead on to the willow bat of Joshua Dorn. No stickers on his bat, so he threw his head in the back contract, but good timing. What I like about him is he's getting into good positions to play the ball. The ball was on length coming into him, and he just slid across with his back foot to the offside, but just worked it nicely to forward square. So clearly that was an in swinger. So he's hitting the ball where it's going. In swing is coming in, you hit it to the leg side. If you can get to the pitch of the outswing, you can hit it to the offside.
Yeah, again, good defense from Joshua Dorn.
Yeah, you'll see the modern day batters when they're defending, they defend with the bat just a bit behind their front pad. The very soft hands allow the ball to just hit it and drop in front of them. The modern day cricketer, the former cricketers or the cricketers of past eras, 10, 15 years ago, would have looked to push the bat in front of the pad to stop the ball from swinging. But these guys like to play the ball right under their eyes. So if there's any late deviation, they could run themselves in trouble.
Yeah, that's a good stop from Corbin, preventing a couple. End of the over, 78 for 2.
What I like about that last delivery, Ray Matthews looking for the Yorker, but Dorn equal to the task. Not looking at it hard, just used to pace the ball and pushing it back down the pitch. Where Corbin dives to his right at mid-off, prevent any possibility of a single. And that's what you want to see in the field, the fielders, throwing themselves around, trying to save every run. And the more runs the Wanderers fielders save, the longer they will have to bat.
Yeah, Gladiola versus Pickwick. This match on the screen, Gladiola, superb lane Gladiola that is.
This seems to bowl out. Looks like they're leaving the field on this water. They're 141 for 9 and 45 overs, so they're still trailed by 143 runs. And this is very good from ESFU Pickwick. Xander Batiste, he's picked up 3 for 8 from 3.1 overs. So this has been very good cricket from ESFU Pickwick. I was here last week Sunday where they were beaten quite easily by Wanderers after getting up to 351 runs. Wanderers got home quite easy in the end.
Yeah, Boyce is back. into his third over.
I like the steady bowling from Boyce. What he's doing, he's making the Wildey batter, Neymar Bolden, look to put pace on the ball. He's bowling very slow. He sweeps well. And Matthew moves to his left. And as he tumbles to his left, the ball goes under his left hand, under his body and over the rope for 4. So a good shot from Bolden. Just a length delivery on leg stump from the spinner. And he just swept it quite nicely. Always in control of that shot.
Yeah, another good sweeping shot. Matthews tried.
It's a harsh outfield.
Yeah.
Very harsh. It's brown. It's dry. It's bumpy. You know, for a fielder to put his body on the line here, you have to commend him.
Yeah, another quick single. Bit of misfeeling there from Emilian. Yeah, a couple of field adjustments.
Bolden being the left-hander, Doran being the right-hander, it's always going to be a challenge for the bowlers and also the captain in terms of field placing. It's a bit too short from the off spinner. Just worked nicely by Doran. Down to deep mid wicket, drops through for a single. But when you look at Doran, you can see a cricketer of a class.
Yeah.
And he's one of the few batters that have this shirt tucked in as well. And you can see him just going through the rehearsals of his shots. He's very deep into his batting, very deep into his cricket in relation to thinking. It's a very good shot again.
4 more. Again, Matthews will not come around in time. And it's a boundary to end. 84 for 2.
Yes, a very good sweet shot from Neymar Bolden. Not a tall man, the ball pitched just outside leg stump. And he just helped it around the corner. Ray Matthews sprinting from forward square to the direction of the pavilion, but could not make it. Had to pull up as the ball crossed the boundary ropes and into the pavilion. So a very good shot. Good productive over for Wildey. And as Bolden and Joshua Doran looking to build a partnership here for the third wicket.
And what is important is that the lead continues to grow. Now we'll see Pius Emilian.
I was told he used to play for Wildey as well.
Yep, against his former club.
He will want to do well.
So far, his former teammates are on top. Interesting rivalry.
It is. It's part of Barbados' local cricket landscape. You have the next round of matches. You have Spartan, Fusion Boutique Spartan going to come up against the old nemesis, Empire. That should be a good game. It'll be played at Bite Hall. The dub that going the Hall of Champions. So that should be an interesting fixture next week. And Wanderers are playing Melbourne at Oxnards in the second division match. Melbourne scored 201 for 4 in 28 overs. And Wanderers, they're 57 for 3.
Wow.
They're on sweeps, almost being bowled. And if they get 2, that is poor running by Jonathan Drakes. Because the batters come back for 2. No effort at all to get to the ball quickly by Jonathan Drakes. And one would expect a better fielding effort from him.
Yeah, changing the body language of the Wanderers players out there in the outfield, perhaps. Bit of frustration beginning to settle in as Wildey continue to pile on the runs.
Good old Gavin Beersford is still playing for Wanderers. He's still not old. He's older than me. Or maybe a few years younger. He's giving me hope. Full toss.
Missed his line. It's gone all the way for 6.
Oh, that's 4. It
4,
bumps just in front of the boundary. Smash onto that wall.
It looked like 6 from my vantage point. 4. Definitely 4.
Yeah, 4 runs. A good shot. Bad delivery. And dealt with in the appropriate fashion. Hitting straight with it. Now I'm looking to go across batter, just hitting it flat and straight. And getting the scoring 4 runs.
What it does, Philo, is that brings up the lead to 250 runs.
Yes, a good lead, and it's only, 20 past 4, and we're supposed to go up to 5:30. So one can sense, that Wildey may be looking to make a declaration this evening. I don't see Wildey batting the entire afternoon. I think Wildey is that kind of side that will look to win the game and put Wanderers under a little pressure this evening by asking them to come and maybe have 4 to 5 minutes to an hour to close the play.
Yeah, especially that time of the evening to 4:45. It's in the air. Well, land safe. But I was making the point, rightfully said, maybe around 4:30, 4:45, 5. Have your batters in under some pressure. So perhaps Wildey, that could be their game plan.
Yes, we saw that ball. Boulder not moving his feet, just using his arms and hitting it over mid-off head. McAllister running back, but couldn't take the catch. And they come back up for 2 runs. So clearly Wildey is looking to accelerate.
That's down the leg side again. Yeah, Bowden has scored 11 from 7 and drawn 13 from 19. So scoring not an issue for these two. Scoring currently at 6.55 and over.
You can hear the coach from the Wanderers team telling the bowler to bowl the ball. He's just looping it up, hoping that Bolden makes a mistake. He needs to bowl it with effort and meaning and intent. Bolden just slaps his ball to the cover. Now at the end of that voice over, will they move it to 96 with 2? Unless you look at the scorecard there, Shenaldo Taylor, he was got Joshua Corbin bowling, Ray Matthew 26 and 28 balls, and then Demetrius Richards, the keeper, was LBWTM boys for 36. So Wildey continues to pile on the pressure here at Dallas Road against Wanderers. They've moved on quite nicely to 96 with 2, and the lead is 252.
A bit of a drink spit here. 15 overs gone in this innings, and Yeah, Wildey, 96 for 2.
And it's amazing that the coach is the man who's coming up rather than the captain to have a chat with the two set batters.
Yeah.
Because one would expect in this passage of play that you would see the captain coming out and giving instructions. But obviously he maybe would have told the coach his plans. As we're seeing yes, if we Pickwick against Super Blend Guardiola, they've started their second innings. They're now 2 without loss. Grant is yet to score, and Craig Holder has been elevated to the opening batter position. Jaden Lord, the young, promising fast bowler everyone is talking about, has started proceedings obviously from the northern end, it looks like. But I have a lot of time for Ivan Grant. I think he's a talent. I keep telling him he needs to give himself a bit more time at the crease, and he scored a wonderful 100 here last week, 143. And obviously I hope that he can carry that form now into Saturday's game. It's a red ball, but it's still cricket.
This time we'll have Pickwick versus Purblind Gladio. That's the match you're seeing on your screen. So we on a drinks break here at Darrell's Road. Yes, if Field Pickwick lead by 144 runs.
In there for them. Ball second last ball in there for them.
Say good afternoon to Philip Hackett. He's replaced Phil Wallace, who's going to have a chat with the other Philip.
Yes, Anwar. The action continues, and pretty dominant position here for the Wildey side, looking to repeat as champions, and we're virtually almost halfway through the season, and a victory here for them will make up for the hiccup they suffered against Gladiola a couple of series ago.
Yeah, Wildey definitely in a commanding position, as you rightfully mentioned, as you're not missing any cricket here at Darrell's Road. The players just about making their way back onto the field of play, so we're showing you footage from Pickwick, and they're taking on Gladiola. Pickwick 4 without loss. Jamar Eiffel.
They lead by 146 runs. So that's also building up to an interesting finish.
Yeah, Craig Holder and Ivan Grant at the crease. This is Jamar Eiffel bowling now.
Jamar Eiffel made the Barbados team last season, I think it was. Just the one game. Didn't get him on the wickets, and somewhat surprisingly to me, didn't get among the short list in the recently concluded season, when it was pretty obvious that Barbados was short on and then it came to the pace attack.
Yeah, Eiffel, a player that I know for quite some time. I actually played together at the St. Albans Primary School in the Herman Griffith Primary School's cricket competition. And I really wish that our viewers could see the look on Philip's face when I started to allude to the fact that I played with Jamar Eiffel. It's like total shock and disbelief.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm aware of your great interest in football. And I know that you know your cricket, but I didn't realize that. I wasn't aware that you had actually played in the past. So that was the, and then when you said you played with Jamar Eiffel, well, you know, some people would say, well, you played with one of the big ones.
A couple of big ones, if I
But of course, what you didn't say at that point in time is that he wasn't quite big yet.
If I go on, actually played in a under 13 cricket final, Alexandra versus Comamere. Joshua Bishop was a part of the Barbados.
You've
the
played
Alexandra team at that.
with some big ones. You said you played for Alexandra against Comamere. And
We were 13 for 7. And obviously lost that match, but played at Kensington Oval, so yeah.
I thought you were going to tell me you were 30 for 7 and you came to the rescue. So you what was your specialty?
None really.
We're taking this conversation in all sorts of directions.
Utility player.
Utility player. Fair enough. So 96 for 2. Neymar Bolden and Joshua Dorn trying to cause even more grief for the Wanderers side. Now we talked about Wildey looking to defend their championship and so on, but Wanderers, they've got a totally different objective, if you will. They're trying to save themselves because they started this series pretty close to the bottom.
And I had a chat with the coach, Ricky Clark, a bit earlier today, and talked to him about the game situation. And at this stage of the match, he mentioned a lot about being able to still get those points, and points very important for the Wanderers team. So that's the mindset of where they are right now, and they'll need some wickets here as Wildey continue to dominate. Lead now 258.
So when the coach was on, he talked about putting the game beyond Wildey. Beyond Wanderers, but he didn't quite indicate what sort of score would put the game beyond them. But the man in which he was talking, because he turned down the idea of maybe dangling the carrot, so to speak. So I think we can safely accept that they will bat the rest of the day and maybe even a bit tomorrow, if the idea is to completely shut the opposition out.
Hello, life.
I don't know that 261 runs will do that. So they'll probably bat the rest of the day for sure.
Makes sense. Really does, given the context of this match. These two in the middle, Doran and Bolden, look pretty set. No, a bit of overcast.
Yes, it has been a kind of hazy sunshine, but now the haze remains, but the sun is gone.
Yeah, and there's a gentle breeze now to the evening that the players I know would definitely appreciate. We've had some hot conditions, not only today, but across the last couple of days here in Barbados. So everyone will be grateful for this coolness. Bit of a quick ball there from Boyce.
Ian Boyce, 1 for 30 before this over. In the first innings, Boyce 4 for 99 from 21 overs and 2 balls. Valuable all-rounder in this Wanderers team. Tobias, as far as I'm concerned, though, I find he bats a bit low sometimes for a player who has contributed to the runs with reasonable consistency. Another quicker delivery there. Seems to be pushing him through right now. Just a slip on the short extra cover. Well, there's a close in mid-wicket as well, so you could say 3 catchers, if you will.
Yeah, a couple of fielders in cash-in positions.
First innings, Craig Sinthill got 78 off 70 balls. And he was in this conversation with Philip Spooner, he was saying that he only played because of the absence of Jordan, and McCaskey. And he doesn't really get a whole lot of time to practice. Well, certainly he was able to contribute effectively. I guess you could virtually say in that respect he was playing off memory.
Yes, says a lot though for the player coach, Craig St. Hill, to, as you rightfully mentioned, not being able to put in a lot of training and still come out and get a very good score, 78.
Some 4.6s and 8.4s. But Craig St. Hill and his brother Clint always been very good contributors at the first division level. And I suppose, well, certainly Craig played as a youngster for Barbados. And I suppose there was a time when one would have been looking for them to go on to higher things. Clint has, in a sense, in that he's going to coaching. And now Craig also doing a bit of coaching, but of course Clint coaching at a higher level, isn't he?
Yeah, talent manager, I believe, his position. He's at the Cricket West Indies. So yeah, congratulations to Clint St. Hill. Flying the Barbados flag high at the regional level in terms of coaching. Here's Emilian. And that has to be the aim and target for not only our coaches but our players, you know. You come here and you play this cricket, this 3-day format of the game, and you have to be thinking about elevation, progression. How can I go on to represent Barbados? Then when you reach the national level, what is it that I need to do then to go on to represent Barbados, not only at the high level, but represent the West Indies? So this really foundation for our players to put up their hands for selection.
At one point, he looked as though he had misjudged that delivery and looked to be maybe in a kind of awkward position, but recovered well. And in the end, it was a very good-looking stroke through the offside down to the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, good shot from Joshua Dorn. Yeah, and he just stepped back and created that whiff to play the cut shot. Forcing Emilian now to rethink.
Well, Dorn is a player who, no doubt, talented, has had some pretty good scores at the domestic level, has not done badly when exposed in the regional competition. But as I was saying last week to one of our colleagues, I've not had the privilege of seeing him perform very often. Or when I say seeing him perform, I've seen him perform, but what I mean is that I've not had the privilege of being present when he's had a big score. And I think only on one occasion I saw part of a half century from him. And that's not meant to suggest anything about his ability. It's just my bad timing. not being in the right place at the right time. So from that perspective, I'm enjoying his knock so far, and who knows, he may decide to give us a big one today.
I was just about to say, Philip, maybe you need to stay at home when he's playing.
Well, that's how the conversation started last week.
Really?
When he was dismissed, I said that to someone, maybe I need to stop coming to his games. It may be me, I may be the bad luck. On the opposite of that now is that I've often seen the best of Namar Bolden. So it's just one of those things, I don't doubt his ability, darn that is, but I've hardly had the privilege of seeing him at his best.
Yeah, a player with so much promise and potential, and they use those two P's. Represented the West Indies at the under-19 level, actually was named the captain and So apart from his skill on the pitch, what that tells me is that he does possesses another a lot of leadership qualities. Those leadership qualities obviously being acknowledged and at the CWA level. And
Well, just for viewers though, the players know they've not gone on strike. The ball seems to be an issue, and the match referee David Ross has gone out with a box of balls for the umpires to make a choice to get a replacement ball. So they're inspecting that box now, and they will come up with the best option having done that. So that gives you opportunity to get back to what you were saying.
yeah, that was some excellent camera work by our production team. Felt really close.
Well, had Ross not been in the way, we
action.
would have been able to help him with the ball selection.
Yep.
It was that. It was that close. So they've made their selection, and we should have the action continuing. 111 for 2. And the interesting that the current runner rate is over 6, and that's an indication as to the strength that the grip that Wildey has on this game. They lead by 267. What do you think would be a total that satisfies what the coach shared with us? A total that would shut the Wanderers side out of the game. What do you think they'd be looking at?
I think at this stage of the match, what are we?
We've got what?
20
under
minutes.
an hour to go of scheduled time.
20 minutes, 5 o'clock.
So you've got like 50 minutes before the schedule close.
I believe that Wildey will be looking at in the region of 300, 325 runs, perhaps to put it out of the reach of Wanderers.
You think they'll bat again tomorrow?
Probably not.
I know there's some teams that certainly wouldn't. Not so sure where the Wildey team stands, but there's some teams that thrive on adventure, so to speak, and would probably even have had the opposition in today. A bit of sloppy work out in the field, so they'll get a couple of extra runs here as the return comes in.
I think they'll want to give themselves enough time to get those 10 wickets as well.
Well, they should. And the thing about it is that you're playing a team that, in the current standings, is no threat to you. You're playing a team that is fighting in the relegation zone, so to speak, in that area. You are looking to get back to the top, but you are out of the relegation zone. So this team is of no threat to you. And you don't lose the points that you've earned if you end up losing the game. So if you get bonus points or whatever, batting points, bowling points, you don't lose those if you want to lose the game. What a good bit of work out in the field. Wow. That was very good work done, and it has brought about the dismissal of Bolden. But that was excellent. Let's look at the replay, Anmar. Here's a ball that was played not that hard, but it was well to the right of Morris. And he was very alert and very agile in being able to haul it in.
Yeah, very good bit of feeling there from Joshua Morris. Brilliant catch. And it leads to this. Bowden having to take that long dreaded walk back to the pavilion area. And yeah, Wildey has lost their third. Still lead by 269. And it means that their captain, Jerome Jones, comes to the crease. And the mere fact that he's out there is suggesting to me that they're not quite happy yet with the amount of runs they have on the board. They still think they need a couple more. Like I mentioned to you, Philip, perhaps 325. I mean, who knows, even 350.
I don't think they're going to take any chances with the players like Shane Mosley in the side. Young Lovell is not a bad player. He's already got a century this season. They're not going to underrate this team. But what I was saying before is that it's a team that is no threat to you in terms of the standings at this point in time. And therefore, one could probably take the chance of giving yourselves enough time to get the wickets. But if worst case scenario, you were to lose and they were able to get the target, it doesn't really make your position any worse than if the game ends in a draw.
Yeah.
Now, if you're playing the team, as the return is direct, but the umpire doesn't seem too impressed. In fact, even the fielders, just the initial excitement of the direct hit, and Jones survives. But as I was saying, if it was a situation where you've got two top teams, well then obviously, or two bottom teams, you would expect a lot more caution because you wouldn't want to take the chance of a team that's alongside you getting well ahead of you. And likewise, if you're at the bottom, you don't want to ease someone else and leave yourself down there. But they're far enough apart that I don't think Wildey has to worry too much about that.
Yeah, direct hit there, good fielding. But Jones was home and dry.
So good work in the field nevertheless as the action continues. So Wildey coming into this game with 45 points in 5th position behind Gladiola 61, Spartan 51, YMPC 48 and Empire 47. Well, we know that YMPC didn't pick up too many points from their game against Spartan. They picked up, I think they picked up maximum bowling points, or pretty close to that, but they didn't pick up any batting points and no other points. So they haven't advanced their cause too much at all. And Wonders, they came into the game on 35 points in 8th position. Behind them, only Windward on 30 and BCA Youth on 16. And we know BCA Youth don't have to worry about things like relegation.
It looks like it's going to be Ray Matthews to continue. Jeremy McAllister actually. Into his 4th over now, has bowled 3. It's gone wicketless so far, conceding 22 runs.
So Zaire McAllister, none for 22 from 3 overs. Came into the attack in the first innings when nothing much was happening and livened up things somewhat. So we'll see what impact he will have here. Not a whole lot of support in the field, just the one step on a gully. But at this point in time, I think the emphasis would be on run saving rather than attacking too much, although the best form of defense is sometimes attack, as that one is whipped away through the onside for boundary. So McAllister greeted with some aggression there by the right-handed Dorn. In fact, that's Jones on strike, isn't it? Yes, that's Jones. So 2 right-handers in now. Captain hitting that one through the onside quite firmly.
Yeah, and previously saw Jones call for the helmet. That was a good shot. As you said, just whipping it over on the offside. Where will McAllister go now?
Well,
that's gone again.
Of where he is going to be struck, and struck over mid-wicket for 6. A good catch out there by someone behind the boundary. That's the assistant coach, Harbin. Yes, he took the catch, but it didn't really count because he was beyond the boundary and he's not on the field, so to speak, although he's wearing white. So who knows, maybe the batsman's heart may have been in his hand for a few seconds seeing a guy in white catching the ball, but he was beyond the boundary. 6 runs.
That is gone and hit with authority from Jerome Jones.
Talk about a shot in anger.
Yeah, smile on McAllister's face, but definitely won't be happy with that. Back-to-back maximums from Jones.
4-6-6. Let's watch the replay. So the ball seems to be gone for good. Is it back?
That was such a good shot.
Does he have the ball in his hand? Anwar, you may be able to pick that up. The ball, he seems to have something in his hand, but I don't know if it's the ball. I don't think so. Lots of conversations. It's conference day, Anwar. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 conferences going on. 3 fielders at well, almost like a long-on position. Then there is out in the mid-on area. There's a group of 4. The umpires are having a chat, and then out in the deep cover area, 3 players are there having a chat, and then 2 guys who must certainly be feeling left out at front leg and backward square, all alone. So what is happening, Anwar?
I think the conversation perhaps maybe where's the ball?
Well, the match referee is just gotten up from behind us and is making his way out. But I really thought it was very obvious from early that there will be some issue in getting that ball back. That's gone clear out into the road in Darrell's Road. And who knows, that may very well be in somebody's yard. Or maybe it could even be still on its way down to the city because it was certainly struck with great power and aggression. And, well, I think that's still on its way somewhere.
Yeah, let's see if we'll be able to.
They're looking in that direction as though they're expecting someone to throw it over the wall. I don't know where that optimism would have come from, but we'll see how that works out. The conferences continue meanwhile. On your screen, you can see maybe the smallest of the conferences, the 2 batsmen having a chat, but there are many more. The match referee has gone out with the to the 2 umpires, and as I said, there were 3 other little meetings going on around the ground. Not the best scenario for spectators. Of course, this is not baseball where the ball is going, you just toss out another one. This is cricket where the ball is a big issue. I think the ball is back though. I saw someone throw a ball to the umpire. Someone may have gone for it, assuming it's the same one. But there's a ball that will be used, and the action hopefully will continue in 3 or 4 minutes, or maybe even 5. Who knows?
Yeah, banter here. Oh, that's where Matthews and Craig St. Hill, their coach. Yeah, he has a smile on his face. Things are going his way. Matthews trying to encourage his team. McAllister so far has been pretty expensive. And a couple of field adjustments given the last 2 to 3 shots from.
Well, unless the laws allow them to place people beyond the boundary, I don't know if you feel the adjustments will make a difference.
Jones. Here's McAllister again.
Well, that's a no ball from the look of it. A ball that looked to be full to the bat. In fact, I think that would have been called. I wonder if that was called no ball for height, because it was a ball that didn't touch the ground until it was past the batsman. And there is Jones, who is standing with his helmet off, staring at McAllister as he makes his way back to his mark. Interesting to see that replay. I think the umpire does signal that it's called for height, huh? Over the waist.
He has to be careful here. McAllister could easily lose his concentration and focus.
So the helmet back on. And let's see what will happen. There seems to be a bit of a contest here. A contest within a contest.
Free hit. Yeah.
Well, talk about aggression. The ball came back to McAllister and he had to throw at the stumps. So he's worked up, not at all happy, I'm sure, to be struck for 4-6-6. Then the no ball. Then the free hit, which turned out to be a dot ball. So lots of interest developing here, Anmar.
Yeah, conversation there between Jones and Dorn, and Jones is smiling, walking back to the crease. McAllister, on the other hand, cut a serious figure.
Well, let's see what he will serve up this time. Will the bouncer come? You've got the backward square on the boundary. You've got a mid-wicket on the boundary. You've got a fine leg on the boundary. And here it is. And miscued by the batsman. And had that ball been picked up cleanly, who knows? But there was Jones looking to take advantage of the bounce. He's annoyed with himself for not really getting hold of it. And got a single. But I guess that was fairly predictable. That was just about the only thing left.
Yeah, the only thing he didn't try so far.
In this over, yes. He pitched it up, was hit away. He bowled the beamer. That was called. And now the bouncer, which wasn't fully put away. Tried to put it away, Jones, but didn't get hold of it properly, and you're only able to get a single. So now Dorn comes on strike. We'll see how Dorn will deal with McAllister, or how McAllister will deal with Dorn.
Final ball of the over. It's a dot to end.
And
so
good
very
luck
expensive over
Yeah.
from Jerry McAllister. Gone for 17. Wildey 132 for 3 after 20 overs.
So Dorn has got 22, Jones on 18. Still scoring at over 6 runs and over. The lead now swells to 288. And the way in which Jones is batting makes you wonder if they're thinking of maybe giving Wonders a bit of a knock this evening. I don't know how good an idea it would be, though, because the conditions right now suggest to me that you're not going to get too far past 5:30 if you do get to 5:30. So it could be a situation where if they do put Wonders in today, that they may not get to bowl too many overs at them. But the question they'll have to ask themselves will be, what is the probability of Wonders being able to score close to 300 runs in a full day? And there are not many teams that do that in the elite competition. But Boyce will continue, will come into the attack from the far end.
Yeah, and there's...
I should say come into the attack, I should say continue. Yeah,
and there's an attacking approach seems to be coming out of the Wildey camp, especially from their skipper. And have a look at the time going up to 5 o'clock. So would imagine if they can get those 300 runs within the next couple of minutes, perhaps they give themselves just about 20 to 25 minutes to put Wanderers back in.
Well, Jones has got 19 off 8. Dorn 22 off 29, off 30 now. 133 for 3, and the rate of scoring is just over 6.5. Dorn still playing rather straight and playing the ball more on its merit, but Jones has come out and made his intentions quite clear. The reverse not really executed with perfection, but enough to get a single and to bring the man who is wielding the long handle.
Yeah, leg buys as I expected. That one just come off the pad. Dorn.
Looking to get that reverse in, but not being able to do so.
Wonder what Shane Watson is telling Jerome Jones.
Well, I can't imagine, because I don't think that Boyce poses the same risk to life and limb as a McAllister would have. So I don't think the intimidatory factor is going to be the same. A single, nevertheless, to get him off strike.
Yeah, final ball of the over. Oh dear.
Tricked there by the bounce and turn.
Unlucky.
Yeah, committed himself maybe a bit too early as well. He would probably be thinking that. And of course, the ball bounced and turned away from him. May have overrun it slightly to start with. Embarrassing, nevertheless.
Definitely wouldn't want to see that bat tonight on Sports Night.
No, definitely not. But I'm sure if you have anything to do with it, you'll spare him.
That is not my call. Yeah, Wildey lead 295. Jair McAllister will continue. None for 40 into his 5th over.
So, interestingly enough, the captain is sticking with McAllister. And we'll see how that pans out this over. He's bowling to Jones again, who's got 20 off 9. So, let's see how that works out for him. Well, the intent is still there. And Lovell making a good stop, but the ball ricocheting away from him, giving the batsman a chance to go through for a run. So McAllister will be bowling to Dorn, who has adopted a totally different attitude to Jones. Dorn 26 off 33. But Jones has come out and has really been looking to hit just about everything out of the ground. Understandably is a declaration, I would imagine, around the corner, if not today, very early tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good run too from Dorn to get Jones back on strike.
Well,
and I'm really enjoying the battle here between Jones and McAllister.
Well, just about to say that as far as the spectators, all of us are concerned, that's what we want to see. So that single welcome, I'm sure, by all at the ground to see how this duel will pan out.
He's gone outside the off stump. He's gone back of a length. He's gone short. Really mixed it up, Jair McAllister. See what happens here.
And there's really no justice, is there? Coming off the edge, a thick edge, down towards the unprotected third man boundary, and McAllister must be wondering, well, what really must I do now?
There's no third man in place, so that runs away for a boundary, as you rightfully mentioned. And more runs for Wildey as Mosley goes and retrieves. So the lead now, going past that 300 threshold.
Well, the ball seemed to have lost somewhere under the covers. What is Jones going to do? He's coming down to Dorn. Dorn has tucked his bat under his arm. What is that conversation about, Anmar Goodrich boys? The glove comes off, but I think that's only to get a drink of water. So they will continue to bat. But for a moment there, I was wondering if the captain was thinking that maybe rather than waste time with the ball disappearing again, if he was going to call it quits.
Yeah, it definitely has to be in his mine for sure. Jerome Jones, and I don't suspect that there'll be much longer in terms of Jones and Dorno. They're batting, going past the 300 runs, as I mentioned, perhaps might have been the target for this Wildey team.
Well, I think he'll probably get more cricket this afternoon if they do declare, because the ball seems to be somewhere in the midst of all the covering that you're seeing there beyond the boundary. Have they found it? Looks that way because they're coming back this way. So it seems as though the ball hunting mission has been completed successfully. But you could see all of the covering there that is used to cover the pitch when it's raining. And the ball obviously was lodged somewhere in there. And it took the fielder a little while to find it. And I was wondering if that was maybe influencing the Wildey side to call it quits. But obviously it didn't. And they will continue to bat now with a lead of 301. Now, if there is rain tomorrow that robs this game of any time, Wildey may very well start to regret their actions, because the way they were batting with wickets in hand, they probably could have scored another 30 runs with greater effort, and could probably have had Wonders in with some time left, a half an hour or so to bat, and a wicket or two would put the Wonders side even under more pressure. What's that?
Whoa.
The umpire is satisfied apparently that was not above waist height. We'd have to see the replay, but it was a very full delivery. Let's watch the replay, Anmar, and see exactly how full it looked. Quite. Maybe let's see. Oh yes, it was full, but not above waist height. So just a dot ball. But McAllister will have to be careful here, because he's already bowled one ball above waist height. So Jones on strike. McAllister races in. Oh! That one hit him full on the pad. Again, not called because it was not waist high. But, well, Anmar, it seems as though McAllister is so ruffled that he's finding it difficult to get the ball pitched.
He's lost it. He's lost the plot. He's very concerned about the focus now of McAllister.
Well, he's got to remember that he's a Barbados player, that selectors are watching. In the air, over the head of Matthews, down to the boundary for 4. So he's got to remember that the selectors are watching. Now, not that I am seeing the selectors, but the matches are all streamed. So whether they're here or not, one would have to assume that they're watching. And if they're not watching, they can go back to the YouTube feed and watch it at their great leisure. So as a player at that level, I think you need to be conscious about just about everything you do. That would be my advice.
Yeah, great advice. And this is where we have a bit of a commentary change.
Yes, Philo Wallace is going to come in, and he is going to be joined by Philip Spooner. So we're going to have a double change as usual. But really and truly, the game moving at a fast pace in terms of runs, but not very fast in terms of the action continuing. We've had the breaks with the ball being knocked out to the ground, the ball being lost. Now we've got a break, the reason for which I haven't yet determined. But it looks as though Boyce is ready to start his over. But Philo Wallace, McAllister seemingly a bit rattled by the treatment meted out by Jerome Jones.
Yes, and who wouldn't be if a fastball is being smashed all over to all parts of the boundary?
And now the spinner is being lofted away. That's gone for what? Let's see. That's a 6 as well. So whether you're fast or whether you're slow, Jerome Jones has one message for you. You're going to go.
Yes, a beautiful shot there from Jerome Jones, the captain of Wildey. He pushes the score up to 156 for 3. He moves up to 32 from 14 balls. And only last week, he scored a brilliant 100 in quick time. You see McAllister moving to his left at me long on and watching the ball sail into the property. The gentleman obviously is going to retrieve it, but it seems it was going deep into his real estate.
So the gentleman who lives there, you're saying he's going to retrieve it?
Yeah, he has the ball in his hand.
Oh, yes, I see him now, but you know,
and he's left-handed too.
Yeah, I always admire the things that you can see.
Well, you and I have 4 eyes, but I look for the smaller things in life. You look at the big things. You see a big open field at Dells Road. I look at where the ball is gone and how the guy went and retrieved it from just beyond his house. But Boyce has the ball. It's not hot because he's holding it in his hand.
Well, someone is going to have to retrieve this one as well. That's gone quite a distance for another 6. So Jones not making any sport here. And the back-to-back 6s of Ian Boyce.
Yes, that ball was flat and faster. Jones was looking to hit that way in the mid-wicket region, but just flat batted straight over the bowler's head. Ian Boyce's head down by the sight screen. He heard it crash into the sight screen for yet another 6. So two deliveries, 2 6s. And Boyce figures at 7.2 overs, 52 runs, and 2 wickets. So clearly Jerome Jones has taken a liking to Ian Boyce, who's being watched by his mother, and also the president of BCA, Calvin Hope, is also here as well, Philip.
Yes, he is.
Choo.
And more runs. This would be 5 because it's going to be called wide, I would think. It's called no ball, actually. Probably because it was off the square, maybe, off the pitch. I don't know. It's called no ball for whatever reason. And it's 4 as well, so 5 runs.
But it's a cool evening here at Dallas Road, but clearly the heat is on. Boyce just rattled with those 2 6s. Just fired that ball very, very wide of the off stump. A keeper could not stop it. Jonathan Drees did not chase that slip and down to the boundary for 5 extras.
I don't think he would have caught it, but
it's not about catching, but chasing. He hasn't chased the ball from slip for the whole day.
What are you suggesting, Phil Wallace?
I'm not suggesting anything. I just made a statement.
Okay. So,
Philip, at this level, all the cricketers need to put in an effort, make an effort. Your team might be against the wall, but you have to put in an effort to show that you're a team man.
But he's now moved back from slip to a short third man. That ball has gone a long distance again. Where is it gone? It's gone far.
It's gone into the same gentleman's real estate, and he's going to go for it again.
Well, I think he was smart enough not to go back inside if he was inside initially. So he's got to go ball hunting once more. And I think that's that. Well, he's got more time now to find it, and he doesn't even need to find it because the declaration has come.
He has to find it, Philip, because we need the extra balls at this club. Because there are not a lot of balls available, and once the ball gets knocked away, it has to be replaced. So that ball is just a few overs old, so it's important to get that one back.
Yeah, but that's Wonder's ball. That's not Wildey's ball. So
Wildey will have to. They still need it for more matches.
They'll need it later, yes. But right now, the ball that will be required will be one supplied by Wildey. You know, teams don't share balls like before.
They should never share balls.
Yeah. You know, there was a time when maybe if you didn't have a ball, rather than lose the game, your opponent might lend you a ball, but with these bonus points and all sorts of things,
there's nothing lending.
That doesn't happen nowadays.
No, everybody looking for points. So Wildey's innings has closed at 173, 4-3, and 22.4 overs. Wonders required 330 runs to win, Philip.
Yes, 330 runs to win. I don't know. I looking at it from Wonder's point of view, it could be worse because they could have been batting half an hour ago with more time to have to defend, keep the wickets intact. I don't know how much batting they will get.
I think they're about 12 overs available.
Yeah, I don't deal with overs available. That's a formality. I deal with conditions.
But what do the umpires deal with? And what the playing conditions
The umpires
say?
also deal with light because
so you umpire too.
What I'm saying is that if the light isn't good enough, I don't care how many overs are left. They're gonna have
Yeah,
to
if
stop.
light is not good
So
enough,
what I'm
yes.
saying is
but do
that
they have light meters?
you know, that's an interest. I've seen light meters used at this level, but I don't think most umpires use them at this level. But the point I'm making is, if the light isn't good enough in the opinion of the umpire, they'll stop playing regardless how many overs are there.
I understand that.
And I'm saying it is 30 minutes after 5. A restart should be somewhere maybe
23 minutes past.
23 minutes after 5 or so, which is like just 7 minutes before the schedule close.
At 5:30.
Of course, we know that if overs are left, you can play up to 6 o'clock.
Yes.
But what I'm saying to you is that based on the conditions as I see them right now, I'm just guessing here, not a weatherman, but I'm guessing that it is unlikely that we'll get all the way to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I agree. We might
And
not get a
therefore,
6.
we may get very few overs. You know, so what I really want to say is that I would have been happy looking at it from a neutral standpoint or from a Wildey standpoint to have had Wonders in before.
Yes, I thought Wildey would have declared at 5 o'clock, or maybe 10 to 5. We see on the screen here, ESFE Pickwick, they lead by 202 runs. They're playing against Super Blend Gladiola over at Rice's. Craig Holder, obviously, he's 27 from 40. Shamar Ford has joined, he's 7. And they've lost 2 wickets. Rashawn World, he's taken 1 wicket for 18 runs, and he's in his 4th over. You can see from the field that the field like is spread wide, far and wide actually. A very wide first slip, very wide second slip, almost a third slip as World bowls to Ford. Ford just pulls this ball length over the leg side, and that will go on for 4.
Look like 6. Well, actually, no, you're right, 4, because it's a signal of 6. And for those who are watching but are not perfectly schooled in the
Rice's is 3s and 4s.
various things about cricket, at Rice's they play
3s
and
and 4s.
Yeah. So although the umpire made a signal that we normally associate for 6,
but it's 4.
It's 4 runs because the bombers are 3s.
But if they're following the score, they would say it moved from 60 to 64.
Well, yes, but as I said, those who are not well schooled, and you know, we've been involved in cricket in one form or the other, and sometimes in more than one form at a time, throughout our lives, fellow. But everyone who is watching isn't as familiar with the various ins and outs of the game as you say in Barbados, as we may be. So sometimes you've got to do a little teaching.
But you're a teacher.
Well, exactly. So it's in my nature. I can't help
it. The preachers preach and the teachers teach.
I can't help it. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
And it's in the blood. It's a family business to some extent as well.
That's good.
Yes.
Actually, there's the off spinner, former Barbados overseas off spinner. He's going to pick up the attack. It looks like from the northern end of that ground at Rice's. ESFE Pickwick, they're 64 for 2. Craig Holder is not than 27 from 40 balls. And Shamar Ford, he's 11 from 13. So a good game here for ESFE Pickwick. They would have obviously got hold of the doghouse at Windward, where they refused to declare, opted for batting. I know they've gone over to Rice's just across from them, and they're really putting Super Blend Guardiola under some pressure to maybe save this game going into the final day tomorrow.
It would have been interesting to see what Pickwick would have done had they been in Wildey's position in this game.
Well, we both done that game at
Windward.
At Windward.
So we know that they would not have declared.
They would have played it safe.
Maybe sometime after tea tomorrow.
Yeah, they would have said that they don't have the compliments of bowlers, and if this bowler is not here, they don't get wickets. That's just funny excuses. But Wildey clearly looking for
the thing about it is that
result.
when under the conditions of this competition, you don't lose the points that you earn if you lose a game.
Yeah, they got accustomed getting points too to realize that.
You know, so as I was saying to Anmar when he was on, in this game, Wildey doesn't really need to fear. There's no threat that Wonders pose to them because they're so far apart in the standings.
Yes.
So even if it goes wrong and Wonders knock off the 330, ideally Pickwick are no worse off. Wildey are no worse off than they were.
I agree. If Wonders bat well enough to knock off the 330, well then kudos to them. They move up the standings.
Yeah, but it doesn't really.
It doesn't affect
Wildey under a whole lot of pressure.
Agree.
Now, if it was a question of Wonders playing, Windward, for example, at this point in time, that would be a different story. But I think, though, that the situation last week with Pickwick, I felt Pickwick was safe enough that they could have done better.
Yes. And I think that they came here last week Sunday and played a one-day game, got 351 and lost. And I felt that loss was because they never put their bowlers under pressure.
Winning is a habit too.
Thank you.
And looking to win, positivity.
Positive
It's
cricket.
a lifestyle, basically.
Yeah. So that is one of the reasons why, you know, Pickwick has, ESFA Pickwick find themselves struggling. You know, Grant got 55 in the second innings. He got 14 in the first. Sorry, 55 in the first innings and 14 in the second. Then move up to 66 for 2 and 14 overs. Holders on 28 not out. The lead now for Pickwick is 200 and that's 8. And once you see Ashley Nurse bowling, you know the next guy is going to be Matthew Ford.
Matthew Jones.
Matthew Jones, sorry.
I don't think we'll see Matthew Ford.
I was thinking about Matthew Ford in the West Indies team. But these noisy motorcycles excite me for that.
You're excited about the motorcycles?
Not really. I like to I'm excited about motorcycles, but they keep a lot of noise.
Yes, they do. You see that the West Indies match hasn't started as yet?
So it's raining in Jamaica.
Yes.
So they switched from a day game to a day and night game, and it's raining.
Yes.
And we need the points.
Well, I suppose we do.
See Jones here bowling to Ford.
So not only will Matthew Ford not be bowling because he's not in the team today, but looks as though the probability of anyone bowling is quite bleak. But we can only hope. The irony is that if there is play, you could very well have an unofficial T20 game.
I know you're going to say T20. You're not missing any cricket here at Dallas Road. The teams obviously have a changeover. The Wildey team, they're on the outfield, though, going through their fielding drills with player coach for this game, Craig Hill. And the Wanderers batters, Shea Mosley is putting on his strappings to make sure he's well padded and protected to go and face the music and face the challenge. As the two umpires now walk back into the middle and play will resume quite shortly. But you can see the joy in the Wildey players. They're all happy doing their catching. You know, everyone is in sync because they know the importance of getting out there and fielding and trying to pick up wickets to put Wanderers under pressure going into the final day's play tomorrow.
Well, it's a situation really where, you know, they're not under any pressure. They can actually enjoy this little period. I don't know if you can say the same thing for Shane Mosley and company. They have a few anxious moments coming up, one would think. How does one apply oneself to this type of situation? I'm sure you've been in this situation many times.
Many times, yes. This situation
one of which I will share with you. You may not recall, but one of which I will share with you off air at some point in time. I wouldn't raise it here on air at this point in time.
It would have to be a bad issue that you don't want to raise it on here. But anyhow,
exactly. I'm too kind.
This situation for opening bat is always troublesome because clearly you have to look to survive.
Yeah.
And if you sometimes if you clog your mind to be in survival mode, that is when you become vulnerable and get out. So an approach like this, to me, you have to have a clear mindset. If you get a half ball, you're going to put it away. If you're going to get a short ball, you can cut or pull. You pull it with authority because you still want to put the bowler under pressure. If you allow the bowler to just bowl at you, you're just looking at surviving. And when you're surviving as a batter, that's when you become vulnerable and you can lose your wicket. So Wildey's put themselves in a good position. As you said, the light is not going to improve. It's very hazy, so it's going to be interesting to see, you know, Jerome Jones, what his decision is in relation to who will bowl that new ball.
Yeah, fellow. I've been informed that there's been adjustment to the score. 8 penalty runs added.
This is a football match.
So 8 penalty runs added, and it means then that the 8 runs added to the target as well. And the target now then goes up to, what, 338. So
they have more runs to score.
That's not very encouraging at all for the Wanderers side. And but there again, who do they have to blame? They're behind on the overs, and the score from 173 for 3 declared is actually now officially 181 for 3 declared because of the 8 penalty runs added. Jerome Jones not out 48, Joshua Dorn not out 31, and Jones 48 not out 5 6s, 3 4s. What a knock that was. And bear in mind too that the penalty runs would have been added after the allowances, if you will. So they allow for lost ball and other things that may cause the game to be held up. And then after that is when the teams are punished for not getting through the required amount of overs. So Wonders putting themselves under even more pressure. And I'm sure that if they fall 8 runs short of the target, they will reflect on that even more.
They reflect on penalty runs.
I understand the need for these things, though, because, you know, sometimes when you're watching, you know, a 3-day red ball game, so to speak, it can seem as though everything is happening in slow motion because you've grown so accustomed to the white ball cricket, especially T20, where it moves a lot faster.
Yes, and the penalty runs have come about because they want speed in the red ball game. People just seem to be going through the motions, and it's going to be Tariq O'Neill is going to start from the Southern. And I had a chat with him when I was downstairs talking to Miss Boyce and the president, Calvin Hope. He came and introduced his father, introduced him to me. Ryan O'Neill, a former Barbados youth team cricketer and Division 1 cricketer of repute.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, his son told me.
Did he play youth cricket for Barbados?
Yes, the Barbados youth team cricketer.
Yeah.
His son told me bowled at him once and got him out.
Yeah.
He said he was chipping and he missed the drive.
Who bowled at who?
The son bowled at the father.
And got him out?
Yes, he was chipping and driving,
Uh-huh.
and obviously he missed. So his son told him, next time stay at ground. And
Well,
he's been given the opportunity now to open the ball in. Yeah, from the Southern end, he's bowling to a slip, silly mid-on, short mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket. He's bowling round the wicket. The most he just goes back and punches into the offside. Backward point is there. And as I said, world no run result. He's bowling a backward point, slip, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Very tight field.
Yes.
And that release shot over cow corner has that man in protection there at mid-wicket. So this is going to be a good challenge for Mosley. Goes back and cuts spell. Punches that ball very nicely through the offside. And will pick up 2 runs. So he's off the mark. Wonders are off the mark. And everybody is lighter on their feet.
I'm on my feet as well. And that's
Yes,
because I'm leaving you, Philo. But I'm leaving you in some very capable hands. Doesn't get much better than Philip Spooner.
You cannot. Anytime a man named Philip, he has a good name.
There we go.
You're Philip, and I'm Phil. It's just I forgot the lips.
Well,
Yeah,
that can be worked on.
I put an O on it.
You're in the legal field, so I'm sure it only costs you $500 or so to get that sorted out.
I have 4 lips, but thank you very much, Philip. It's a pleasure sitting and chatting with you about cricket as young Tariq O'Neill continues from that southern end, the Profera's end, at the southern side of the ground. And the northern end will be Stephen Farmer. 2 great bowlers. The ball is driven nicely by Mosley, but short, straight to short extra cover. And no around here to support from the Wonders camp. Well played, Mosley. This is a challenge for young Mosley. West Indies opener, played a couple of test matches, and Barbados opening batter as well. Goes back and punches it to backward point. Whirl is in the way, no run resulting. So the end of the first over, by the Wildey side ball by Tariq Hoyt. Wonders are off the mark. They're 2 without loss. Mosley is 2, as I'm joined by Philip Spooner, who's been very busy on his laptop computer. He's talking about World Cup football earlier this afternoon with me, so he's obviously deep into that World Cup football as well.
Yeah, Philo, thanks for having me.
And you got about 3 pairs of glasses.
Yeah, 1 for the day, 1 for the night.
And then for midday?
No, 1 for the unseen.
Okay.
Yeah, in anticipation. Yeah, Philo, thanks for having me back. Game, we got to admit, is one-sided. And I'm heavily weighted in favor of a rampaging Wildey team who stepped on the gas magnificently in the second innings and now have their foot on the throat of
Wonders.
Whimpering Wonders. Yeah.
But speaking of Tariq O'Neill, this afternoon he said that they play every game to win. And I think that is wonderful.
Sounds like Spartan in the 90s.
Yeah, every game to win.
Not only play everyone to win, play everyone expecting to win.
Yeah, they want to win every game.
Yeah, that was what I discovered when I joined Spartan, the ruthless nature, how about you go about your business.
Yeah. Says my Desmond World to bowl to Morris. A little ungamely in defending. I watched him last Sunday, Morris, who came out and played a wonderful innings to win the game for Wanderers against ESF Pickwick, chasing 351. He hit the ball with a lot of power and authority. to all parts of this Darrell Road field. And he obviously won the game for Wanderers, I would say. But thanks to a brilliant 141-run partnership, and that ball is going to punch through the offside. It will run close to the boundary, and as they say, hunting peers, and he gets two. But a nice-looking shot there from Morris.
I don't know if you noticed, Philo, but just now when the fielder went up there in that corner, he was a bit ginger. He went up there gingerly.
Because there are
a lot of brown leaves and
from the mahogany tree.
Yeah,
and they're slippery.
It's very slippery.
Yeah.
You get them in their spikes, you can't get them. They can't come out. You fall on them, you hit the back of your head. It really bit of. He avoided a comedy show.
Oh
no! How easy was that? That's just not good enough. But Wildey continue to run rampage all over Wanderers, and Morris really a very soft outfielder. Where was he going with that? What was he thinking?
Well, a short ball from Desmond Currency, no great spin because the ball is new. Just held up a fraction too early through the shot, looking to drag it into the leg side. He just dragged it back down the pitch, and the bowler said, "Thank you very much, I'll take that." Captain Jones is happy. All of Wildey is happy.
Yeah.
And Morris has to walk back, obviously dejected after gifting this wicket away for only four.
You were just saying how brilliant he was last Sunday, and
yeah, he struck the ball well last Sunday.
Today we're seeing the opposite. Is it the pressure?
Yes.
Of the situation?
Yes, as I was telling Philip Hackett earlier, that this funny passage of play where openers have to see out the day. You don't want to be too defensive. You still want to have that scoring intent. And you could clearly see that Morris was between two minds, either to play or to hit the ball away, and got caught in two minds and just gifted his wicket for a very tame return catch. And he has to walk back to the pavilion. So a soft out, but Wildey will take them however they come.
Yeah, not good. Not good for Wanderers. Just easily tap back to the bowler and call him ball. Now we have Emullion coming out. He was in night watchman last week, and he didn't suggest
permanency.
And he didn't look equipped enough to handle that situation. So let's see how he navigates this evening. But he starts by leaving, so that's good. But
well, he's supposed to have intelligence. He would have learned from last week what not to do, and try to apply it this evening in a similar role.
I hate night watchmen, by the way. I think it's unnecessary proposition in cricket. If your batsman can't bat good enough to survive a situation, how would
a number 11?
A number 11, a rank number 11.
I haven't heard that word in a long time.
Navigate. Oh, there. Quicker delivery, and he's beaten all ends up. And Emullion survives. 4 for 1 in 2 overs.
Well, this is going to be very testing times for the Wanderers batters. You have Shane Mosley, who is obviously the Barbados player, the opening batter, former West Indies opening batter as well. Lost his opening
They say
partner.
you shouldn't say former. Once he's current, you should say West Indies batter, even if
he never plays again.
Yeah,
but he's still playing cricket.
They say it's ingracious.
Okay, but the
West
Indies
batter,
batter,
current player as a former player.
Okay, West Indies batter Shane Mosley.
Yeah, that's what they say. I don't agree.
Obviously, he has to fight it out here for Wanderers. He has to survive this passage of play to come back tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, he takes a run. Emullion. The emotion of Emullion has been.
But Pius Emullion has to. This is his former team, Wildey.
Oh, yeah?
He played a couple seasons for Wildey, and then he moved down to Wanderers. So he came off the hill to come under the hill. And you realize that when you do that and you play against your former teammates, there's always pressure on you.
Extra pressure, yeah.
I can remember we played against Spartan versus Wanderers in Queen's Park, and there was a young man by the name of Stephen Leslie, who's now marketing and communications manager for the BCA. You would know him quite well, Philip.
I heard of him, yeah.
And I was feeling that short leg. And George Linton, the master
of leg
spinner, googly bowling, was bowling.
Yeah.
And I could see Stephen Leslie was shaking.
He was trembling here.
Yeah, he's trembling.
You nervous not. Oh, there, brilliant work. Oh, not out, but emollient. That must have been close. SC in a big drive, wasn't there for the shot. I don't know why he was looking for such an adventurous shot.
Well, the 333 more runs to get, so there's no
Beating
need
and
to play that shot.
work.
Just
Give a not out.
Needs to be tight, but good glove work by Richards.
Oh, he looked like he eased out. Square leg would tell the tale, but I think
By Codgington.
yeah, if I were a bowler thinking that I need my wicket, I would think I could get it from a million.
They just have to bowl straight out stumps. I haven't tried to turn a ball.
Yeah,
if I was bowling that
wicket to
million.
wicket, hit on the pad.
That's right. Force him to play the ball.
Yeah.
Because when you have a night watchman, all he wants to do is leave alone.
Leave alone, yeah.
So you got to force him to bring the bat onto the ball.
Correct. Oh dear.
Like that.
Yeah, correct. So much uncertainty from Emulian, but he survives. He lives to fight another over, and it's 5 runs for 1 wicket. Wanderers with thoughts of getting 333 more to win. That's a long way off, and they have the rest of this evening and all of tomorrow to do it. But they've met up against a rampaging Wildey bowling attack, which is full of spin, full of guile, full of craft so far. O'Neill with 6 in the first innings. He's looking to go in for the kill, and Currency, who's good value for money, he's looking to be wicket to wicket consistently and build the pressure.
Once you have Currency, you have power.
Well, some people say crypto is the new power. I don't know. I'm not invested in crypto. I don't know how that goes. Currency to Mosley. Caught. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Wildey. Sharp catch on the forward short leg. Currency producing an absolute gem and a very sharp catch. Mosley departs.
That's a Bolden
for 3.
That catch. That's a fantastic catch.
Bolden, you're golden. Yeah. And Mosley, another failure in this game, and the West Indies player not contributing in a major way to this Wanderers effort. But that's really good cricket. That's how you win matches. That's how you win titles. That's how you go in for the kill. And look at it. Look, a little bit of turn. Mosley jabbing at it when he should have killed it.
That's not a nice word to use.
Well, that's
maybe use soft hands.
Ruthless, yeah. He should have used soft hands. He was a bit stiff. And the ball
going too hard at the ball, too early. The ball is on length, turning into him.
Correct.
And once your hands are in front of your pads, you have no control. And a very good catch by Neymar Bolden at City Mid-on as he watched the ball just hit the bat into his hands. Yep. Good reaction catch.
Correct.
Very good. And this is what you expect from Wildey, to put pressure on the Wanderers batters. And Wanderers batters not capable enough thus far to handle the pressure. We saw it last Saturday in the first day, and they lost 3 wickets in the evening session. Similar patches of play again today, Saturday. They now lost 2 wickets, and one being the senior batter, Shane Mosley. And now Jonathan Drakes, the hero of the first innings, he will have to try now to survive the rest of the day's play along with Emilian.
This is going to be hard. This is going to be very hard for Wanderers. They're really looking down the barrel. This is a loaded gun, really, pointing in their direction.
I tell you, watch your language. You're using some words that are not so nice in this climate.
Sorry.
It is nice and cool. It's a hazy day, and you're talking about guns and barrels. And
well, they're facing a seemingly insurmountable challenge.
That's better.
And to go back to my days as a linguist, and they need a big partnership starting now. Accurate as always is Currency. He doesn't leave the stumps. He forces you to answer every question, every ball.
And if you don't have the answer, you're going to be knocked out. It's good steady left arm. Correct. Orthodox ball. And what I like about
between and around, Winston Reid used to come between and around and create the illusion of an angle.
Yeah, but what I like too about the leadership of Jerome Jones is that he's not doing it all himself. He's given these young bowlers the responsibility to do it
He's
and the
not
opportunities
fully
as well.
around. And Drake's resolute as he was in the first innings. Playing a straight back and a stern response. Accurate again, well bowled. Currency just very metronomic, very steady, very purposeful. He comes back to his mark with real intent. Approaches the wicket with desire. Well bowled, well played. Good quality cricket. Getting to the overs very fast, giving themselves every opportunity to bowl as many balls as possible in these things. 3 to win, and they're 5 runs for 2 wickets. Currency 2 for 2 off 2. O'Neill none for 3 off 2.
It's a revised target as well. They've been given 8 penalty runs, so that makes the total 338. So they've taken off 5, so they have 333 more to go in order to get
Penalty
a victory.
runs for what?
Well, slow over rate. I thought it was a football match.
Yeah, that makes you mop your brow, fella.
And it's not even hot.
these creations of the modern game, and they leave you wondering what is cricket if it is only cricket we know, or something like that. O'Neill again, very around the wicket, very flighty delivery, and emollient, defiant, proper block. Jack Russell block.
Very stubborn. Lower order batter for England. Played by Emilian. Is driving nicely out into the offside. But I like what the spinners are doing. They're forcing the batters or making the batters play every delivery.
I do a George Linton. I bring cover point to silly point and force him to look up to every ball.
Yeah, you can plonk a man in front of him because he's just looking to survive.
Yeah.
And if we plonk that man in front of him on the offside, then you have to force him now to refocus his vision.
Correct. His eyes will change trajectory. See, as much as it's challenging, he looks comfortable.
Yeah, because there's another pressure on the offside.
Yeah.
So he can easily come. That's
his best shot, a block.
What O'Neill's looking to do is get the ball to bite from middle and leg to off stump.
But the ball is new. Is he going to really get that much?
That's why he needs to bowl straighter.
Straighter, yeah.
And force him to play and
To
still
think,
come on length.
Yeah, think differently.
Yeah, because you're looking for the inside edge on bat pad or the outside edge to slip, and he's bowling with 2 slips.
Yeah. A bit comfortable for a night watchman, if you're being honest.
Yeah, quite easy.
Stop at point by Currency. Another overthrow in a minute and a half.
The umpires are coming to have a discussion at about, I make it 17 minutes to 6 o'clock.
Still.
The players obviously are not getting into the positions as quickly as they should. They're languishing, but the umpires are going to the respective ends. So the Wildey players should have already been in position.
Yeah.
So once the umpire gets to the stumps, they're ready to bowl.
We mean business. Yeah, we are not here to. We're not here for the price of admission. We're here on a mission.
Yeah, Currency will continue. A maiden over there from Tariq O'Neill. So they're 5 overs, only 5 runs, but they've lost 2 wickets.
And this is where Wanderers found themselves in trouble in the first, and by blocking themselves into a wall, and then when they wanted to score, they couldn't express themselves. Currency again. Defiance. So Wanderers are officially playing for a draw. I don't think they're not playing with any enterprise. They're going to shut this down and try and come back tomorrow and see where they can get. Oh, that's so. Oh, he's not out.
Let's struck outside the off
My
stump.
golly, that must have been mightily close. Struck on the pads, playing back
to a foolish delivery. Jonathan Drakes. He's tall. I think he should look to come forward onto the ball. The ball is not going to turn a lot. As Currency, this ball is just should going forward, but clearly his back foot is outside the off stump. So,
but was it there on the point of contact or after?
We don't have that kind of replay, so we have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Correct.
I give the umpire a shout. That's a good decision.
Correct. Sharon Codrington.
Yeah, it's a former player. Currency ran to me wicket thinking he had him, but that did not happen. So good ball from Currency.
Umpires call on.
A lot of action there, but not in what they wanted to get in the wicket of Drakes. Drakes just needs to be careful here. He loves to stay back.
Yeah, I mean, they're not trying to score. They're not going to play a shot in anger. As much as they feel is not defensive, they could be more attacking. Oh, that's out now. That's goalie.
Now I would put him at city middle.
Definitely more pressure. Yeah.
Yep.
He's not certain. He's not certain. He wants the comfort zone of going back.
Yes, so you have to pull him out. You've got to bring him over his comfort zone. That's a very good delivery from Desmond Currency.
In slow motion.
Just around the wicket, pulling him forward. Very, very close indeed. But we have to give Sherman Codgerton the benefit of saying it's a very good decision. So one delivery left in this 6 over by Desmond Currency. He's bowled 2.5 over. He's picked up 2 wickets and 2 runs.
For long legs.
And that happens when you get very defensive. Even that full length delivery, you're looking to block.
It's giving us leg buys by Codrington.
Yeah.
So no enterprise and nothing. 7 for 2 and 6. A target of 338. Drake's yet to score off 11. Emullion yet to score off 14. Currency and O'Neill operating in tandem.
The one these players obviously they'll be asking when are we going to go off, but the umpires are going back to the respective ends, and we'll have a 7th over.
You mentioned earlier the World Cup coming up, and as we speak, there's some internationals, some warm-up games going on. England in the 83rd minute are 1-0 up. Harry Kane, who else? Scoring for the Three Lions. And we see Brazil about to take on Egypt. Brazil, everybody's favorite. That's being played in the Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Belgium beat Tunisia 5-0. Gibraltar beat the Cayman Islands 4-1. Rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah,
Portugal beat Chile 2-1. The U.S. went under to Germany 2-1 as well. Scotland 4, Bolivia 0 at the 82nd minute. Panama 1, Bosnia-Herzegovina 1. And Switzerland 1, Australia 1. So the World Cup comes to your television this week. And 48 teams, 103 matches, 1,284 players, Philo. Biggest World Cup ever. They say it's bigger than Ben-Hur. Oh my God.
A million 6s and 9s from that delivery from Hoyt. The ball just pitching and staying low. And beating the keeper, beating the prod from the million and down to the boundary for 4 byes.
They beat the keeper because your hands were in the air.
Because he thought it was ball. But a very good delivery from the spinner. Very, very good delivery indeed. And one would wonder why how that did not hit the stumps. But again, the million fights to face another delivery. This going forward, the ball just passing him on the bounce between middle and leg stump and down to the boundary. So good bowling. The Wanderers players will have to battle. The umpires obviously are thinking about coming off, but he has to survive what's in front of him.
Oh, he's blocked again.
Goes back and blocks into the offside.
I think we could be closer to the end here.
Yeah, umpire Codgerton is walking to his end. He's just telling the players to relax. The batters are looking to come off. The umpire is saying, look, I'm in control here. Let me make the decision. But they're walking to the pavilion. Drakes has pushed his helmet back. Emillion has survived the 7 overs. Wanderers have lost 2 wickets for 11 runs. Emillion is not out before scoring. Drakes is not out not from 11 balls. Tariq O'Neill has bowled 4 overs for 3 runs before picking up a wicket. And at stumps, Wanderers are 11 for 2 and 7. So they still have another 327 runs to get. Tomorrow being the final day of this 3-day BCA Elite Division 2026 competition.
Yeah, Philo, an intriguing day of cricket, completely dominated by the Wildey men, taking the lion's share of the points. Firstly, bowling out the Wanderers for below par 136, and then motoring up to an impressive second innings score, led by Captain Jones as he flamboyantly struck the ball to all parts of the ground. Setting a huge target, Wildey, 338, and Wanderers
327 in deficit.
Yeah, pushing and prodding and poking against some very accurate spin bowling, and find themselves 11 for 2. And Wildey will come back tomorrow in the ascendancy, knowing that they need 8 more wickets with all day to get them, and Wanderers 327 more. With Drake's the quality player in the 11 at the crease. So an intriguing day of cricket. Happy to see the game, going this distance, this route. We were well entertained by the players, and we want to say thank you for joining us in the commentary and listening and viewing today's presentation presented by the Barbados Cricket Association, who we want to thank again for the input
and Gary Bell as well, imagery.
Bell imagery, yeah.
To provide us with some wonderful camera work.
So for me, Philo, it's good evening and good night to everyone, and we look forward to tomorrow, where we expect another wonderful day in the Barbados Cricket Association Elite competition.